The year of 1991 marked 30 years since Roger Maris passed Babe Ruth. Roger Maris had held the record for 30 years. The Babe had his mark for 34. Maris's distinction was given proper homage on September 4, 1991, when Baseball Commissioner Fay Vincent removed the separate listing of Ruth's 154-game record. Roger now stood alone. However, Roger was not one step closer to Cooperstown. In fact, the Veterans Committee changed its rules that the only eligible candidates would be those who had received 60% or more of writer ballots during at least 1 year during their 15 eligible years. That excluded Roger, as well as Richie Ashburn, Maury Wills, and Bill Mazeroski, among others. "They kept putting in our rejects," explained Bill Lang of the Veterans Committee in commenting on the rule change. The rule was changed again for the 1994 election to qualify those, including Roger Maris, who in any year had received 100 or more votes. In 1995, 10 years had passed since the death of Roger Maris. Relatively little attention was being paid to him in the baseball world. Brady Anderson of Baltimore, Albert Bell of Cleveland, and Cecil Fielder of Detroit joined the select 50-homer club, but Rogers' season mark was never seriously threatened. In 1996, Mark McGwire of Oakland began the first of 3 50-plus home run seasons that would lead him to supplant Roger Maris in 1998. The Oakland A's righty slugger bashed 52 in 1996, said a pleased Fargo, North Dakota, Forum editorial at the season's end. "The Maris record endures," continued the Forum, "and after this season of the home run, the achievement is even more awesome. Maris has now held the single-season home run record for more years than Ruth." McGwire finished with 58 in 1997, 2 ahead of Ken Griffey Jr. of Seattle. Writers spent the off-season warming up to the Maris Challenge. McGwire was the one. His 387 homers led all active players. He had hit homers at a higher frequency rate, 1 in every 11.94 attempts. Only Ruth, 1 per 11.76, was higher. But the power surge of McGwire and Griffey had excited baseball fans in 1997, and it would be more so in 1998. The dual chase of Maris by McGwire and Sammy Sosa of the Chicago Cubs continued baseball's rejuvenation. The sport had been pronounced as prematurely dead after a strike cut down the 1994 season. Nothing could match the thrill of the home run. "The home run is a unique sports event," said Fay Vincent. "No other sport has anything like it. There's so much magic that surrounds a home run." And fans listened and watched as a group of sluggers pursued Roger in 1998. But the chase would narrow to 2. The 34-year-old McGwire, now a first baseman for the Cardinals, and the 29-year-old Sosa, the outfielder from the Dominican Republic. Mighty Mac got off quickly in 1998. Sosa propelled himself as a would-be Maris breaker with a 1-month homer record binge of 20 June round-trippers. Ken Griffey Jr. and Greg Vaughn of San Diego would both be in the 50-home run club, but never seriously challenged Roger. Baseball was continually buzzing about the Maris record. In June, the Redbird legend of another era, Ozzie Smith, visited Fargo for the Roger Maris Celebrity Golf Tournament. He exchanged greetings with Andrew Maris, Roger's 7-year-old grandson. Ozzie had been thinking about the record, and felt Mark might do it, and even saw 72 or 73 as a possibility. "Before the season started," he said, "I didn't think the record would be broken. After talking with McGuire last week, I really think he has the mental focus to handle anything." Both Mark and Sammy were talented and likable. Always affable and willing to let the homer spotlight shine on the Cardinal, Sosa was not touched by the controversy in the homer hunt. In August, the press revealed that McGuire used androstenedione, a testosterone-producing pill. Was that an unfair advantage? Should that deserve a Roger Maris asterisk? Of course not, argued New York Yankees catcher Joe Girardi. He's not doing anything illegal. He's just doing things to help his body. We all do things to help our bodies, like taking protein. It's a health-conscious sport. But the players' approval did not satisfy those worried over the safety and effectiveness of andro. Legal, yes, but Don Fear, head of the Major League Players Association, and Commissioner Bud Selig, asked doctors to present their research. Said Selig, "The health of our players is of vital concern for all of us, and we wish to take every precaution to assure they receive the most accurate medical and scientific information." But how much help was the Cardinal receiving from these over-the-counter supplements that supposedly strengthened body tissues? He was a giant at 6'5" and 245 pounds, and his home runs, tape measure jobs, could be simply attributed to his strength, compact swing, disciplined knowledge of the plate, not an andro supplement. So the argument went and ended. By mid-August, however, the home runs were not coming so quickly. Many pundits went on record to say that no one would surpass Roger, not McGuire, Sosa, Griffey, or anyone else. Predicted Mike Lepresti in USA Today, "None will make it, and in the end, Maris's steely determination will look more admirable than ever." The predictions were forgotten in the last days of August. The Cardinal hit number 50 off the Mets' Willie Blair. He became the first to notch 3 successive 50-plus homer seasons, having reached 52 in 1996 at Oakland, 58 in 1997 with Oakland and St. Louis. There would be no stopping the assault on Roger's record, as Sosa matched McGuire sock for sock. In his chase, Roger Maris incurred the wrath of fans, even in New York, as he dared to challenge the Babe. Even Yankee teammates were not solidly behind him. How things had changed in '98. Even in opposition parks, Mark and Sammy, more notably the former, were cheered loudly. Fans came to see the heroes in batting practice. If the hometown hurler dared walk the sluggers, the moundsman was booed. Clearly, the fans wanted the record broken. According to a USA Today poll, 88% wanted a new record, 79% wanted Mark for the mark. The sentiments of Gary Russell of Richardson, Texas, were not typical. "Maris's record will fall this season, but more doesn't mean better. A majority of today's pitchers would be Class AAA in 1961. To accentuate that point, Kevin Kernan wrote in the New York Post that the combined earned run average for Maris's victims was 3.93 in '61. For McGuire, the stat was 4.20. For Sosa, 4.55. As McGuire was driving toward the finish line in 1998, he was greeted by some writers who reminded him of the curse of the Babe. When the Fargo slugger, Maris, supplanted the Babe, wrote Robert Lipsyte in the New York Times, he was booed and his record was devalued. Predicted the Times scribe, McGuire will only be beating Maris, who has been devalued, not the Babe, who will have yet another commercial rebirth. The Cardinal and Cub sluggers were exciting the country. The 1961 pursuit was exciting but grim for Roger. The 1998 pursuit was exciting and delightful. It even excited those on the world stage. When asked to comment on President Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, Czech President Václav Havel diplomatically retorted in praise to those who passed Roger. "Permit me to congratulate Mr. McGuire and wish success to Mr. Sammy Sosa," wrote Murray Chass in the New York Times. "No pursuit of a record in any other sport has created the electrifying atmosphere in which McGuire and Sosa take their daily whacks." But there was no joy in Fargo. It is the largest city in North Dakota, with 80,000 citizens. But who beyond the prairie ever hears of them? They feel that the brutal movie Fargo put them in a bad light, and, ironically, the film was shot in Minnesota. Dick Savageau was one of Roger's best friends. He told Pam Belloc of the New York Times, "It's kind of Fargo's record as well as Roger's." When McGuire was at 59 and Sosa at 56, the mood in Fargo was sad. Noted Belloc, Fargoans were wistful and nostalgic, grateful for the sudden flood of recognition being paid their hero, but achingly aware that it was more of a requiem than a coronation. Another distinction between 1961 and 1998 was the participation of the Maris family in the record smashing. Ruth family members were nowhere to be seen. Unlike their father, the Maris boys communicated easily with the media. Roger Kolpak of the Fargo Forum lamented this fact. "The Maris family exchange with the media was thoughtful, touching, and even a little political. If only their dad had been so lucky." The Maris family members were flown to Busch Stadium in St. Louis for the Labor Day weekend games and beyond that might produce homers 61 and 62. The trip proved historic. It was only fitting that the Cardinals were playing Sosa and his Cubbies. Number 61 was on Labor Day, September 7th, off Mike Morgan. Roger and Mark shared the record for one day. Mark McGuire made history on September 8th at 8:18 p.m. when he hit his 62nd off the Cubbies' Steve Traxel in the fourth inning. In a season that the Cardinal hit titanic blasts exceeding 500 feet, this epic smash was merely mortal, 314 feet, barely clearing the wall near the left field foul pole. And there would be no thoughts of an asterisk in this game 145. And there would be no glory, no Tracy Stallard, Roger Maris linkage comparisons. After all, correctly reasoned Stallard, there were more games to play, and, by golly, he predicted the Redbird would slug 70. "I think the guy who gives up the last one is the one they'll be talking about," predicted Stallard. All 6 Maris children were present for history in St. Louis. but Mrs. Pat Maris, the widow, took ill on the flight from the family's home in Florida. The Marises agreed that Mark McGuire was class all the way, said Roger Maris, Jr. He went out of his way to include us. That shows what kind of a person he is. The 4 sons and 2 daughters received a lengthy standing ovation from the crowd of 43,688 at Busch when they were introduced. As Mark was whacking away at the record, the Maris family saw the inevitable, but also took some positive thoughts out of the prospect. People are recognizing what Dad accomplished in 1961, said Kevin Maris. He's now getting positive press. They have an idea how hard it is to hit that many home runs. Now it seems Dad's 61 is a cherished record. On the way to the smashing of the record, the Maris family were reliving 1961, as fans and writers recalled how shabbily Roger was treated on his road to the record and after he began wearing the crown. The writers dismissed Maris as unworthy of wearing the Ruthian crown, Robert Lipsyte wrote in the New York Times. When Jimmy Cannon, the sports writer, ripped Maris for being non-cooperative during a 1962 spring training interview, this gave permission to writers around the league to vent their anti-Maris rage. Mark McGuire understood this well. I have got a lot of people rooting for us, he said, including his Cub rival. He didn't. He had fans rooting against him. 2 strikes against you like that playing in New York City isn't good. The Fargo Forum applauded Roger and Mark, but were clearly unhappy in losing bragging rights. The editorial felt that expansion meant inferior pitching. Those who follow baseball have been expecting it the last 5 years. Still, most of us in Rogers Land hoped it wouldn't happen. We wanted Maris to keep the record. Even more, we wanted to keep the record because this lad of Fargo became a man of legend. His feat gave us some big league bragging rights. As more major league teams sprouted, the pitching became thinly spread. Kevin Maris, born in '61 when the record was set, was asked to speculate about his father's reaction, if he were alive, on the loss of the record. I'm not sure, but I'd imagine he'd want to keep the record. But I'm sure he'd have been very proud of Mark, first as a player, but more as a person. Mark McGuire is class all the way. Roger Maris lost his record in St. Louis. Ironically, in early '99, the beer magnates of St. Louis will find out if their attempt to deprive the Maris family of the Busch franchise will be supported by the courts. With Maris no longer the record holder, the homer duel continued. On September 13th, Sosa hit 2 homers against Milwaukee, also placing him ahead of Roger, and tying him with McGuire for the homer lead at 62. Said the righty Cub outfielder, "It's unbelievable. It was something even I can't believe I was doing. It can happen to 2. And the historic blast off Eric Plunk obviously gave him the feat well within 154 games. No need to think of asterisks. As the season closed, the Cardinal beat the Cubby 70-66. What pitcher will be remembered? If it is to be the final victim, it will be Carl Pavano of the Montreal Expos, who surrendered the 371-foot blast at Busch on September 27th. McGuire also topped all in at-bat home run ratio, 7-30, besting Roger 9-7, Ruth 9-0, and Sosa, 9-7. Because Roger lost his home run crown, he was also replaced in the sports legend exhibit at the original Hollywood Wax Museum in Branson, Missouri, 200 miles southwest of St. Louis. But, according to spokesman John Blanchett, they used some of the wax in the Maris figure for the new McGuire figure, so Maris will always be a part of McGuire in Missouri. But in a more sobering vein, what is Roger Maris's future in baseball history? Surprisingly, everyone wrote about the dethroning of Roger Maris. No one bothered to write that he still was left with the American League home run season record, and no left-handed hitter, including Babe Ruth, had more home runs in one season. Without doubt, the home run assault put the North Dakotan in the spotlight and brought comments that, "We done him wrong." But will there be justice in Cooperstown? Will he receive his deserved title to fame? That question remains in the hands of the Veterans Committee, which has not been very supportive. The sports writers, at least the vocal ones, were throwing their support for Roger. Argues Kevin Kiernan of the New York Post, the Hall has lost its status as an intimate club of immortals. He argued, if there is room in the Hall for the likes of Phil Rizzuto, Tommy Lasorda, and a legion of players and executives that most fans have never heard of, there must be room for Maris. Mike Lepresti of the Gannett News Service never voted for Roger during the eligible years. But now there was a change of heart. He is reminded of the 45,000 empty seats in Yankee Stadium when Roger hit his 61st. Compare that to the McGuire-Sosa hoopla. For Roger, the response by many fans was anger that he would dare challenge Ruth. The response for the duo record breakers was a love fest. For all these reasons and more, Lepresti now had a change of heart. The summer has been a reminder on what his record was all about, and the price he paid to set it. Few athletes spent a harder season. The man McGuire and Sosa chased and caught is wrongfully missing from the Hall of Fame, an absence more haunting, as Roger Maris lost his legendary mark. As Roger Maris faced his first consideration by the Baseball Veterans Committee, sans the home run mark, the yeas and nays were lining up. The folks in Fargo were worried that Roger Maris would never make it to Cooperstown without the record. After all, the Veterans Committee had turned him aside in the past, reasoned the Fargo Forum. Mark McGuire's 62nd home run gives Roger Maris a final timid touch on the doorknob to the Baseball Hall of Fame. The Roger Maris love fest means nothing, wrote a disillusioned Mike McFeely in the Forum. Roger Maris will not be elected to baseball's Hall of Fame next spring. Sorry to burst your bubble, Fargo. Sorry to throw a bucket of cold water on this summer of love for Maris. Sorry to extinguish this last best hope our hometown hero had of getting to baseball's promised land. But it ain't gonna happen. One clever Forum letter writer had the retort. He drew up the following list of 15. Red Ruffing, Archie Vaughan, Zach Wheat, George Kell, Sam Rice, Herb Pennock, Earl Combs, Eppa Rixey, Hack Wilson, Elmer Flick, Kai Kyler, Red Faber, Ross Young, Lloyd Wainer, Ted Lyons. Not exactly baseball's greatest athletes, yet all are in Cooperstown. Is Roger Maris less deserving? That mattered little for scribes like Bob Ryan of the Boston Globe, He compiled a list of 65 who deserve enshrinement ahead of Roger Maris. He added, the 65 are not necessarily deserving, but I'd vote for every one of them before I'd vote for Roger Maris. McGuire embraced the Maris family, but that's not a hug for Cooperstown, insisted Ryan. He admonished people to think with their minds and skip their emotions. People apparently are taken by the sad tale of Maris's treatment during and after the assault on Babe Ruth's record in 1961. People are, in some cases, ridden with guilt. People are, I don't know, thinking with their hearts rather than their heads. But were Roger Cooperstown boosters, Robert Lipsyte of the New York Times, and Bob Fortis of the New Orleans Time-Picayune thinking with their heads or reacting with their hearts? For Lipsyte, that Roger Maris belongs in baseball's Hall of Fame is too obvious to belabor. This season's carnival proves that breaking the record is qualification enough. What a good time to give a decent man credit and a fair shake. McGuire beat out Maris, argued Fortis. But Maris is one of 3 players to hit 60 or more home runs, and that alone merits induction. McGuire should not beat Maris in this chase, the chase into the Hall. But the Court of 15 on the Veterans Committee will have their say next spring. Not all are Roger-friendly. One member is Leonard Coppett, who covered Roger for the New York Post when the Dakotan was on the Yankees. Count him out. He has already stated that Roger's career credentials do not merit enshrinement. But Roger has some solid friends on the committee, among them Stan Musial and Yogi Berra, his former teammate and manager. The other dozen committee members are former players Ted Williams, Pee Wee Reese, Juan Marichal, and Bill White, also former National League president. Baseball executives Hank Peters, Joe L. Brown, who chairs the committee, E. J. Buzzy Bavasi, Buck O'Neill, formerly a Negro League player and manager, sports writers Robert Brogue, St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Alan Lewis, Philadelphia Inquirer, Jerome Holtzman, Chicago Tribune, and Kenneth R. Coleman, broadcaster. It remains for these gentlemen whether Roger Maris is deserving of his title to fame. Still a Legend. The Story of Roger Maris by Harvey Rosenfeld. Chapter 1. A Prairie Spirit Forged on the Iron Range. Roger Maris had many days of triumph, but despite his achievements, despite his victories, the finest of them all eludes him even after death. The all-time home run record-setter still has not been welcomed into the Baseball Hall of Fame. He set a baseball record of 61 home runs in a season on October 1, 1961, topping Babe Ruth's 60 home run mark. During the course of his illustrious career, he also won the Most Valuable Player award in 2 consecutive seasons, and made the crucial plays that brought 7 pennants to the Yankees and the Cardinals. On July 21, 1984, at the New York Yankees' annual Old Timers' Day celebration, Roger finally received his due from his team. The Yankees honored the slugger by retiring his number 9 jersey and by placing a bronze plaque in the Memorial Park behind the fence in left center field. The plaque's engraved tribute read, "In belated recognition of one of baseball's greatest achievements ever." With permanent enshrinement in Yankee Stadium, Maris took his place alongside other baseball greats: Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, Casey Stengel. Roger received a tribute of a different sort on December 19, 1985, as a saddened baseball world prepared to say farewell to one of its legends. While mourners paid their final respects in the sub-zero winter weather of an ice-covered North Dakota, a headline in that day's New York Daily News pronounced, "Maris doesn't merit Hall." In his life, the insensitivity, coarseness, and crudeness of his critics had blunted Roger's moments of happiness and triumph. Even death did not keep Roger safe from the brickbats of others. Those who knew him well felt that Roger was misunderstood and unappreciated. The slugger who audaciously surpassed Babe Ruth's home run record had roots and values nurtured on the prairie. Any attempt to understand Roger must also consider the Maris family and the rigorous lifestyles of the Iron Range and the Red River Valley of the North. Although Roger lived in Raytown and Independence, Missouri for most of his life, and spent his final years in the warmer clime of Gainesville, Florida, in death he came back to Fargo and the prairie. "He was buried here," wrote Jerome D. Lamb, editor of The Small Voice, a Fargo bi-monthly newsletter. "After all this time, all those days in the sun and nights under the lights, this frozen piece of earth, perched on the near side of nowhere, was still and always home." Roger grew up in the quietude and privacy of the North Dakota prairie, where one's abilities are displayed without show. As Lamb observes, North Dakotans must make do with the quiet talents, the mechanic who knows at first hearing that what's in order is a minor adjustment, not a major overhaul, the pie maker at such and such a cafe, the trapper who could track a weasel across the asphalt of a shopping mall parking lot if he had to. In his professional career, Roger faced the challenge of preserving his North Dakotan openness, honesty, and anonymity in situations more suited to evasiveness, deceit, and grandstanding for the media. Roger Maris called Fargo, North Dakota, home. He even listed the North Dakotan city as his place of birth for the major leagues, causing errors in some of the fact books. In fact, Roger was born in Hibbing, Minnesota. When someone once asked him about his birthplace, Roger responded, "What do I know about Hibbing? I didn't live there long enough." Despite his brief stay in the northeastern Minnesota city, the Iron Range spirit had an important influence on him. The Mesabi Iron Range lies approximately 200 miles north of the Twin Cities. In 3 Iron Mining Towns, Landon describes the Iron Range as a wilderness of burned-over stumps, second-growth evergreens, tamarack, and underbrush scattered over rocky hills, intervened by swampy valleys or crystal lakes. Hibbing, like other towns on the range, became world-famous for the rich iron ore beneath its harsh terrain. The Iron Range had a large immigrant population, including the South Slavs, Bulgarians, Montenegrins, Serbs, Slovenes, and Croatians. Minnesota's largest concentration of South Slavs occurred in St. Louis County, Hibbing's location. The Croatians constituted about 60% of the South Slav newcomers. They were the forefathers of the Maris family. Most of these South Slavs left Croatia to seek their fortunes in America. Many of these ambitious and self-uprooted South Slavs hoped to reap the economic benefits of life in the United States and then return home. However, many immigrants remained on the Mesabi. The Mesabi forests and swamps of the 1890s had already given way by 1910 to 13 communities totaling 50,000 residents, including almost 3,500 Croats. The Mesabi's iron ore mines, the largest in the world, gave Hibbing the title Iron Ore Capital of the World. Hibbing's blend of many nationalities led one early 1900s commentator to observe, "The babble of more than 30 different alien tongues mingle with the roar of the mine blasts and the clash and clank of machinery." The Maris, spelled M-A-R-A-S, family began its immigration to the United States in 1906, when Paul Maris, Roger Maris's great-uncle, arrived on the range. The Hibbing Marises still retained the traditional spelling of their name, while Rudy Maris changed the family name to Maris, spelled M-A-R-I-S, at the beginning of his son Roger's professional baseball career. Soon after his emigration, Paul Maris welcomed to Hibbing his 4 brothers, Mike, Peter, Joso, and Steve, Roger's grandfather. According to Mrs. Tilly Sanborn, Paul Maris's daughter and Roger's aunt, many South Slavs had difficulty learning English, so Paul Maris became an interpreter at the Oliver Iron Mining Company, the biggest operating company on the range. Mrs. Sanborn told us that Paul Maris also operated a Hibbing saloon, for which he was better known, and his brother Steve Maris worked for him there. Life on the Iron Range was difficult and austere. The Marises, like others on the range, had to sustain themselves with an inner toughness. Roger inherited that legacy of the Iron Range, and it served him well throughout his life and throughout his battle with cancer. The Maris family lived on the Letonia mining location, which was a settlement close to a mine site. Between 1892 and the 1920s, more than 175 locations appeared on the Mesabi. While the companies thought these locations were adequate, social workers and community leaders viewed these sites as breeding grounds for unique social and communal problems. The settlement at Carson Lake differed little from that at Letonia or other Hibbing area locations. Alanin describes Carson Lake in Minnesota History. The Carson Lake enclave was approached by picking one's way amid the muddy alleys to houses set helter-skelter, without rhyme or reason, through mazes of stick fences and pigsties. Her colleague, who questioned Carson Lake as a fearful place, also questioned how the residents could joke about the location to the extent they did. She concluded that it was the only way they made life tolerable. Letonia's physical environment had at least one advantage that contributed to Roger Maris's professional development. The Arctic climate of the range made winters ideal for hockey. The ponds and lakes froze early and stayed solid until late in the spring, giving hockey devotees a long season. The senior Maris, now 80, played amateur hockey in the Hibbing area and later nearly tried out for the Boston Bruins in 1932. Instead, he married Anne Corinne Sturbitz from the nearby town of Calumet and put aside his skates for a while. Rudy Maris Sr. was never in top form again. Roger himself played a lot of hockey in his early school years. Hibbing had one of the first indoor hockey rinks in that part of the country. "My father liked to see me on skates as often as possible," Roger told former Olympic speed skating champion Irving Jaffe. Some credit the development of Roger's powerful wrists to those hockey workouts. Aside from comments on his father's hockey abilities, Roger had almost no recollections of his life in Hibbing. Sketches and biographies of Roger note that the slugger was born in Hibbing. Then the story moves quickly to Fargo, stopping in Grand Forks, where the close ties between Roger and Fargo began. The people of Hibbing never took kindly to that. As Maury Allen writes in his book, Roger Maris, A Man for All Seasons, according to the senior Maris, "Roger just felt like Fargo was his hometown because he grew up there. I think people in Hibbing resented that. Some of the newspapers wrote about it when he died. I have a sister who lives there in Hibbing, and she said some people made a big fuss about that." Al Zidone, editor of the Hibbing Tribune, told us, "After Roger Maris died, the paper got lots of mail for about 3 weeks to locate his birthplace, which is on the west side of Hibbing." Why, then, was homage never paid to Roger in Hibbing? "You know the adage," said Zidone. "No man is a prophet in his own country. This is especially true in Hibbing, where we don't dwell on fame. If Roger Maris had spent his formative years in the area, things might have been different." However, on December 17, 1985, the Hibbing Tribune featured an editorial, "Roger Maris, 1934 to 1985, parts of which could have been written in Fargo as well. Only now that Maris has died is he getting the recognition he deserved in his lifetime. He was a good man, close to his family, generous to others, and a gifted athlete. He only lived in Hibbing for a few years of his childhood, but the city is proud to claim the distinction as his birthplace." From Hibbing, Minnesota, the family moved to Grand Forks, North Dakota. If Hibbing could take pride in claiming Roger as a native son, how much more so could North Dakota, where Roger Maris spent his youth, began his professional career, and so often returned in later years. Celebrating its 100th year of statehood in 1989, North Dakota has a colorful and distinctive history. Like Roger Maris, North Dakotans take fierce pride in their personal and civic accomplishments. They defiantly preserve their independent lifestyles and values from attacks by those who wish to change them. Roger Maris lived his life as a true North Dakotan. In his travels through America, reported in Inside USA, John Gunther noticed the peculiarities of North Dakota. "There are more idiosyncrasies per square inch in North Dakota than in any state I know. Quite possibly this cross-grained, inflammatory state is the most complex in the nation. Contrasts are sharp in almost every field. For instance, the state capital is a handsome skyscraper. The governor's mansion nearby is a small white frame house that would be modest even for a farmer of very modest means. No state except possibly Oklahoma has a history so bursting with wackiness and furor." According to Gunther, North Dakota could boast of progressive, advanced government. "The reform state par excellence." Gunther enumerated such reforms as the state-owned Bank of North Dakota, compulsory state insurance for public buildings, a state-run program of hail insurance for farmers, workmen's compensation, and a highly developed system of cooperatives. The Nonpartisan League, founded in 1915, proposed reforms similar to much New Deal legislation. The late Dr. Elwyn B. Robinson, professor of history and chairman of the department at the University of North Dakota, provides valuable insight into understanding North Dakotans in The Character of a People, the final chapter in his History of North Dakota. Dr. Robinson claims that North Dakota was destined from the beginning to be different, because its frontier differed from earlier ones to the east or later ones to the west. In addition, it had a different mix of settlers, foreign and native, than that of other states. North Dakota had an unusual combination of physical factors: a flat and featureless terrain, temperature fluctuations that range from oppressive summer heat to sub-zero winter cold. North Dakota was more markedly rural than any other state. By the 1920s, more than 85% of the population lived in the country or in small towns. In addition to the rural isolation, 67% of the North Dakotan population was of foreign stock, primarily Norwegian and German native-born persons of immigrant and mixed parentage. Thus, the geography and citizenry of North Dakota made the northern plains unlike the Midwest, South, East, or any other American region. Most North Dakotans were undergoing the process of casting off old traditional ways of living and adopting new ones, writes Robinson. Over the years, this unhappiness often resulted in mass departures. Father William C. Sherman, pastor of St. Mary's Church in Grand Forks and associate professor of sociology at North Dakota State University, speaks of North Dakota Days, held especially in California, Arizona, and Washington. During these periods, thousands of former North Dakotans reunite and celebrate the North Dakota way of life. According to Robinson, North Dakotans felt as if they were looked down upon as inferior by the rest of American people. Part of a rural state, they felt like country cousins toward the city folk of the nation. Radio-TV commentator Eric Severide of Velva, North Dakota, recalls his youthful experience of staring in wonderment at the map showing the meaningless rectangle of Dakota. However, throughout its history, North Dakotans transformed the unique qualities of their state, the physical environment, the isolation, the foreign stock, into their strong and admirable personality traits. As Severide observes with pride, "It was a trial of the human spirit just to live there, and a triumph of faith and fortitude for those who stayed on through the terrible blasting of the summer winds, the merciless suns, through the frozen darkness of the winters, when the deathly mourn of the coyote seemed at times the only signal of life." To survive and grow in North Dakota, as the Marises and other families discovered, required courage, energy, optimism, self-reliance, fraternity, and a democratic spirit. Chapter 2. Growing Up in North Dakota. Roger Maris said little about his days in Grand Forks, North Dakota, where the family stayed until he was 10. However, his uncle, Jerry March, who now lives in Los Gatos, California, does remember his nephew's childhood. "My thoughts of Roger revert to the early days before the time of fame and fortune. He never seemed to have changed. There was always that youthful, innocent-like quality so present in him during the times we played in the sand piles with our trucks, or sneaked a cigarette made from Indian tobacco. I still have in mind the picture of Roger when the Empire Builder train came through Grand Forks during the dinner hour. He had newspapers and magazines under his arms ready for sale. But he was so small then that he didn't know how to make change. When people gave him money for the paper or magazine, he would just pull out a handful of coins and hold it out to the buyer. He looked so confused, but the people usually let him keep the change. John Velasky remembers the Maris family when they lived in an 8-unit building in Grand Forks. You could tell that Roger had exceptional skills, even in his Grand Forks days, Velasky said. There was a vacant lot near the parochial school. It was close to 200 yards to the railroad track. Only Roger and his brother Buddy could just about reach the tracks in stickball. Galen Tillander of Grand Forks also remembers his grade school friend Roger. They were both guards and co-captains of the Washington Elementary School City League basketball team that took the championship in the 1945-46 season. Roger was a popular kid, Tillander recounted, and very strong-headed. He was the team leader. Tillander also spoke of Roger's natural abilities in baseball and the track relays they ran together. Roger was faster than me, Tillander conceded, but I could beat him in the high jump, though. Galen recalled their childhood relationship. Roger and I were very close friends. We did things together, as good buddies do. We were at each other's houses frequently, and often slept over. After school, we played soccer together. Once, Roger used Tillander's backside as a target for BB gun practice and scored a bullseye. I was very mad at first, Galen said. But what could I do about it? It wasn't long before we laughed the whole thing off. The friends parted, never to meet again, when Tillander moved to Michigan, North Dakota, for the 7th grade term. Shortly thereafter, Roger and his family left for Fargo, where he spent his formative years. As Fargo turned into his real home, the tradition and heritage of North Dakota became deeply ingrained in his being. Fargo today has changed little since the 1940s and the 1950s, the decades of Roger's youth. The city along the Red River of the North has lost nothing of its pre-statehood Dakota character. Although its 1876 population of 600 has swelled to more than 60,000 citizens, making it the state's largest city, Fargo has retained the North Dakota spirit of self-reliance, courage, cooperation. Fargo Mayor John Lindgren extolled the city's many virtues and proudly noted that people rarely lock their cars because of the basic honesty of our people. Parks Superintendent Robert Johnson said, "We're thinking of taking the word crime out of the dictionary because it hardly exists here." The mayor cited the low crime statistics. From January through August 1986, the police logged no homicides for the year. Monthly figures for forcible rapes ranged from 0 to 4, and assaults from 5 to 16. Fargo's quiet, anxiety-free atmosphere has resulted in its rating as the least stressful city in the United States, according to a recent survey by the Washington-based Zero Population Growth, Inc. The people of Fargo speak openly and directly. Strikingly missing from their conversations are the earthy words and obscenities that so frequently pepper dialogues in the East and West. Neighbors watch out for each other and show concern for the safety and well-being of those around them. Such neighborly interest and concern resulted in the fond memories of Roger Maris's youth that linger with his former teachers, friends, and classmates. Fargo will never forget Roger Maris. In the words of Editor Lamb, Roger remains a distinct presence, part extraordinary natural phenomenon, part myth, and part something uniquely the region's own. Roger and his older brother Rudy Jr., Buddy, first entered Fargo Central High School, where both felt their athletic abilities went unappreciated. Roger was on the B football team, while Rudy did not play regularly. Father John E. Moore of St. Mary's Church, himself an athlete and coach and a longtime friend of the Maris family, claimed to have encouraged Roger to enroll at Shanley High School, a parochial school, where football excellence is a tradition. However, Rudy Maris Sr. disputed Moore's claim and maintained that Roger chose Shanley on his own. When Roger was a sophomore and Rudy a junior, they transferred to Shanley in time for the spring term. Because of this change, they lost their eligibility to compete in sports until the following fall. Some Fargoans blamed the boys for leaving Fargo Central bereft of athletic talent. Roger felt that some local media people stayed angry with him for a long time. He blamed Rudy and his transfer on the new Fargo High coach, who, according to Roger, didn't like the Maris brothers. "If Fargo had no use for us," Roger said, "then it was time to find a school that would use us." Dr. Pat Colleton, a Shanley High teammate, remembers the incident from a different perspective. "It is true that people were upset at first, and there were charges of pirating and recruiting on the part of Shanley," he said. "However, there was little lingering animosity toward Bud and Roger. People in town have always respected Roger, not only because of his accomplishments, but because he was honest and open in what he did. What Fargo Central High lost, Shanley gained, and so obviously did North Dakota." Shanley High took its name from Bishop John Shanley. Run by the Presentation Order of Sisters, Shanley had one of the nation's top football mentors, Sid Cichy, who won a place in the High School Coaches Hall of Fame. More than just a coach, Cichy was very close to his players and always accompanied them to Mass before a game. The coach welcomed both Roger and Rudy Maris Jr., halfback and star in his own right, for the 1950-51 season. Cichy recalls that Roger's great offensive playing abilities matched his defensive skills. "How can I forget the kid in the red jersey with the blonde crew cut? He had such a smooth movement about him that he could be deceiving, and he did things with such a flair. Roger ran out of the single wing, and nobody stopped him. On the defense, he would come up from the secondary to nail the runner for no gain on one play and intercept a pass 25 yards downfield on the next. As a blocking back, we'd run him in motion and then bring him back to crack back on the linebacker. In those days, it was legal." Cichy's memories of Roger's outstanding individual performances include two involving games against Devil's Lake. In one contest, he led Shanley to victory by scoring 5 touchdowns, a state record only recently eclipsed. In another battle against Devil's Lake, Roger caught 4 kickoffs and took them all in for touchdowns. "The Devil's Lake coach shook his head in disbelief as Shanley rolled up the score. Sissy reminisced. "He told me that he hoped his team would not score, because he was getting tired of seeing Roger run the kickoffs back for touchdowns. That record still stands for national high school competition." Shanley could always depend on Roger, remembered Pat Colleton, who played both quarterback and fullback. "Whenever we needed those 4 yards," he said, "we gave the ball to Roger, and he always got the yardage on a quick pitch-out." Roger's formidable gridiron skills had their counterpart in his unselfishness as a player. Sissy remembers the touchdown that Roger didn't score. In a game against Park River, Roger had already scored 3 touchdowns and was 10 yards away from a 4th as he raced toward the goal line. "Suddenly he turned around," Sissy said, "and looked back and saw his brother Rudy trailing the play. He tossed him the ball and let him score. That was typical Roger. Generosity and devotion to family." Sissy also commented on Roger's forthrightness. "One day we were running a ridiculous drill in practice," Sissy remembered. "I was a young coach at the time, and then Roger told me how ridiculous the drill was. You don't want to hear that when you are a young, self-important coach. But Roger was right, and I called the drill off." Shanley won the Eastern Division title during 1950-51, and Roger made the Associated Press East-West High School football team. Roger scored 2 touchdowns on passes from Rudy in a game with Fargo High, and the Marist boys tasted sweet revenge when Shanley defeated their former school. A Dakota blizzard forced the cancellation of the championship game against Minot. Roger had a reputation for physical endurance. During his 2 years with the Shanley Deacons, he missed only 1 football practice. In his first season, he played 3½ quarters in every game, and all 60 minutes in most of them. "The 1951-52 season was a particularly tough one," Sissy said, "and we were without Rudy, who graduated. Yet Roger went all the way in every contest." In addition to football, Roger played basketball and ran track for Shanley under Sissy's tutelage. As a hoopster, Roger was a good shooting guard and ball hawk, and was excellent on the fast break and defense, his coach said. In track, he ran the dashes, earning 2nd place in the 100-yard dash in state competition. He was leadoff on 2 relay teams, gained 3rd place statewide in the shot put, and was the school's best long jumper. Roger could even pole vault. Sissy doubled as a history teacher at Shanley and recollected Roger's academic performance. "Sitting in the classroom wasn't always his thing, although he was a good student. You see, Roger was one of these guys who was very antsy and liked to be on the move. He was always in a hurry. As things turned out, you can say that he had a lot of living to do, with not too much time to do it in." Another member of the Shanley faculty, Sister Bernice, echoed these thoughts. "Roger's priorities were not in the classroom," she said. "However, he was a conscientious student who wanted to maintain his eligibility in sports. For that reason he sought help in geometry, and came in before class to brush up on the subject." Sister Bertha, Roger's favorite teacher, spoke about Roger with a gleam in her eye. "Roger really enjoyed my typing class. The hands were always busy, and there were not many tests and assignments. I would walk around the classroom encouraging Roger and the other students. I do remember that Roger had great respect and love for the sisters. Roger was a quiet person, always affable, no matter what. He was very gracious, not only to his teachers, but to his classmates as well. I was always grateful for his cheery, "Good morning, sister," and his friendly smile at the start of class. Over the years, Sister Bertha maintained very close ties with Roger and with another of her students, Patricia Ann Carvel, who later became Pat Maris. Roger and Pat did not meet in one of Sister Bertha's classes, but in the gymnasium of St. Anthony of Padua Church, where another football player, Gene Johnson, introduced them. "I still can go to St. Anthony's and point out the precise spot," Johnson said. "Roger noticed two girls on the other side of the gymnasium." "Do you know those two?" he asked. "Yes," I told Roger. "One is Pat Carvel. The other is Jeannie Williams." Sid Cichy followed the courtship closely. "There was only one girl for Roger. He was very dedicated to Patsy from day one." Pat received her first corsage ever from Roger at the senior prom. Roger came dressed in a suit, because hardly anyone in Fargo could afford to rent a tuxedo. He borrowed his dad's beat-up 1932 Chevrolet, and came up the steps with that nervous half-smile of his, self-conscious. In his right hand there was a box with a corsage, recalled Pat Maris. "Roger was always very considerate," she added. "That's one of the first things I noticed about him." Bob Wood, a high school friend who manages Ralph's Tavern in neighboring Moorhead, Minnesota, recalls an incident. "Roger gave Pat a gold football ring that he received when Shanley won the championship. Roger and Pat had some sort of squabble, and she gave him his ring back. On our way home that night, Roger took the ring and flung it in the grass. 'Who needs it now?' he shouted. A few moments later he turned around. 'Let's go back and find it. Patsy is going to want it.' There we were on our hands and knees, in the dark, looking for a ring in thick grass. We did find it, finally." The misguided journalism of the 60s pictured Roger the teenager as surly, sulky, a sourball. But he was a fun-loving teenager and adult, even a prankster. "Roger had a great sense of humor," said boyhood friend Don Gooselaw, now proprietor of Mr. Don's State College of Beauty in Fargo. "We were very close, and we often double-dated. Roger's sense of humor was refreshing, but on one occasion it really backfired. It was the annual pancake dinner, bringing together parents, students, and teachers. As Roger and I and two others left, we noticed sacks of pancake flour in the corridor. I can't say that it was Roger's idea, but he certainly enjoyed the prank of taking the flour and pouring it in the nuns' overshoes. All the flour turned to messy black stuff. It was great fun, until the school called a meeting, and the superintendent pledged, in obvious anger, "If necessary, I will call in the FBI to find the culprits." All four of us stood up. As punishment, we had to clean up the gymnasium with scrub brushes. At Shanley, Tom Conmee III, now an attorney, became a target for Roger's horseplay. He said, "I was a freshman while Roger was an upperclassman. He was one of those who initiated us. It wasn't very rough, just harassment and some fun. It involved, for example, bowing down to the upperclassmen, washing their cars, and doing other chores. One day, Roger sent me to the local grocery store with a long list of inconsequential items. But all I had to spend was 15 cents. Roger had a good laugh, but it was a little irritating to me. Roger and Bob Wood found time for other mischief. They posted themselves in Lover's Lane on Fargo's north side and put on kerchiefs. As the would-be lovers made their appearance, Roger and Bob would initiate harmless combat. Bob Wood, Don Gooselaw, and Dick Savageau were intimate friends of Roger. Now president of Butler Machinery in Fargo, Savageau, as a Shanley end, once brought in the plays from Coach Sishy. "Roger received much enjoyment from playing practical jokes," Savageau recalled. "I won't forget that Sunday afternoon in 1952 when we planned to clean his dad's restored Chevrolet, but instead, Roger took a hose and squirted me down." Savageau saw significance in Roger's tripartite friendship. Woodsy, Wood, was ebullient. Gooselaw, was amiable and obliging, and I was thought of as intense and thoughtful. Roger liked to think of himself as an individual who not only could give to his friends, but could also learn from them. It would be reasonable to say that Roger's personality was somewhat of a composite of the three friends. When not in school, involved in sports competitions, or socializing with friends, Roger held some odd jobs. One summer he worked at the Great Northern Railroad, where his dad was an engineer. Retiree George Chubon of Moorhead also worked at the railroad that summer. The young Maris was a clerk who handled mail and freight. He was a very good worker, and was well liked by other workers. Young Maris was a very private person, who minded his own business, said Chubon. Sishy believes that summer job had an important connection to Roger's future success in baseball. Roger was a great hitter because of his powerful wrists, the coach reasoned. The work on the railroad was very physical, and went beyond just being a clerk. In tapping ties for the railroads, he developed wrist strength. Roger's summer job at Fargo Floral may not have enhanced his athletic potential, but Jerry Dede Cossette remembers the 16-year-old who worked around the store and delivered flowers. He was a very active youngster, Cossette said, and got enjoyment from playing pranks. Cossette recalled such an occasion. The front and back offices were separated by a short partition. As the girls worked in the back, Roger was in front with some funeral sprays, mounted with doves of peace. From his position on top of the refrigerator, Roger floated a dove down on top of one of the girls. The girls shouted in fright as Roger had his little joke. Cossette said that when the shop no longer needed Roger's services, we told him to go to the local pool hall across the street until there was a change in the situation. He never returned. Roger had enough to do without working in a flower shop. With summer came baseball, and only a short time after that, a professional career awaited. Chapter 3. Baseball begins at home. Like many other baseball stars, Roger Maris began his career in American Legion baseball. He played the outfield and also pitched for the Fargo American Legion junior baseball team. His teammates named him the most valuable player on the North Dakota championship team when he hit .367 for the 1950 squad. Coach Chuck Benson noted that those home runs were not cheap shots. They were driven out in legitimate parks, including the home park, Barnett Field. Leo Osmond coached Rogers' team in 1951, Maris's last year as an amateur. The coach remembered him well. He had a perfect eye and perfect timing. Roger was so sincere at wanting to get a hit instead of a walk that he'd swing away on the first pitch. He felt it was a disgrace to take a walk. He was close to a 10-second man in track. I can't figure out why they didn't let him run. I'm sure he could have stolen with the ability of Mickey Mantle if given the practice. Pat Colleton recalled how good Roger and Bud Maris were during their Legion Ball days. I was playing for the Moorhead team, and our coach, Oates LeGrand, warned our pitcher about the brothers. "Don't you dare throw them anything above the waist." Roger had an excellent season that year, but did not play well enough to salvage his team. In the double elimination championship tourney, Fargo suffered 3-2 and 12-2 defeats. In the first game, the left-handed slugger gave up all 3 runs in 1 inning of pitching, but no one could fault his hitting. At mid-season, Roger was batting .480 and scored more hits, runs batted in, doubles, triples, and home runs than any member of his club. Although he finished the season with an average over .350 and led Fargo in almost all offensive departments, Roger did not win the Most Valuable Player award. Instead, the award went to Don Gronlund, an outfielder and pitcher whose stats were comparable to Rogers. In the 3-2 finals loss, he knocked in 1 of the runs and struck out 12 after relieving Roger. Even though Roger had been voted MVP the year before, he felt keenly disappointed at Gronlund's selection. Throughout his life, Roger had to contend with many adversities, and he accepted things well, Sister Bertha said. But not receiving that award really disheartened him. After graduation, Roger faced an important decision. Should he go out for football or baseball? At nearly 6 feet and 190 pounds, Roger had almost the same physique as he did when he joined the major leagues. Coach Sishi observed, "Roger could have gone far in football, too, but he had to want it and give it the same effort he gave baseball. He was an all-state halfback twice, so he had the credentials." Roger visited the University of Oklahoma, where famed football wizard Bud Wilkinson showed him the Norman campus. "Bud Wilkinson seemed like a nice guy," Roger said. "When I went in to take the exams, Wilkinson told me just to take my time and answer everything I could thoroughly. It was one of those multiple-choice tests, you know. Well, I sat there and tried to concentrate on the first page, but after that I just filled in numbers at random as fast as I could and got out. I realized then that sitting in a classroom wasn't for me, and that I was just too impatient for any sort of college life, football or no." Roger expressed a wish for the future. "When I get into some business after baseball, I hope it won't tie me down to an office." Even though athletics seemed to take priority over academics in high school, Roger remained a good, conscientious student. He wanted to succeed in life. If he chose baseball and had a few good years, what would happen afterward? A college degree would allay any fears of being unable to make a living. Even after he attained stardom with the New York Yankees, Roger wondered whether he had made the right decision. "Don't misunderstand me," he said. "I have no regrets. I'm happy in baseball, and happy to be with the Yankees. But you can't help wondering to yourself, what would have happened if you had gone on to college? I'd have graduated from Oklahoma in 1957. Would I be in some business today? Or maybe playing pro football? I guess it's all for the best." Roger turned down not only Oklahoma State, but also all the other colleges that had made offers. He chose baseball. "I liked the outdoors," he said, "and I liked being alone. I couldn't keep my mind on books. We grew up in the outdoors, on skates, playing a lot of hockey, because that was the game my father loved." Rudy Maris Sr. also loved baseball. He had played some town and semi-pro ball in his youth. However, it was Rudy Jr., Roger's 1-year older brother, who motivated, even bullied Roger to perfect his baseball skills. "It was my brother who forced me to play baseball," Roger admitted. "And I mean forced me. If he went to play, he dragged me along. If he found me sitting around the house, he grabbed me by the ear and pulled me out. If I had been bigger, I might have put up an argument. But I didn't catch up to him until we were in high school, and by that time nobody had to force me to play." Roger always spoke with pride about his older brother, an outstanding athlete in his own right. "Do you want to know who was Roger Maris's best friend?" asked Dr. George Surprise, a friend of Roger and Pat's from Independence, Missouri. "There was never any doubt that it was his brother, Rudy." Having decided on a career in baseball, Roger waited to be discovered. "Our area wasn't blessed with too many scouts," Roger's American Legion coach Benson said. In those days, big league teams had part-time assistants helping the full-time scouts in the search. The Cleveland Indians had Frank Fahey as their part-timer, or bird dog, in the Dakotas. During the 1961 season, Fahey, then a Dodger scout, looked through his old files. He found his first scouting report on Roger, dated August 12, 1950, and compiled at Dickinson, North Dakota, where Roger played in the American Legion tournament. "Roger weighed 150 pounds and stood about 5'8", said Fahey. "My opinion at the time was that Maris would be a major leaguer if he filled out. He could run and throw and had lots of power. By the time Roger was 17, he had put on 20 pounds. I was convinced he was a surefire prospect." Fahey recommended that the tribe look him over. The Cleveland Indians invited Roger to a tryout camp at League Park, the tribe home stadium before Municipal Stadium. The short right field with its high screen proved an ideal target for Roger's home run swings. Hank Greenberg, then general manager and part owner of Cleveland, liked what he saw when Roger creamed Red Ruffing's offerings into the seats. "As soon as you get home, have your father call me," Greenberg said in parting. Greenberg soon made the next move by sending Cyril Slapnicka to Fargo to sign Roger on as an Indian. Slapnicka's pitch focused less on money than on the practicality and respectability of a baseball career. News of Roger's talent spread throughout the league, and soon the Chicago Cubs joined the hunt. At Wrigley Field, Chicago's Brain Trust looked Roger over carefully and made a negative evaluation. "Go home and forget baseball," they said. "You're too small. You'll never make it." Roger's measurements, then, differed little from his vital statistics as a major leaguer, but perhaps his compact, symmetrical build made him look ordinary to the Cubbies. Slapnicka kept courting, despite the Maris family's second thoughts. How many high school boys made it to the majors? Roger himself wondered whether he should reconsider the university offers, but Hank Greenberg's agents came well prepared. Slapnicka emphasized the viability and acceptability of baseball as a profession. Scout Jack O'Connor traveled to Fargo to prove to the Marises that professional baseball had exciting financial potential. O'Connor, general manager of the Fargo-Moorhead Twins in the Class C Northern League, negotiated a deal satisfactory to both the Marises and the Cleveland organization. The total package of $15,000 included a bonus of $5,000 and an additional $10,000 if Roger could make the majors. Despite his parents' inducements, urgings, reservations, and thoughts, Roger decided for himself. He said, "I felt injustice to my family. I couldn't pass up a sum of money like that." The signed contract did not settle the issue of where Roger would play. When Roger, then 18, reported for the 1953 Cleveland Spring Training in Daytona Beach, Florida, Farm Director Mike McNally wanted to put him in a Class D league. McNally felt Roger should stay in Daytona, where the tribe affiliate was. Roger thought himself too good to start at the bottom. He told McNally he had his mind set on Fargo, Class C, Northern League. Once McNally realized that Roger had made up his mind about going to Class C, he pleaded with Roger for a week to forget about Fargo. The farm director argued, "We never let a boy play in his hometown. It subjects him to needless pressure in trying to make good." Roger told McNally he planned to be in Fargo one way or another. The suggested pressure "won't bother me," Roger asserted. "I've played before those people before. I'm going to Fargo to play, or I go to Fargo to live. Now it's up to you to decide whether I go there on my own or to play ball for the Cleveland organization." His words may have sounded stubborn, but Roger was just speaking frankly and saying what was on his mind, a quality he developed long before he turned professional ball player. As Roger told Leonard Coppett in a Saturday Evening Post interview, "I was in a midget league. I don't remember the exact age. I knew I was good enough to play with the age group 1 year up, and I insisted that they let me. They refused, and I kept insisting. Finally, they let me." Roger persisted until Cleveland sent him to Fargo as a player. "I only had to walk across town to play ball," Roger said. He began to show impressive numbers. His colorful and spirited manager, former Major League veteran Zeke Bonura, did not push the rookie to swing for the fences, to go all out. Roger's amazing stats, batting average of .325 with 9 home runs and 13 triples, pointed to his speed. He easily won the George Treadwell Duluth Dukes Memorial Award as the Northern League's 1953 Rookie of the Year. He collected 12 of 22 first-place votes and 70 points on a 5-3-1 basis. In league history, only Hank Aaron, the all-time home run leader, garnered more votes than Roger. Maris worked hard that year to perfect his skills. Max Olson of Grand Barber and Beauty, who gave Roger his distinctive crew cuts, noticed Roger's diligent and dedicated practicing, He was a heck of a guy who never boasted how great he was or what he planned to do. He just went out and did it. Roger became the talk of Fargo. Lauren Oliver, president of the Fargo-Moorhead team, said, "We were delighted when Cleveland farm officials left Maris with us. Roger fulfilled our faith when he was chosen the Northern League Rookie of the Year." Eugene Fitzgerald wrote in the Fargo Forum, "Playing in his hometown, Maris had some prejudices to beat. He did it convincingly. Baseball men know the most difficult place for a player to make good is in his hometown." Fitzgerald argued that North Dakota hasn't produced too many major league products. This has resulted in the supposition that we play an inferior brand of baseball in the state. The wide margin by which Maris won the award was a credit to junior and amateur baseball in the state, as Maris played both varieties before signing with the Cleveland farm system. Playing baseball in Fargo was not a full-time job. While not on the diamond, Roger pumped gas at the Moorhead service station he operated. He also found time to befriend some orphaned children. "During vacation in the summer," Sister Bertha recalled, "Roger came over occasionally to chat when I was on yard duty with the children at St. John's Orphanage in Fargo. When he tossed the football around with them, they felt great. He was a regular guy and a friend to the children. Roger's coming to the orphanage was only one instance of his thoughtfulness of others." Roger's performance pleased Fargo and delighted the Cleveland front office. They slated him to play the 1954 season in Fargo, but Roger felt it was time to move on. At training in Daytona, Roger checked out the farm club rosters and noticed that he was still on the Fargo squad. "I got so mad," Roger said, "I just took off to the beach and lazed around a couple of days, missing some squad games. Then they got mad. Then I went down to where the officials lived and got into a shouting match. There was one man in particular who told me I was making a bad impression. I said, 'If I can't get to the big leagues on my own ability without your words, I don't want it.'" Roger's "Move me up to Class B or I quit" ultimatum worked, and Roger headed for the Class B 3I League in Keokuk, Iowa. At this turning point in Roger's professional career, he met JoJo White, former Detroit outfielder. White told his new outfielder, "You're too strong to be a spray hitter. You're too big not to use your power to pull the ball and for distance. Try it." Following White's advice, Roger hit .315 with 32 home runs and 111 RBIs. Some years later, Roger spoke of White. "He was one of the great influences I had in baseball. I can't imagine a young fellow breaking into baseball being in better hands." White's steadying influence as a father figure helped the 20-year-old Roger cope with his tensions and inexperience. Roger's own success spread to the Keokuk team, which played to a second-place finish. Roger gave his all for White and Keokuk. According to White, Roger stole almost a base a night. In one game, he went to make a catch and ran right through a fence. He caught the ball and held on to it without injuring himself. Roger believed that injuries were as much a part of the game as hitting, fielding, and throwing. "Just because I get hurt is no reason for me to stop hustling. I'd rather stop playing than hustling. Anybody who feels otherwise doesn't belong in baseball." The parent club promoted Roger to Tulsa, Class AA of the Texas League. Soon Roger came into conflict there with Dutch Meyer, a manager determined to have his squad stay in contention. Meyer felt that Roger's inexperience would jeopardize his team's chances. The manager kept Roger on the bench, to the slugger's dismay. "I can't help you on the bench," Roger told Meyer bluntly, "and you can't help me. I'd like to go someplace where I can play regularly, and I don't particularly care where, as long as I'm in the lineup every day." After an errant throw by Roger cost Tulsa a game, Meyer told Roger to field grounders and throw to third. Roger, being open and honest, refused. He asked for a transfer to Reading. Meyer did not object to Roger's transfer. The Cleveland organization's evaluation indicated that perhaps the youngster was being hurried. Cleveland reassigned Roger to Reading in the Eastern League, where his trusted mentor JoJo White had been assigned to manage. Meyer was fired. The change in mood and scenery made a difference. At Tulsa, Roger struggled with a .239 average. At Reading, Roger batted .289 in 113 games, 19 home runs, 78 RBIs, and 24 stolen bases, and beat out 18 of 19 drag bunts. During a trying season, White steadied Roger even more than he had before. As Roger told Red Barber during a 1960 interview, "White was understanding, which every kid needs when he's inexperienced. And he was a fine teacher, both ways, hitting and fielding." White responded to Roger's sentiments. "Seeing a boy like Roger become a major league star is one of the things which makes minor league managing so worthwhile. When you get to send a boy to the big leagues, and you see him make good, especially when he makes it as big as Maris has, it makes up for everything. When you're through yourself as a player, the only thrill you have left is seeing somebody pull off the plays you taught him. And you can't say anything too good about Maris. He ran right through a wooden fence for me at Keokuk. I thought he was out for the year, but he held the ball, came to, and got up and won the game for me with a homer in the ninth. How much hustle can a guy give you?" White observed that Roger is "the strongest boy I ever saw. Carroll Hardy," the pro football player, "played for me too, and I think Maris could flip Hardy over his back." Still, the skipper recalled, "I never saw Roger look for a fight. If somebody got smart with him, he'd say, 'That's enough. If you keep it up, I won't be responsible for what happens to you.' I never saw anybody accept the challenge. And if somebody started anything with one of our players, Roger would be the first to rush right up, ready to help his teammates out." To avoid conflicts resulting from mispronunciation or misspelling of his name, Roger Maris, spelled Maras, officially became Roger Maris, spelled Maris, in a legal change of name filed in 1955. The Cleveland Indians considered Maris a hot prospect at the 1956 training camp in Tucson. The tribe had won the pennant in 1954. Maris's statistics indicated that the Maris bat might win them another flag. The New York Yankees also monitored Roger's progress. The Yankees' general manager began paying close attention to Roger in 1955. In a 1961 interview with the New York Journal-American, George Weiss, then head of the New York Mets, recalled the pursuit. "We were looking for a left-handed pull hitter. In the past, we had fellows like Tommy Henrik, Charlie Keller, and Red Rolfe, but they were gone, and we couldn't find the proper replacement. It was hurting us in that we weren't winning at home. On the road we were fine, but in the stadium there was trouble because of the lack of left-handed power. A ball club, you know, should be tailor-made to its home park." Weiss's interest sharpened as reports came in from Reading. The Yankees wanted to know more about Roger's skills and about his personal habits. "We watched him closely," Weiss said. "We received reports on his personal habits, and even assigned scouts to his hometown of Fargo, North Dakota, to find out all about him. Everything we were told convinced us that he was the player we wanted." However, in 1955, Cleveland manager Al Lopez had a full opportunity to see Maris for himself and make a decision about his immediate future. Lopez said, "I liked him. He could hit, he could run, he had a good arm. Why wouldn't you like him? I didn't have much to do with him. The only conversation I remember having was suggesting he might stand closer to the plate if he was going to be a pull hitter. But he said he could pull an outside pitch as well as an inside pitch the way he was. And he was right. He's pulled plenty of them against me since," when Lopez managed the White Sox. Indianapolis skipper Kirby Ferrell had wanted Roger ever since he had that good year at Keokuk, and greeted Roger warmly. When Roger did not start off well, Ferrell assigned his pinch hitter and former big league veteran Ron Northey as an advisor and friend to Roger. Northey sat next to the youngster on the bench to give Roger batting pointers and also to keep up his spirits. "Northey is funny," Roger said. "He reminds me of Lou Costello. He was like a tonic." Despite Northey's ministrations, Roger had an inauspicious start, and Ferrell benched him. Again Roger spoke his mind, but his confrontation with Ferrell lacked the bitterness of his exchange with Meyer. Roger liked playing for Ferrell, so he told the manager that he could only maintain his timing and achieve peak performance by being in the lineup every day. Ferrell listened sympathetically. If Hank Greenberg gave his approval, Ferrell told Roger, "You're in my lineup for every inning, for every game, for 10 days, no matter what. Let's see what you can do." Roger made a believer out of Ferrell. After a bloop single the first game, the slugger fought back and finished with a very respectable .293 mark, with 17 homers and 75 runs batted in. In the final month of the season, Roger batted well over .300 and was instrumental to the club's winning the Little World Series against Rochester. He saved one game with a line drive throw to the plate and won a second game with 2 homers and 7 runs batted in. George Spencer, the relief ace of the '51 Miracle New York Giants, remembers the professional maturation of Roger. They were roommates on that Indianapolis team. "Roger improved more in that 1 year," he said, "than I can personally recall any athlete improving in such a period. And I should add that he was a wonderful person. All personal attacks on him were totally uncalled for." Greenberg was overjoyed. The $15,000 signing of the sharp-featured, blue-eyed 22-year-old began to look like a steal. The fans idolized Roger Maris and named him Cleveland's future Mickey Mantle. Before the 1957 season began, Roger Maris married Pat Carvel in a small double-ring ceremony at St. Anthony of Padua Church on October 13, 1956. Roger was 22 and Pat 21. Sister Bertha feels that although Roger and Pat had known each other for a long time, Pat's mother, Mrs. Grace Carvel, was not too anxious for the marriage at that time, although she did like Roger. Perhaps she saw hard times ahead. Chapter 4. Short Stops in Cleveland and Kansas City. Pat remained in Fargo, while Roger enthusiastically left for the Indians' 1957 training camp in Arizona. Roger happily greeted the Indians' new manager, Kirby Farrell, unworried by his competition for the right field position, the power-hitting, strong-fielding Rocco Colavito. Maris knew that Farrell had confidence in his abilities and would play him regularly. As the tribe broke camp, many experts chose Roger as top candidate for Rookie of the Year. On opening day, April 16th, Roger played left field against the White Sox ace, lefty Billy Pierce, a 20-game winner in 1956. Cleveland countered with their star southpaw, Herb Score. Roger had a fine start, 3 singles, in the 11-inning 3-2 loss. The tribe traveled to Detroit's Briggs Stadium. Roger came through with the first of his 275 home runs, a grand slammer, the first bases-loaded smash in the major leagues that season. The drive came off Jack Crimian, as the tribe beat the Tigers 8-3 in 11 innings. After 5 games, Roger was hitting .305, with 7 hits and 23 times at bat. He sparkled in the field. In Detroit, he cut down the winning run with a throw to the plate. Against the White Sox, he made a rolling catch of Sherman Lawler's sinking line drive. People back home in Fargo were expressing their unabashed pride. In his sports column, Fitzgerald wrote, "If North Dakota isn't getting some benefit from the feats performed by Maris, a lot of people are learning where Fargo is. Maris is beginning to excite a lot of interest in North Dakota cities outside Fargo, as well as in the surrounding Minnesota area." Many self-made experts had expected Roger to do well, but his early .300 hitting took them by surprise. Fitzgerald noted, "No one expects Maris to continue his batting average in the high .300 class. He could drop quite a little and still do it because of his fine defensive play, including a strong throwing arm." After 16 games, Roger had 20 hits for 33 total bases, with 3 home runs, 13 runs batted in, and a batting average of .308. Hal Leibovitz, the veteran writer of the Cleveland News, did a very favorable full-page story on Roger, which appeared along with an accompanying cartoon by Lou Darvis in the May 1st Sporting News. The article highlighted Roger's competitiveness, his honesty, and his maturation as a person. "This is the same Maris who was classified as a brooder by tribe brass when he worked out in Tucson during spring training last year. If this Maris seems a tough customer, it is only because he is such an intense competitor. He rebelled inwardly last spring because he wasn't playing in any of the exhibition games. There has been no trace of moodiness or surliness in Maris this spring. Now 22, he appears to have matured. In truth, we have come to know him as a friendly young man who tells what is in his heart. He puts it, 'If I've got something in my bonnet, it's got to be said.' The forthright rookie bluntly states, I've been a marked man ever since I got into baseball. I've been called a brooder, a sorehead, a bad actor. I don't see it. Maybe it's because I show it on my face when I'm disgusted. I may look down, but inside me it's not that way. I never got down on myself. I have full confidence. I don't care where I am, in Class D or in the majors. If I don't play, I'm not happy. You better believe it. This is his favorite expression. But as long as I'm playing, I never worry about what I did the last time at bat. I'm thinking about the next time. And if I look like I'm brooding, it's only my natural expression. Honestly, I'm not. Leibovitz assessed Roger's talents. Base runners already have learned not to challenge his arm. He fearlessly charges ground balls and gets rid of them quickly and accurately. In our book, for what it's worth, Maris has the mark of greatness. This is an exciting young player who could approach the stature of a mantle. He has all the physical attributes, plus the necessary determination. Farrell noted that Roger played on a pennant-winning team in each of his 4 years in professional ball. The tribe manager hoped to channel Roger's competitive spirit, and he would not allow his rookie to brood. Fargo's Eugene Fitzgerald visited Comiskey Park and commented on Roger's changed attitude. "Maris is apparently no longer brooding," he said. "He has had supreme confidence in himself and believed he was capable of playing in the majors. Now he's there, and all he has to do is prove he can stay there." The Marises rented a home in Parma, Ohio, 15 miles from downtown Cleveland. Pat gave birth to their first child, Susan, while Roger was on the road in Baltimore. Roger was hitting .310, and the Associated Press's Joe Reichler had tabbed Roger as an early season favorite to win Rookie of the Year honors. Everything seemed to be going his way. On May 10th, Cleveland played at home against Kansas City. In the third inning, Roger slid into second base, and the knee of second baseman Milt Graff struck Roger in the side. Despite his pain, Roger continued to play for 2 innings, before his difficulty in swinging the bat forced him to leave. He had suffered 2 broken ribs that kept him out of the lineup for nearly a month. The outpouring of good wishes from his fans made the healing process easier. Pat recalled, "He received get-well cards from fans of all ages, little children to grandmothers. It really made us feel good that so many people were interested in him." Roger had little chance to work out and prepare himself for his return to the lineup, but Farrell wanted him out on the field if Roger could swing a bat. Farrell seemed to have made the right decision. In the first week of his return, in the leadoff spot, Roger hit 3 homers, 2 coming in a 4-run batted-in contest against Detroit. 3 weeks after his return, Roger again made the disabled list after his right foot got in the way of 2 foul tips. He never regained his early form. "When I came back, I couldn't do a thing," he complained. "My timing was way off, and my average melted. Most of the time I was helpless at the plate." Although he hit 14 homers for the season, his average went down to .235, with only 51 runs batted in. Cleveland also had a poor year, finishing in 6th place with a below .500 percentage. Roger later told Joe McGuff of the Kansas City Star, "I never did feel like I was wanted with the Cleveland organization. I got started on my way out with them after I was hurt in 1957. I was out for about a month, and as soon as I was able to swing a bat, Kirby Farrell put me back in the lineup. I hadn't been able to work out at all before, and I wasn't ready. In a way, though, I don't blame Kirby, because there was a lot of pressure on him. When I went back in the lineup, he called me aside and explained that he knew I wasn't ready. He told me not to worry, and said that I had a job regardless of how I went. Well, I went lousy, and a few weeks later, he called me in and said, "Kid, if you don't start hitting, we're going to have to take you out of the lineup." An organizational shakeup in Cleveland intensified Rogers' discontent and finally led to his departure. Hank Greenberg, who had had so much confidence in Roger, left. Greenberg's replacement, the pompous Frank Trader Lane from the Cardinals, had won his nickname by negotiating over 500 deals on the baseball market during his career. The Yankees were operating quietly when Lane appeared on the Cleveland scene. The New Yorkers wanted to know if Rogers' 1957 injury would jeopardize his career. According to the Forum's Fitzgerald, the Yankees dispatched Fargo-Moorhead general manager Kenny Blackman to evaluate Rogers' physical condition right after Fargo-Moorhead had completed its first season under Yankee affiliation. Since the Yankees feared that contacting Roger might be considered tampering, Blackman asked Fitzgerald to call on Roger, who had returned to Fargo for the winter. "Of course, all were pledged to secrecy," Fitzgerald wrote, "but that's why there has been so much certainty by this department that the Yankees were interested in obtaining Maris. Not even Maris knows why the inquiry about the state of his health was made." For the off-season, Roger joined the staff of KVOX, a Moorhead radio station. As an account executive, he sold advertising and serviced existing accounts. He also did a sports show. Trader Lane had other off-season plans for his slugger. He felt Roger had a very promising future, but he wanted him to play center field. To speed the development process and help Roger forget the memories of last season, Lane commanded Roger, "I want you to play winter ball." A battle began between the two iron-willed personalities. Lane felt he was being very generous in offering Roger a raise for 1958, a chance to make a few extra dollars then, and an opportunity to increase his value in the long run. Lane presented his self-righteous stance in Baseball Quarterly. "When I inherited Maris, he was coming off a season in which he had hit .235. But I felt he had excellent potential, and I particularly wanted him to play center field for us. However, despite the somewhat disappointing season he had the previous year, I sent him a contract for a raise of $1,500. That would really raise the eyebrows of our millionaires today, wouldn't it? Anyway, Maris sent the contract back to me in 2 pieces, with no comment. So I called him at his home in North Dakota and said, 'Roger, I know you accidentally tore this, but the one I'm going to send you will be the only one you'll get.' In the meantime, I asked Roger if he would go to Licey in the Dominican Republic Winter League. He told me he wasn't all that interested, because they only paid $800 a month there. So I asked him what it would take to go, and he said, $1,500 a month. 'You got it,' I said, 'but let me work out the details and get back to you.' Well, I pulled a few strings with the local operators of the Licey Club, and they agreed to help me out with getting Maris what he wanted. But when I called Roger back, he said he had changed his mind and didn't want to go under any circumstances." Roger had no plans to leave Fargo to play winter ball. His marriage and family meant more to him than a few extra dollars. "I've been away from my wife and family too long," Roger said, ending Lane's demands. Lane did not enjoy being challenged by a rookie who dared to put family before career, nor could he accept Roger's disregard of his directive. "That did it," Lane said in Baseball Quarterly. "I made up my mind that this guy was going to be too difficult to handle to make it worth my while." Roger determined to return to his early 1957 form and silence critics who were writing him off as a streak hitter, a morning glory whose potential had faded. When Roger reported for spring training in 1958, he not only met an incensed Lane, but he also had to adjust to new manager Bobby Bragan, another roadblock in Roger's attempt to regain his early 1957 form. Bragan planned to alternate Roger and Colavito. Without bitterness, Roger admitted openly and honestly, "I couldn't play for Bragan. I didn't like him, and he had no use for me. He hailed me on the carpet one day and shouted, 'I am fed up with your loafing.'" Even when Roger ran into a fence retrieving a ball, Bragan still criticized. Roger could not perform for Bragan, nor could other Indians. By June, Roger had not gotten his average much above .225, and had only managed 9 homers. At the beginning of June, Lane fired Bragan. As the June trading deadline approached, it seemed inevitable that Roger would also be leaving. Roger, along with pitcher Dick Tomanek and infielder Preston Ward, was swapped to Kansas City for Vic Power and Woody Held. Lane delighted in unloading Roger for half an infield, Power at first and Held at third. Lane affirmed that he would make the deal again, given the opportunity. Lane said, "Looking back, even if I had known Maris would hit 61 home runs someday, I'd still do it, because I got half an infield for him. Power at first, Held at third, and his lack of ambition to improve himself by playing center field convinced me to get rid of him. I was lucky in the Maris deal, because when I traded him, he was still a comparative unknown, and we got 2 quality ball players for him." Greenberg, who still had faith in Maris, shook his head when learning of the deal. Roger would never have gone to Kansas City. "If I ever had anything to say about it." Fargo friends and family insist that although Roger never spoke ill of anyone, Frank Lane would have to be an exception. Roger evaluated the trader during the 1961 season. "I can't stand Lane's guts. I never liked Lane. Not because of what he ever did to me, but what he's done to others. He talks big, thinks he's a big deal. Who's he kidding? He's no good. I don't like what he stands for. His type are no good for baseball." Roger maintained that his assessment went beyond the 1958 trade. "I got no grievance against him for that trade. He did me a great favor. It was a good trade for both of us." Roger's unhappiness with Lane was only part of a negative Cleveland experience. The 2 baseball greats, Greenberg and Tris Speaker, provided only confusing and contradictory instruction. Speaker would exhort Roger to hit the ball to left field. Then Greenberg would implore the lefty to get out in front and pull the ball more. "By the time they finished with me," Roger said, "I didn't know what I was doing." According to Roger, his attitude distressed Cleveland. The tribe had not brought home a flag since 1954, and had become adjusted to losing. However, Roger's consuming determination to win had begun at Grand Forks, extended to Shanley and through the minor leagues, and eventually spread to the Yankees and the Cardinals. Cleveland didn't like him, Roger reasoned, because I'd get mad in the clubhouse after losing a game. I guess they wanted gentlemen ball players. I don't like to lose, and I'm not going to be happy any time a club I'm with has been beaten. It doesn't make any difference how good a day I've had either. I don't like ball players who laugh and cut up in the clubhouse when they've had a good day, but the team has lost. Roger responded to his new 1958 surroundings. Although the Athletics had been mired in the second division, Roger got a chance to play regularly. His 19 homers and 52 runs batted in with Kansas City gave him a respectable season of 28 homers and 80 RBIs, despite his .240 average. Roger felt at home in Kansas City. He looked forward to his best season when he reported for spring training in 1959. He began brilliantly. By mid-May, his lusty batting average of .328, with a total of 10 homers and 26 runs batted in, made him one of the leading candidates for the All-Star team. Manager Harry Kraft and Roger felt a mutual admiration. "If I mess up a play, what good does it do for the manager to come around and cuss me out?" Roger said. "I know what I've done, and I don't like it any better than he does. That's one thing I like about playing for Harry Kraft. If you do something wrong, he'll call you aside later on and explain how the play should have been made. You don't learn anything from a manager that just chews you out." Sometimes Kraft criticized Roger's performance, attributing it to inexperience. "He's a very confused young ball player when he's not hitting," the manager said. Roger accepted the criticism with a touch of self-effacement. "I don't know how confused I was, but I do know that when I'm not hitting, my wife could pitch and get me out." In general, however, Kraft felt that Roger was a hard-hitting Dutchman, opinionated, yet also quiet. All he wanted to do was win. And my, how he did that! At the end of May, an emergency appendectomy sidelined Roger. He suffered no visible ill effects, but he went into a prolonged slump. "I never really got my full strength back, or my timing when I came back," he said. Roger might have been trying too hard to carry the Athletics. The team had finished 7th with only 56 wins, 1 .300 hit by a regular, and 20 home runs hit by the leading slugger Bob Serve, a future roommate of Roger's. As a result, management fired Harry Kraft at season's end. Roger had still had a respectable year. He hit .273, 16 home runs, and 72 RBIs, and won a spot on the American League team for the second All-Star game in Los Angeles. In the previous year, Roger had knocked in 8 more runs, but in 28 more games. In answer to those who faulted his second half of the season decline, Roger pointed to his injuries and the loss of playing time that accompanied them. Roger felt that his 1959 slump stemmed from his timing. When he was on a tear, he would use a 35-inch thin-handled bat. When he had to get around on the ball more quickly, his bat varied from 31 to 34 ounces. According to Roger, "Any slump is a matter of timing. That's why it's so hard for a player to maintain the rhythmic swing you've got to have for good hitting if he isn't in the lineup every day. Any time I've been out, I've found it takes quite a while to adjust my timing after I get back in. It's how fast you can get back your timing that determines whether you're back on the beam or in a slump." The longer it takes you to get it back, the more likely you are to press. And once you start pressing, you're in trouble. I was pressing in the last part of 1959. Everybody was telling me I was. I couldn't see it then, but I realize it now. The Athletics front office had special concern over Rogers' slump. He had shown power, speed, and defensive skill when the Athletics had taken him on. But what if the slump carried over to a poor performance in 1960? As Tom Meany writes in Sport, "Was his fade out in the last half of 1959 an indication of permanent weakness, or was it something transient? It could be, in a player of Maris's limited major league experience, that the pitchers suddenly had discovered a weak spot where he could be pitched to." The Yankees were well aware of Rogers' slump and his statistics in the second half of the season, yet they were willing to take the risk. They had finished third in the 1959 season, after at one point sinking to last place below the Washington Senators. Yankee general manager George Weiss had tried to sign Roger for years, but Cleveland general manager Lane would not deal with the Yankees. However, Weiss circumvented Lane by promising Kansas City owner Arnold Johnson a real deal for Maris if the slugger ever came to Kansas City. "If Maris hadn't slumped in '59, Yankee general manager George Weiss said afterward, "I doubt whether Johnson would have traded him." Early in the season, Roger made it known that he did not want to play under the Yankee regime. "I honestly don't want to leave Kansas City," he said of the place his family now called home. "I've been told that I could make a lot of extra money on endorsements and other things if I were with the Yankees," Roger commented to Joe McGuff. "The fence at Yankee Stadium would be better for me, but I'll still get my share of home runs in our park." The prospect of Yankee control made him uncomfortable. "I wouldn't want to join the Yankees," Roger said, "because I don't believe I'd be happy playing there. They get on their ball players a lot, and try to make them do things just the way they want it. I don't go for that sort of thing. When someone starts getting all over me, I just get mad." At the December 1959 winter meetings in Florida, Pittsburgh entered the bidding, and Roger nearly went to the National League. Realizing that Pittsburgh could be a strong contender for the 1960 flag, general manager Joe L. Brown approached the Athletics general manager Park Carroll about Maris and Kansas City's third baseman catcher Hal Smith. Carroll asked about Bill Verdon and Don Hoke, but Brown was only willing to counter with shortstop Dick Grote. The ball was literally in Brown's court, but the GM wanted to think it over. Brown thought it over and called Carroll the next day to tell him there was no deal. Weiss had not lost interest in Maris, but the Athletics originally asked for Norm Syburn in trade. Casey Stengel refused to part with the outfielder. When Pittsburgh dropped out of the bargaining for Roger, Weiss jumped in again. Weiss desperately needed a lefty pull hitter, and Cincinnati general manager Gabe Paul wanted too much in return for Gus Bell. The Yankees and the Athletics had cut many deals over the years. Insiders joked that KC was the best Yank farm team. When the Athletics demanded substitute first baseman outfielder Marv Throneberry, Stengel at first said no. The special relationship between Johnson and Dan Topping of the Yankees front office kept open the channels of communication between the teams. The Athletics overcame the Throneberry problem by tossing in their own utility man, Kent Hadley. This was no ordinary deal. The Yankees gave up Throneberry, World Series perfect game hero Don Larson, and veteran Hank Bauer for Roger Maris, Hadley, and infielder Joe DeMaestri. Chapter 5. Suited for Pinstripes and New York. Roger Maris was not thrilled on December 11, 1959, when news of the swap reached him via the media. Reporters eager for Roger's comments about his trade greeted him on his way home. Other sources report that Roger learned of the trade while doing promotional work in the Constantino supermarket. He told the press, "Kansas City is my home now." He added, after some thought, "And I'll expect more money." The news of the trade left Pat Maris very upset. The Maris family had liked Kansas City so much that they had just bought a home. Roger stressed that he had nothing personal against the Yankees, but that he felt very kindly about the Kansas City fans. When the fans honored him with Maris Day, he received many gifts, and then showed his appreciation by striking out in the ninth with the bases loaded and 2 out. The fans still cheered him. "That's what I call loyalty," said Roger. While the Yanks could not conquer Roger's reluctance to leave the Midwest, they did have a chance to increase his salary. Roger held out for more money, but "They didn't offer me any more of a raise than the Athletics did," he said. Finally, Weiss's assistant in charge of signing players, Roy Hamey, sat down with Roger and raised his salary, but not much above his earnings with the Athletics. Once settled in New York in the summer of 1960, Roger discussed his reactions to the Yankee trade with Tom Meany. "In Kansas City, I had established myself and my family, my wife, my daughter Susan, and our little boy Roger Jr. Because my wife is expecting, I couldn't bring the family to New York with them, so it's been something of a lonesome summer. That was one reason, maybe, why I didn't react as enthusiastically to the trade as some people thought I should when it was announced." The greatest displeasure with Maris's trade to the Yankees came from the Chi Sox and Indians. Both had tried unsuccessfully to land Roger. White Sox owner Bill Veeck criticized the apparent closed combine of the Yankees and Athletics that had completed its 15th deal since 1955. Trader Lane called the deal legal, but it should cause some eyebrow lifting. Many Yankees, however, were excited about the trade. According to catcher John Blanchard, "The arrival of Roger Maris meant we had a good shot at the pennant and postseason money." Yankee Hill ace Whitey Ford had followed Roger's career in Cleveland and Kansas City. As Ford states in his book, Slick, "I thought Maris was the one guy we needed. He always played hard, and he would plow into second base with total abandon to break up a double play. He was a complete player, and he could field and throw and run." Clubhouse attendant Pete Sheehy also welcomed Roger. Sheehy told the New York Post, "When Roger was with Cleveland, I kept saying, 'Now there's a kid I hope the Yankees land.' He was so quiet, peaceful, bothered nobody." Weiss still worried about Roger's reluctance to leave Kansas City, and decided to explore Roger's feelings further at spring training. "I greeted him in St. Petersburg," Weiss said, "and he seemed fine. He sat in a box next to mine during an early exhibition game, and we had a very pleasant chat. After that, all my fears had vanished. I felt confident we had the right guy." The press appeared in St. Petersburg in full force. Jim Ogle, a reporter for the Newark Star-Ledger, recalls the interview that would establish Rogers' personality for the press. When asked, "How many home runs do you expect to hit?" Roger responded, "Oh, 20 to 25. Pencils dropped. So few homers from a left-handed power hitter coming to Yankee Stadium? Roger explained with typical Maris candor. If I said 35 to 40 and didn't do it, it would be a lousy year. With a lower figure, no one can say I had a bad year. The Yankees had acquired Roger as a protective measure. Stengel told reporters, "We needed balance at home." The Yanks' right-handed batters, Moose Skowron, Cleet Boyer, Hector Lopez, could hit with power. But if Berra didn't play every day, and Mantle was hitting right-handed against lefties, who would take advantage of the short right-field stadium porch? The old professor used spring training to experiment with Roger, trying to turn him into a left fielder. Although unhappy with the attempted switch, Roger said nothing and went along with Stengel. Roger's hitting was impressive in the spring, but when the 1960 season opened in Boston, Stengel had him back in right field. In 1960, a writer for New Yorker described Roger, the new Yankee, as garrulous as Calvin Coolidge. Roger told the correspondent of his desire to return to Fargo after his career because, "I don't much like big cities." The Fargo native who preferred the plains or Midwestern life in Kansas City didn't have to address his big city phobia while in spring training. However, the differences in lifestyles between New York and the Midwest became immediately apparent upon Roger's arrival in the Big Apple. Big Julie Isaacson met Roger at the airport. Big Julie was the president of the Novelty Workers Union, has managed boxers, and lists 7 years of minor league baseball experience with the Dodgers. In his unmistakable Brooklyn accent, Big Julie recalls, "I knew Bob Serve pretty well." Serve had played outfield for the Athletics while Roger was in Kansas City, and later in 1960 came to New York through the Athletics Yankee conduit. Isaacson continues, "Serve asked me to look after a kid named Roger Maris, who was coming to New York. I know a lot of people in New York, and I like helping people. So I decided to go out to the airport to meet this Maris kid and help get him settled in the city." Big Julie had an idea of what Roger looked like and knew he couldn't miss the blonde crew cut. He searched the debarking passengers for a man in a suit and tie, someone who looked like a Yankee. Then, says Big Julie, "Suddenly, I see this kid who looks lost. It had to be Maris because of the crew cut. But what an outfit! Sweater, corduroy jeans, and white buckskin shoes." After the introductions, Big Julie immediately told Roger, "You can't dress like that. You're going to be playing for the Yankees." Roger responded with his typical openness, "The hell with them. If they don't like the way I look or dress, I won't play for them. I can go back to Kansas City." Later that day, Roger went in search of a Tom McCann. "I'm going to buy myself 2 more of these white shoes," he said. "You must be kidding," Big Julie said, still taken aback by the new Yankee. "Nobody here wears them kind of shoes." The battle of the wardrobe ended when Roger bought 2 more pairs of white bucks. Big Julie describes the result. "When I came to get Roger for his first game, he had the same shirt, pants, and funny shoes, and he added some kind of Sears Roebuck seersucker jacket. A Yankee? He looked more like some yokel." The relationship between Roger Maris and Julius Isaacson blossomed into an unshakable friendship. "You couldn't get two more opposite people," according to Big Julie. "He was a country kid from North Dakota, and I grew up in Brooklyn. He was basically quiet, and I was very loud. He was a German, a Catholic, and I was a Jew." Despite their surface differences, Roger and Big Julie found common ground in their sincerity, openness, and straightforwardness. They both said what was on their mind without camouflage or public relations hype. As Big Julie said, "We both didn't have any time for crap." Roger's most pressing need upon arrival in New York was finding a place to live. He tried a couple of hotels, even lived briefly above the Stage Deli, but he did not like Manhattan. Big Julie rented an apartment for Roger off the Van Wyck Expressway in Queens, a short distance from JFK Airport. Former teammate Bob Serve, a native of rural Weston, Nebraska, became Roger's first roommate. As permanent residents of Kansas City, they became all-year companions, sharing mutual friends in the off-season and a fondness for hunting together. Both men had large families, another bond between the two. The 8-year-older Serve treated Roger like a younger brother, and was an ideal influence upon him. Serve had played in the majors since 1951, and had developed a Spartan stoicism about the game. He neither brooded nor got down on himself after a bad game or during a slump. Focusing his keen eye on the baseball diamond, Serve and Roger could always analyze a game together afterward. Once settled in New York, Roger got off to a great start in 1960. With Mantle not at full physical efficiency, Roger gave the Yanks the lift they needed to forget a poor 1959 season. Maris's early hitting and power tear put him ahead of Babe Ruth's pace in 1927, his 60-homer year. However, although the Yankees acquired Roger for his batting ability, he opened their eyes with his fielding. Veteran watchers claimed he had the best arm among Yankee outfielders since Cliff Mapes. Experts agreed that he threw better than his predecessor Hank Bauer did at his best. Runners thought better of trying to take an extra base. Those who streaked for the plate found themselves thrown out. Following the All-Star break, the Yanks came to the stadium in first place. They had lost 10 of their last 15 games, and 9 of their last 10 games played against second-division teams. Then the Chi Sox came in. They won the first 3 games against the Yankees and moved into first place by 1 game. When Chicago won the first game of a Sunday twin bill, the Sox were up by 2. In the nightcap, a struggling pitcher, Eli Gerba, found himself 1 run down. In the second inning, with 1 man on base and 1 out, Gene Freese slammed the ball so quickly to right center field that Mantle had no chance to catch it. The ball traveled toward the auxiliary scoreboard, when Roger, racing over, made a spectacular glove-hand catch that stopped a triple. Roger's quick action not only saved a run, but also gave Gerba a breather and the boost he needed. Gerba went on to pitch a complete game victory. The Yanks crawled back to 1 game out and put together a 9-2 mark that took them back into the lead. Most of the press covering the Yanks felt that Roger's catch had done more for the Yanks' pennant drive than any other hit, home run, or play that season. Whitey Ford had no doubt. "I've been with the club for 10 years, and nearly always we've been right up there fighting for the lead. There is always a game you can look back on, maybe even 1 play, and say to yourself, "This is the one." We could have been out of it if Roger hadn't caught the ball freeze hit. As happened so often in his career, injuries stopped Roger's streak. In August, he ripped a muscle in his side, crashing into Washington's Billy Gardner at second base. While nursing his injury, Roger received good news from home. His son Kevin had been born. Roger's nearly .325 batting mark made him a valuable player, and Stengel was anxious to bring the slugger back into play as soon as possible. Roger came off the disabled list and returned to the lineup before Labor Day. He finished the season with a .283 batting average, 39 homers, 112 runs batted in 136 games. The Yankees lost a heartbreaking World Series to Pittsburgh when they dropped the seventh game after 13 innings. Although Roger knocked in only 2 runs with his 2 homers, the series did not diminish his great season. Writers remembered his sensational play during the first half of the season. In the second closest victory in the Most Valuable Player competition, Maris beat Mantle 225 to 222. A surprised but pleased Roger heard about the award in his home in Raytown, a Kansas City suburb. "I thought it was possible, but I didn't really think I'd win it. I feel happy about it. Every player in the league hopes that he can win this honor at least once before he retires. It's just about the greatest award you can get in the American League." Roger also received a Gold Glove for his outfield play, and because of the .581 slugging average that went along with his home run and runs batted in stats, he was crowned Sultan of SWAT for 1960. The old professor, Casey Stengel, gave Roger top evaluation. "I give the man a point for speed. I do this because Maris can run fast. Then I give him a point because he can slide fast. I give him another point because he can bunt. I also give him a point because he can field. He is very good around the fences, sometimes on top of the fences. Next, I give him a point because he can throw. A right fielder has to be a thrower, or he's not a right fielder. So I add up my points, and I've got 5 for him before I even come to his hitting. I would say this is a good man." In 1960, Roger had begun proving that he was suited for the Yankee pinstripes. Unfortunately, few of the talents that served the Yankees so well on the baseball diamond helped Roger in his relationships with the New York-based media. He was neither verbose nor flippant, and evasiveness had never been part of his nature. Roger quickly became disillusioned at the press's misinterpretation of his statements. For example, when reporters asked why he objected to playing in the stadium's left field, Roger candidly replied, "I'd sooner play right field because I think I play better there." His interviewers neglected to add Roger's concluding sentence, "If they want me to play there, I'll have to." The Fargo favorite was ill-prepared for the cameras that focused on his every move, the reporters that shouted intrusive questions, and the microphones that were thrust in his face everywhere in New York. Cleveland or Kansas City had nothing like this. The horde of New York newspapermen and other media personnel often asked repetitious questions, and the interviewers seemed to come in an endless stream. In a 1960 preview of the torturous 1961 Spotlight, the media began to barrage Roger with Babe Ruth questions as Maris forged ahead of the Bambino's homer record. The standard question, "Did Maris have a chance to break the record?" had many, many variants. Roger prepared a standard response that expressed the truth as well as he could say it. "I'm not interested in breaking Babe Ruth's record. I'm only interested in having a good year for myself and seeing the Yankees win the pennant." As more and more interviewers recklessly and carelessly asked more personal and probing questions, Roger began to withdraw. Soon, some of the press began to describe Roger as a brooder, a sulky complainer, a surly, suspicious redneck. Other journalists, however, found Roger Maris refreshing. As Jack Ryan wrote in Family Weekly, "Here was an old-time ball player, not a walking corporation, as exemplified by some modern Yankee like Mantle, but one whose old-time spirit was as modern and as calculating as an electronic scoreboard." Roger's success on the baseball field began paying dividends away from the diamond, and the slugger's brother Rudy guided these new endeavors. The ingenious Rudy had worked for Allis Chalmers in Milwaukee. According to Fargo's Bob Johnson, "Rudy would methodically learn how to get endorsements for Roger, examine the contracts, and take care of any necessary detail." As New Yorker proclaimed, Roger reached a new plateau in his career. He made his first television commercial for Camel cigarettes. This is perhaps the most tangible evidence that he is a success in his chosen occupation. Endorsements for shaving creams and razor blades soon followed. An amazed Roger said, "They pay a lot of money, and it takes no time at all." Chapter 6. A Season of Triumph and Despair. A Yankee-produced videotape, Pinstripe Power, relates how 1961 became the year the most awesome team in baseball history won 109 games and defeated Cincinnati in the World Series. In narrating the glory of the 1961 Yankees, the Pinstripe video recounts the advent of a new era for the team. The same year also marked the zenith of Roger Maris's baseball career, but he paid a price for achieving those 61 home runs in 1961. His time of triumph became a time of despair and disheartenment when he reflected on those summer days. Roger's glorious but turbulent passage to his 61 and 61 achievement occurred during what the New York Times called a year of dreadful events on the national and international scenes. The CIA-backed invasion of the Bay of Pigs in Cuba brought the United States and the Soviet Union closer to the brink of nuclear confrontation than they had ever been before or since. The Berlin Wall, constructed to keep East Germans securely within the Iron Curtain, made freedom-loving peoples all over the world re-examine their commitment to democracy. In the American South, blacks and whites marching together to test the promise of integration suffered beatings and other indignities at the hands of hostile crowds. These events created emotional uncertainty for millions. Basic notions like justice, right, and wrong were challenged, giving rise to fear that the end might be near. In such a climate of doubt, people tend to reach back into a past that is fixed and immutable. As the New York Times observes, in an article entitled Roger Maris, written after his death, clinging to Babe Ruth and his record is just one generation's way of trying to preserve its youth by preserving a youthful hero undiminished. The Maris' spring began inauspiciously. As they drove from Raytown to St. Petersburg for a brief vacation before spring training, the Maris' car broke down somewhere in Alabama. Nothing was going right, Pat Maris said. It looked like I was going to have a miscarriage, and it was a week before the crisis was over. I'm certain that the situation was the reason Roger did not get off to a good start in the season. Roger and the Yankees began the season very poorly. By mid-May, Maris was hitting an anemic .210 with 4 homers. At one point, the Yankees were 16-14 and trailed Detroit by 5 games. Some speculated that Roger might be traded for the 3rd time in his brief Major League career. In the Sporting News, Joe King wrote that manager Ralph Houck has to be wondering about Maris. Which Maris would he be? The MVP who showed .320 with 27 homers and 69 RBIs in the first half of 1960, or the ordinary batsman who fell to .239 with 12 homers and 43 RBIs in the second half of that season? Dan Topping and Roy Hamey invited Roger in for a chat. Roger expected to hear that he had been dispatched to another team. Instead, Topping told him not to worry about averages. The Yankees were paying him to hit homers. To ensure that Roger was all right physically, Topping told him to have his eyes checked. The doctor diagnosed a slight strain and prescribed some eye drops that had an unfortunate negative reaction. Kubek and Pluto make much of this examination in 61. Houck claims that Roger thought he couldn't see well and wanted his eyes checked. Roger Maris at Bat, co-authored with Jim Ogle, clearly indicates that Topping ordered the examination. Using a quote from teammate Clete Boyer as reinforcement, Kubek and Pluto interpret the Houck position as the beginning of strained relations between Roger and his manager, and feel that the eye exam did little for Roger's confidence. Maris at Bat says nothing of Houck's involvement in this matter. More importantly, Roger's book notes that the slugger greatly appreciates the front office advice and considers the meeting to be the turning point of the season. For the first time, Roger states, I was beginning to look ahead rather than backward. Things were at last going my way. Roger hit the 100th homer of his Major League career off Eli Gerba in Los Angeles' Wrigley Field on May 6th. Although 1961 still held more impressive milestones for Roger, he often longingly remarked, I would have liked the ball from the 100th of my career, which I hit at Los Angeles, but nobody brought it back. When Roger began the May 17th game against Washington at the stadium, he had hit 9 homers and knocked in 30 runs. He raised his batting average 50 points and closed out the month of May with 12 home runs. Off the field, the 2-bedroom Queens apartment, rented in Big Julie's name and occupied by Roger Maris and Bob Serve, gained a 3rd tenant, Mickey Mantle. The roommates found the apartment an ideal place to preserve their privacy and to avoid attention and autograph seekers. The neighbors had seldom bothered Roger and Serve. Since his wife had remained in Dallas, Mantle was delighted to be part of the arrangement. Mantle comments in 61, I liked it in Queens. The press couldn't find us. The apartment was perfect for him, and it was good for me. He wanted to get away from everything, and I needed to get away from it all too. Because the apartment was in my name, Big Julie said, I spent a lot of time in Queens. Relaxing meant watching television, especially quiz shows, playing cards, or listening to music. Roger favored jazz, Mantle preferred country, while Big Julie liked his Jewish records. Isaacson remembers. My musical taste didn't suit Roger and Mickey. One day when I came to the apartment and was looking for my records, Roger said, "Oh, we decided to toss them out on the Van Wyck." Of course, this was not Roger's way of being mean, but simply a proof of his wonderful sense of humor. Their cooking reflected the different tastes of each of the four. Serve cooked for Mantle and himself. Roger did his own cooking, because only his wife, his mother, and himself made eggs the way he wanted them. Big Julie often went to the market for the players. He said, "A typical list might be eggs, bacon, pork and beans, ham, juices, soda, vegetable soup, bean soup, and a TV guide." Big Julie and the Yankees often played cards, usually hearts or pinochle. When they played in Big Julie's house, Roger and Mickey competed as partners against Big Julie and New York City detective Paul Levy. "One day as we're playing pinochle," Julie recounted, "I noticed that they're looking at each other and passing baseball signals. So they hitched the belt and passed one hand over the chest. That means hearts. I tried to get even by speaking Yiddish to Paul. It didn't work, but we had a lot of fun." Big Julie even tried introducing Roger to horse racing. "I knew there were no racetracks in North Dakota. I would tell Roger to go with me to the track and watch the ponies run. It's a great way to relax. Finally, Roger came with me and bet no more than $2 a race. Roger won $14, and I had a very big day. Roger tried the track again a few weeks later. However, this time he was $6 behind and turned to me, "I'm not coming back here to throw my money away." He never did go with me to the track again. Roger took every opportunity to demonstrate his friendship for Big Julie. When Roger learned that Big Julie was at a loss for an appropriate bar mitzvah gift for a friend's son, Roger made an excellent suggestion. "I got a great idea," Roger recommended. "Give him me." After the Yanks game at the stadium, Roger showered and taxied to the Astor Hotel. He approached the celebrant and asked, "Are you the Yankees fan who became a man today?" Big Julie recalled, "Roger sang along for Hava Nagila. I couldn't even sing the words myself. Roger just worked hard to show his friends he cared." In June, Roger and the Yankees got into high gear, posting a 23-10 record. Whitey Ford won all 8 of his starts. Roger had a sensational month. He slammed 15 homers and ended June with 27 round-trippers, only 3 short of the one-month Major League record set by Rudy York. When Roger hit his 14th homer off Bob Shaw in Comiskey Park, he pulled even with Mantle for the home run lead. Number 14 marked the beginnings of the great home run race and chase. The next day, Roger hit number 15 off Russ Kemmerer, and for the first time, forged ahead of Mantle. However, the Mick tied him in the next game against Minneapolis. Roger got 2 homers against Minneapolis and added his 18th against Kansas City. The press corps made daily visits to the clubhouse, and, in an allusion to the popular candy, dubbed the sluggers the M&M Boys. The seesaw battle for homers continued when the Los Angeles Angels visited the stadium on June 11th. In the first game of the Twin Bill, Roger made no home runs. However, he short-circuited an Angels home run by jumping as high as he could for the ball, toppling over backwards into the stands, and landing in a lady's lap. He victimized player Ken Hunt, a 1960 teammate with the Yankees, and a fellow North Dakotan, against whom Roger had competed in high school football. In the nightcap, Mantle took one downtown for number 18, and another tie in the Homer Derby. The statistics changed quickly, as Roger scored numbers 19 in the third and 20 in the fourth. While the press had yet to capitalize on tales of the Mantle-Maris home run antagonism, Roger was becoming very aware of the positive influence the home run competition had on both players. As Roger observes in Roger Maris at Bat, "It was becoming pretty obvious that Mickey and I were helping each other to hit home runs. It is hard to say just how much we helped each other, but definitely the way we were going after home runs made each of us try that much harder. It was like having someone pace you as you tried to break a record." Roger slammed 3 home runs against his old team, the Athletics, on June 19th, 20th, and 22nd in Kansas City. At the series end, he had a total of 27 home runs for the season, but he hit no more during the last 7 games in June. "For the first time," Roger said, "I was playing under the pressure of trying to attain something. Once you start consciously trying for home runs, you've had it." Both Maris and Mantle finished June slightly ahead of Ruth's 1927 pace, with Roger leading Mickey 27-25. Those who knew Roger well during his first 2 seasons with the Yankees noticed a change in his spirit now that he was doing well and gaining the recognition he deserved. On July 1st at the stadium, Mantle hit 2 rockets to tie Roger at 27 apiece. In the 9th inning, Roger against Dave Sisler put one into the right field stands for number 28. The next day, Maris added numbers 29 and 30 against Washington's Pete Burnside and Johnny Clipstein, respectively. Mantle slammed his 28th. League-leading Detroit came to the stadium 1 game ahead of the Yankees on July 4th. A crowd of 75,000 fans gathered for the twin bill. The Yanks took the first game and trailed 2-0 in the nightcap until Roger came to bat in the 8th against Tiger pitcher Frank Larry. Roger put one beyond Al Kaline, making number 31 and a tie game. Nevertheless, the Yanks lost in extra innings and failed to move into first place. At about this time in the season, the press began sharpening their pencils with questions about Roger's chances of eclipsing the Babe's record. One reporter baited him, "I bet you lie awake at night, thinking how you're going to break Ruth's record." Roger gave the interrogator a steely gaze. "Listen, I don't give Babe Ruth a thought, not now or ever. I don't think about the record, and I'm surprised I've got as many homers as I do." Frank Funk, the tribe's workhorse from the bullpen, allowed Roger his 32nd homer in game number 78. In game 80, the Yanks passed the Tigers and took a 1/2 game lead. On July 9th, Roger walloped one, his 33rd, off Bill Montbouquet in Fenway Park. Going into the All-Star break, Roger had 33 home runs to Mantle's 29. As an All-Star selection, Roger had an average over 280 and felt he had excellent chances to win both the home run and runs batted in titles. When the second half of the season opened, Roger hoped that for the first time he could have 2 good halves in a season. Chapter 7. A Star, Not an Asterisk. The media scrutinized Roger's home run total at the All-Star break. For the first time, the baseball schedule had 162 games, an extra 8 added to accommodate the league's expansion to 10 teams. Dan Daniel explored the ramifications of this enlarged schedule in the Sporting News. Commissioner Ford Frick will soon call a conference with the Records Committee of the Baseball Writers of America. The commissioner is quite aroused over the chance that the new 162-game schedule, 8 games more than before, will produce records. Suppose Maris hits 61 with the help of those extra contests. Suppose after 154 games, Maris has 58 or 59 homers, then totals 61 over the rest of the season. Frick believes it would not be right to recognize the mark after 154 games. The commissioner has strong backing in this attitude. If Ruth had gone to 162 games, he would have hit 7 more homers if he had continued at his current pace. In the last 8 games of 1927, Babe hit 7. Roger disagreed with Daniel's analysis. How could anyone know that Ruth would have hit 7 more home runs if he had played 162 games? He could have hit a couple more, or maybe none. I don't know how many he would have hit, and neither does anyone else. Dan Daniel, Roger Maris, and everyone else could only offer their opinions in the 154 versus 162 game debate. Ford Frick's words would be law. Frick's decision came on July 17th, when Rogers' 35 homers and Mantle's 33 were both well ahead of Ruth's pace. Roger by 19 and Mantle by 8. Both lost homers in the rained-out night portion of a July 18th doubleheader in Baltimore, the first washed-out homer of Rogers' career. "Suppose you hit 59. How will you feel about this?" the press queried Roger. Roger couldn't answer. He hadn't thought about it. Roger would be forced to think about Frick's ruling. The New York Times report said that Frick threw a protective screen around Ruth's 1927 record by requiring that the record be broken within 154 games. If the record were broken after 154 games, a distinctive mark would reflect the fact that the record had not been broken in the first 154 games. How to handle possible record-setting scores other than the home run mark was left unsaid. Frick made a formal ruling because of the unusual interest in the case. His ruling said, "Any player who may hit more than 60 home runs during his club's first 154 games would be recognized as having established a new record. However, if the player does not hit more than 60 until after his club has played 154 games, there would have to be some distinctive mark in the record books to show that Babe Ruth's record was set under 154-game schedule, and the total of more than 60 was compiled while a 162-game schedule was in effect. We also would apply the same reasoning if a player should equal Ruth's total of 60 in his first 154 games. He would be recognized as tying Ruth's record. If in more than 154 games, there would be a distinction in the record book." Frick's proclamation does not mention an asterisk. Writer Dick Young, then of the New York Daily News, supposedly raised the question of an asterisk during the commissioner's press conference. Frick's answer, like his ruling, refers only vaguely to a distinctive mark. However, the press and public became attached to the idea of an asterisk. Countless baseball fans think of Roger Maris's achievements as only an asterisk in the record books. The Frick Edict had many immediate and long-term effects. it created an asterisk literature for baseball. Second, it intensified media interest in Rogers or Mantle's chances of breaking the Ruth record. Inevitably, this interest culminated in a series of comparisons between Babe Ruth and Roger Maris, between 1927 and 1961, and the like. The media suddenly gained the opportunity to speculate on a keen rivalry between the two contenders for the record. Consequently, it increased the pressure on Roger and brought him to disparagement by much of the press and of the baseball public. The Sporting News of July 19, 1961, carried an editorial clearly written before Frick's announcement that indicates that Dick Young had suggested the 154-game concept proclaimed by Frick. Dick Young of the New York Daily News has come up with the suggestion that pending some final decision, the American League or the Commissioner could declare that records will be recognized only if they are established in the first 154 games each club plays. This is a lumpy solution, and would require numerous asterisks and footnotes in the record books, but at least it is a step in the right direction. The Sporting News sent to members of the Baseball Writers Association of America, BBWAA, a questionnaire asking, "Should there be any limitation in terms of number of games? Should that limitation apply to other marks besides Ruth's home run record?" On August 9th, the magazine reported the results of its poll. By a 2-to-1 margin, 37-18, the responding writers agreed with the Frick edict and with applying it to all records broken. Asterisk specialist Dick Young sided with the Commissioner. "I am 100% in accord with Commissioner Frick's ruling. I believe, as he, that we are in a transitory stage, and that eventually, perhaps in 5 more years, further expansion will produce 24 teams and a return to the 154-game sched. Therefore, all records should be preserved on the 154-game basis, with a special section for these interim years of 162. Shirley Povich of the Washington Post commented that if Ruth's record were broken in 162 games, at best it would be artificial or synthetic. Bob Brogue of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch agreed with Frick and offered an analogy that the Commissioner later used himself. "You can't compare times for a 100-yard dash or 100-meter dash because of different distances." The August 9th article quoted these New York writers in support of Frick: Dan Parker, New York Mirror; Dick Young; Jack Butler, Brooklyn Tablet; Joe King, New York World Telegram and Sun; Max Case, New York Journal American. The writers who opposed the Commissioner, although in the minority, offered vigorous and spirited reasons for their points of view. A season is a season. Records are made to be broken. Rulings can't be made in the middle of a season, and double records would create confusion. The poll presented only one New York area reporter opposed to Frick. Jimmy Powers of the New York Daily News writes, "I feel that the 154-game restriction is ridiculous. There have been so many changes through the years: playing habits, the physical layout of the parks, encroachments in space in so many ways, that the record book would be full of asterisks if we tried to reduce everything to a certain era and freeze it. Life does not consist of wallowing in the past or peering anxiously at the future. Mantle, Maris, et al. Are the players who are in the parks now. Let us all back and enjoy them." Bob Stevens of the San Francisco Chronicle noted, "Records are made to be broken, conditions to the contrary notwithstanding, and that includes Ruth's 60. I see nothing sacred." George Davis, Los Angeles Herald-Express, believes that no player should be penalized because of baseball's expansion. "The AL promulgated the 162-game schedule in its zeal to expand, and it has no business trying to put a game limit on anybody," said John Carmichael, Chicago Daily News. An especially vehement Larry Merchant of the Philadelphia Daily News threw down the gauntlet. "Commissioner Frick is out of order. He tries to change the tides. He cannot. What is a record? It is a recording of achievement. No amount of doctoring by asterisks, question marks, or exclamation points will alter the fact that when Ruth's record of 60 home runs is broken, it is broken." Hy Hurwitz of the Boston Globe commented, "I don't think a rule should have been made in mid-season when it seemed possible that Babe Ruth's record may be broken." "Having two sets of records will not work," remarked the Washington Star's Francis Stan. "Commissioner Frick is a nice man, but he is going to make blithering idiots of all of us if records are going to be departmentalized." Much of the writers' criticism of Frick stems from their contention that they, not the commissioner, are guardians of the record. Dan Daniel of the New York World Telegram and Sun voted in support of Frick. Nevertheless, Daniel questioned the commissioner's right to rule on the home run record. As former president of BBWAA, Daniel stated, "In the matter of the Maris and Mantle threats to the Babe's record, I felt that the Records Committee should be reorganized, and that it should be determined if it wanted to pass on the matter or refer it to the BWAA as a whole." In Fargo, Eugene Fitzgerald, who wrote about Maris for years in The Forum, stood against the ruling. To point out Frick's unfairness, Fitzgerald used the track analogy. "In fairness to Maris, it must be recognized that Frick's ruling was untimely, coming as it did in July. A runner who goes after a dash record knows he is required to go 100 yards. He isn't told that the distance is only 90 yards or 110 yards as he hits the 50-yard mark." In his Keeping Posted column for the Syracuse Post-Standard, Bill Reddy extended the effects of a changed schedule to any standing record in sports. "The fact that this year's schedule calls for 162 games, compared with 154 in Ruth's time, isn't really important. If it were, virtually all sports records now existing would have to be starred with asterisks because of changed conditions. National Hockey League records were set at the outset in seasons which included 45 games. Now that the schedules stretch to 70 games, there's no quibbling. The man who scores the most points, gets the most goals, or racks up the most shutouts in goal is a record setter if he surpasses the previous high. Similarly, in National Football League or National Basketball Association play, records continue to fall regularly as the number of league games are increased. They're still records." After it had conducted the survey, Sporting News gave its own endorsement in an August 16th editorial entitled, "Another plus mark for Frick ruling." The possibility of a 153-game schedule in 1962 would mean that some records which might be set this year would never be broken. Hence, a nod once more for Commissioner Frick's ruling. Even Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist James Reston, political columnist for the New York Times, entered the controversy over the Frick ruling. After the 154-game restriction had passed, Reston wrote a column entitled, "The Asterisk That Shook the Baseball World." Reston castigates Frick for reducing Roger to an asterisk or footnote in baseball history. According to Reston, Frick put the asterisk in the wrong place. He should have listed Maris with Ruth among the heroes, and let the asterisk explain that it took Maris a little longer. Reston feels that for Americans in a troubled age, sports heroes like Roger Maris are more concrete and definite than world politics. America empathizes with the slugger because Maris is more than a ball player. He is a momentary antidote to the confusion of our times, a brief escape from frustration, and a particularly attractive figure as the symbol of bad luck. Sporting News also surveyed participants in the All-Star Game in Fenway Park on their reactions to the Frick ruling. Once again, the commissioner won 2-1. Hall of Famers Stan Musial, Warren Spahn, and Eddie Matthews all agreed with Frick. 8 additional games can make a big difference in the records, Musial commented. Spahn thought the ruling proper, but of little import because, "Personally, I don't think it will be broken this year." Matthews agreed with the commissioner, but faulted his timing. "The regulation should have been put in before the season started, and not when a couple of guys get within reach of it." In disagreeing with Frick, Roy Sievers echoed many others. "Records are made to be broken." Hall of Famer Al Kaline criticized the restriction by dealing directly with the changed schedule. "Whoever hits 61 home runs is entitled to the record, no matter how many games it takes. The owners and leagues made out the schedule and told us how many games we would have to play. So if a record is broken in the official number of games scheduled, it should be a record." Hall of Famer Ernie Banks also voiced his dissent. "Everything a player does in the season schedule should be counted in his records. Don't forget, we've had playoff games to determine flag winners, and those records counted." The Sporting News did not overlook the Yankees playing in the All-Star contest. Yogi Berra simply said, "I can't comment on the subject." Roger Maris showed moderation in disagreeing with Frick and mentioned Mantle in his reply. "I think Mick, Mantle, has a good chance to break it. I think the commissioner shouldn't have made any 154-game ruling when he did. But if Mick breaks it, I hope he does it in 154. The same goes for me." Mantle, on the other hand, agreed with Frick and responded, "Ruth said it in 154 games, and you should beat it in the same number of games. If I should break it in the 155th game, I wouldn't want the record." Whitey Ford did not equivocate. "I'm all for the commissioner's decision. Naturally, I'd like to see a Yankee player break Ruth's record, and I think the Babe would too, if he were still living. But it's got to be done within 154 games, or it won't mean anything." In their memoirs written years later, Mantle and Ford do a surprising reversal and claim that they were opposed to Ford Frick all along. In The Mick, Mantle says, "Commissioner Ford Frick attached an asterisk next to the 61 homers in the record book because Roger failed to hit them in the first 154 games, which happens to be the schedule when Ruth got the 60. I thought it was a ridiculous ruling. It made no sense at all. Check further, and you'll note that the same year, 1961, Sandy Koufax broke Christy Mathewson's National League strikeout record. Mathewson set it in 1903, when they played a 140-game schedule. But you won't find an asterisk attached to Koufax. In Ford's turnaround in Slick, he terms the ruling absurd. Ford Frick let these old-timers influence him and got caught up in the nonsense of protecting Babe Ruth's record. Maris had the advantage of playing 8 more games than Ruth had. When this was pointed out to Frick, he made the absurd ruling that unless Maris broke the record within the 154-game span, his record would be notated with an asterisk. When asked about the Frick controversy, manager Ralph Houck tersely told the press, "I hope they both break the record." George Weiss, who was instrumental in bringing Roger to the Yankees, firmly defended Frick. "Our records as they stand must be respected and honored for what they are. Great performances within 154 games. It will be a sorry day for baseball when there is no excitement over records." Babe Ruth's contemporaries also joined the continuing controversy. Hall of Famer Lefty Gomez, a teammate of the Bambino, did not want to see Ruth's mark broken, particularly not in more than 154 games. "I'd like to see Babe's record stand forever, personally," the pitcher said. "But if some young fellows come along and break it, more power to them. But they should do it in the same number of games the Babe did." The Philadelphia Athletics' Roger "Doc" Kramer saw things differently. "If somebody breaks the record," said Kramer, "it should count regardless of how many games they do it in." The baseball world wondered how American League President Joe Cronin would respond. Although there were indications that Cronin would differ from Frick, the Hall of Famer stated his position only at the beginning of September. "I do not wish to become involved in a dispute with Ford, but I can see no logic in the ruling that if Ruth's record is to be topped, it must be excelled inside 154 decisions. After all, the Babe hit 60 in 1927 in 151 games. Therefore, if you want to be technical, you could say that Maris and Mantle would have to do it in 151. I certainly respect the Commissioner's feelings about the matter, but so far as I am concerned, it will be a new official record if either or both do it in 162 games. Cronin, a contemporary of Ruth, found support for his stance in both the future and the past. If the home run ruling were considered a precedent, the major leagues would have to compile new sets of records, since the National League planned to move to a 162-game schedule in 1962. Cronin also used Hugh Duffy as a past example. In 1894, Duffy set a National League batting mark of .438 for 126 games. When the league went to a 154-game season years later, Cronin noted, no one spoke of a new 154-game record. Frick quickly responded to Cronin in Chicago, where both were attending a meeting of officials planning the 1961 World Series. The commissioner snapped, "There will be 2 records if it happens. One will say most homers in a season, 154 games, Babe Ruth, and the other will say most homers in a season, 162, etc." Frick supported his ruling with an analogy. "You don't break the 100-meter record in the 100-yard dash." Frick maintained the record would not be depreciated. "As for that star or asterisk business," he said, I don't know how that cropped up, or was attributed to me, because I never said it. I certainly never meant to belittle Maris's feat, should he wind up with more than 60. Both names will appear in the book as having set records, but under different conditions." Frick unequivocally stated that the same differentiation would be made in all season records, other than home runs, most hits, doubles, triples, strikeouts, wins, and the like. While Frick and Cronin squabbled over the commissioner's ruling, others in the baseball world continued to express opinions on this matter. Dick Young pointed out that the press did little follow-up on Frick's July ruling until the writers realized how close Roger had come to the record. According to Young, only the New York Post's Leonard Coppett challenged the ruling immediately. To Coppett goes at least the credit of timely ridicule. The others lay in ambush, quietly. Young continued, "Evidently, they did not possess the foresight of Frick. They attached no particular importance to the ruling at the time. Then gradually, as Maris closed in on the record, they opened fire at Frick. He had no right, they said, no authority to impose such a restriction. They machine-gunned Frick with asterisks. They whipped up sympathy for Maris with asterisks. Poor Raj, they wept. All he would get for his noble effort would be an asterisk in the record book. Double entendre use of the word became stylish. Frick had made an asterisk of himself, and so on." The Ford-Frick ruling and the controversy it engendered took its toll on Roger Maris. The open and seemingly never-ending debate made the public more aware of Roger's chances to break the homer record. The pressure on Roger was at times unendurable. Once Frick had made the 154-game ruling, comparisons between Ruth and Roger Maris began to be drawn and circulated. Although Frick might have intended his edict to cover all records, he only referred to Ruth's at first. The Bambino's record, the most glamorous of all marks, was being challenged by a young Fargo slugger. Chapter 8. The Babe versus Roger, 1927 versus 1961. Babe Ruth not only set the season home run mark, but he also set the all-time record with 714 home runs in his career, a mark later topped by Hank Aaron. Ruth hit 60 homers in 1927, more than any team hit that year. His .342 lifetime batting average earned Ruth the number 12 ranking in that category. His 2,873 hits made him the 27th ranking player in total hits. As Roger approached Ruth's season record, critics snapped that Maris had never even hit 300. He was neither the batsman nor slugger that the Bambino was. Joe King wrote in the Sporting News, "The stature of Ruth loomed like Everest to the older stars." King recalled Ruth's feats as a pitcher, including pitching the longest game in World Series history to beat Brooklyn 2-1 in 14 innings in 1916. The Bambino pitched 29 2/3 scoreless innings in series play, a mark unsurpassed until Whitey Ford in 1961. In 1916, Ruth won 23 games, with an earned run average of 1.75, the lowest in the league. Roger couldn't match Ruth in statistics, nor could he, or anyone else, equal the Sultan of Swat as a performer or baseball personality. "After all, there was only one Babe Ruth," wrote George Gersh for the New York Daily Mirror. Gersh asked, "Wasn't the babe Sir Lancelot riding down Broadway, wearing a camel's hair coat with a big cigar stuck in his mouth? Didn't he pick baseball up by the bootstraps when it was rocked to the very foundation by the Black Sox scandal? People used to say they'd rather see him strike out with that tremendous flourish of his than see others knock the ball out of the park." The New York Times' Arthur Daly marveled at the babe's showmanship. "The babe was a boisterous, big-hearted child of nature, who exuded color out of every pore. He was a legend come to life. Paul Bunyan in the flesh. No one but Babe would have dared to point to the bleachers, where he would then hit a home run off Charlie Root in the 1932 World Series." Besides reiterating the greatness and unique stature of Babe Ruth, the media attempted to demonstrate that the difference in conditions between 1927 and 1961 made Ruth's feats even more remarkable. In his column in the Forum, Fitzgerald cites two umpires, George Hildebrand and Clarence "Pants" Rowland, who mentioned the 1927 regulation that allows umpires to rule a ball going into the stands as fair or foul according to how they last saw it. If the ball went into the stands fair and then curved foul, the 1927 ruling would be a foul ball. Today, it would be a home run. These umpires and other so-called experts contend that Ruth might have had up to a dozen more home runs if 1927 games had been played under today's rules. But no one has offered any documentation to support the claim. The Associated Press maintained that with the exception of Cleveland's old League Park, the average ballpark of 1927 had a greater distance between home plate and right field than every ballpark in which Roger played. The story did concede that Ruth had an advantage in Shibe Park, Philadelphia. There, the home plate right field distance measured 331 feet, while at the 1961 Athletics home in Kansas City, the distance was 353 feet. However, the story noted that every park in 1927 had a greater distance from home plate to center field. The AP also presented the foul line dimensions at Yankee Stadium. Some distances remained unchanged: 296 feet to the right field foul pole and 301 feet to the left field corner. However, the distance to the left center wall was 445 feet for Ruth, compared with 402 for Roger. To the right center field wall, 395 feet in 1927, and 367 feet in 1961. Sports Illustrated agreed with the Associated Press, at least in regard to Old Cleveland Park. Even reporter James R. Harrison of the New York Times wrote that at the Old Cleveland Park, Ruth hit 10 homers so puny that George actually blushed as he hopped around the bases. However, Sports Illustrated differed with the Associated Press's general evaluation. The magazine named two other ballparks where Ruth had the advantages: Sportsman's Park, home of the 1927 St. Louis Browns, and Fenway Park, where Ruth hit 8 home runs. Both parks had easier right field targets in 1927. Some writers sought to prove that post-Ruth players endured more difficult playing conditions: night games, air travel, and contests as far away as California. Dan Parker dismissed this argument in the New York Daily Mirror. Some, wrote Parker, talk today about Babe, a night leaguer of the old school, not having been handicapped as are Maris and Mantle by being required to play night games in dampness, under lights, which, no matter how brilliant, can't approximate daylight. Such sentiments do not take into account that today's players don't have to bat in semi-darkness when the late afternoon sun starts to throw lengthening shadows on the field, or when there is a heavy overcast to help pitchers work their magic. In Babe's day, there were no lighting systems to take care of such emergencies. Nor can those dreary day-and-a-half railroad trips to St. Louis that Babe had to put up with be used as an argument that they weren't subjected to the strain of air travel as are present players. Another argument maintained not only that Babe Ruth was better than Roger, but also that hurlers of Ruth's day were in general superior to those in the Maris era. Because the expanded 1962 schedule accommodated 2 additional teams, the reasoning went, the quality of pitching must certainly have been emasculated. Needless to say, a collection of Hall of Fame pitchers did not serve Ruth his homers. In fact, the Sporting News presented the facts with the headline, "Bambino had his share of Patsy chukkers in 27. An Associated Press story concluded that the Babe slammed a majority of his 60 home runs off mediocre pitchers. Joe King, New York World Telegram and Sun, concluded that there wasn't any law against palookas in 27, and if the M boys are drawing some, so did the Babe. The comparison of the grandeur of the Ruthian days with the mediocrity of the present did not sit well with many contemporary players, especially the pitchers. Tiger ace Frank Larry, winner of 23 games in 1961, showed his annoyance with the comparisons by publicly proclaiming that he rooted for Roger to topple Ruth's mark. Writers and fans also continued to stress the advantages the hurlers of 1927 had over their modern counterparts. In Babe's day, Dan Parker wrote, the pitcher had the advantage of being permitted to push back the batter without being warned of expulsion if they repeated it. A fan from Freeport, New York, used Mike Lee's column in the Long Island Press to explain that in Ruth's era, teams played with dead balls and pitchers could throw spitballs. The Bambino supporter wondered how many home runs would Maris score against that kind of pitching, and a dead ball to boot. Scotty Reston expressed his opinion on whether Roger Maris was better than Babe Ruth in his New York Times column. The essential difference between Ruth and Maris was not merely that Maris was a better all-around ball player, but that Maris had to worry about Ruth, and Ruth didn't have to worry about Maris. The Babe swung with a free mind, and, as I remember it, often with an empty mind. The difference wasn't that Maris had a livelier ball or bat than Ruth had, but that he had a livelier imagination, and that is no advantage to a ball player practicing his profession under savage pressure in a howling stadium. Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, expressed his unhappiness about the downplaying of present-day baseball. "I know how we older players, and you veteran writers," he said, "feel about the records. I happen to hold one myself, the 56-game batting streak. But that will go. The home run record will go. The effort of some people, half of them biased, the other half old-timers who think baseball died with Matty and Johnson, to give the impression that the game has made no progress, is stupid." DiMaggio commented on the impressive skill of pitchers like Whitey Ford, who used the slider. "I certainly have no desire to say anything about the pitchers of 1927, the Yankee immortal added. but I believe that the hurlers of today are throwing more varieties than the 1927 gang did." Roger picked up on DiMaggio's reasoning. "Today a batter has to face a far greater variety of pitches than Babe did. Or at least so I'm told. Every guy has 6 or 7 kinds of pitches he can throw now. Take the knuckler. In Ruth's day, how many fellas used one? But today a Wilhelm comes along, extends his career with it, and the next thing you know, 3, 4 guys on every staff make it a part of their equipment." Some of Ruth's teammates entered the argument. Earl Combs, center fielder for the 1927 squad, calculated that Roger Maris hit 1 out of every 24 homers in a season that had seen more than 1,000 four-backers before August. "In 1927, there were only 439 home runs hit," Combs continued, "and the Babe got 60 of them. That's an average of 1 out of every 7. The obvious conclusion: the ball was livelier. Former left fielder Bob Musial, another of the 1927 squad, insisted that Ruth would have hit a lot more than 60 homers with the modern ball. The ball today is a lot livelier than the one we played with, so it makes a difference." Babe Ruth's sometimes roommate during his Red Sox days, former pitcher Ernie Shore, expressed his conviction that the balls of then and now differed. "To me, the seams, stitches, are higher and wider. Then, too, everybody is hitting home runs this year. It must be livelier." In a sporting news article headlined, "Bunnies and Balls? Nonsense, says Spalding Prexy," Spalding President Edwin L. Parker said unequivocally, "The built-in characteristics of the ball haven't changed in 35 years. Life's cover story on the home run race asked, "Is it the ball?" After quoting Spalding personnel, Life noted, "Some say that the seams have been sewn tighter, making the ball smoother and harder to grip. The cover is also harder to loosen." Manufacture by machine definitely makes the ball different. Veteran sports writer Dan Daniel also responded to the ball question by accepting Spalding's assessment. Daniel said that comparing baseballs is more than futile. It is thoroughly reliable and unfair. As the ball gets older, it gets deader. The horsehide loses its life, the yarn goes stale, and the rubber cores fail to respond the way they did when the ball left the Spalding hopper in Chicopee Falls, Mass. Believe me, gentlemen, it is not the ball." Unconvinced, the New York Times commissioned the consulting chemists and engineers of Foster D. Snell, Inc. to test balls that had been manufactured between 1927 and 1961. The sophisticated project examined balls for deformation measurements with a vernier caliper and the ball's ability to withstand surgical dissection and batterings by an explosive-driven Remington Arms ram. The test checked all aspects of the baseball: its compressibility, impact versus travel, rebound coefficient, and rotational stability. Foster D. Snell also sought to determine how far a ball travels when hit on different parts of its surface. The Snell Company's findings were inconclusive. A New York Times headline proclaimed, "Is the 61 ball livelier than the Ruthian variety? Maybe yes, and maybe no." The story revealed that the 1961 ball is slightly larger, slightly lighter, and slightly livelier than the 1927 ball. However, the Times continued, the only valid conclusion which can be drawn from the data herein presented is that there are differences in the construction of balls between 1927 and 1961. The effect of these differences cannot be estimated in the absence of the quantity of test samples. Dan Daniel had offered an explanation for the increase in homers: the baseball bats. A subhead in his column read, "Lighter bats help trigger hike in homers." Daniel continued, "The strike zone has been lowered off the shoulders. The bat is much lighter. Now the bat weighs 34 ounces, maybe 32 in hot weather. It is highly maneuverable. The free swingers get under the ball and send it far, and still farther." The Times picked up on the idea and wrote, "It takes two to tango. It also takes a bat as well as a ball to bring in a home run." Ruth used a 42-ounce bat, while Roger Maris swung a 33-ounce lumber. The Times quoted an executive at the bat makers Hilrich and Bradsby, who produced an order slip from Ruth for a 52-ounce bat. However, the executive added, "I don't think he ever used it. Our records show he favored a 42-ounce bat and never used anything lighter than 38 ounces. All the comparisons drawn between Ruth and Maris, and between the conditions of 1927 and the conditions of 1961, did not resolve the disparity between the number of games each played in their record-setting season. Some people, motivated as they said by a sense of fair play, looked for a plan that would allow the full 162 games to count, but still account for Ruth's 154-game schedule. One solution involved determining a home run hitting average and number of home runs per game. Thus, Ruth, with his 60 runs in 154 games, has a homer hitting percentage of .3896. To top Ruth, Roger would need 63 homers in 162 games, which would give him an average of .395. The result slightly differed for a comparison based on numbers of homers per game. Ruth had one four-bagger in every 2.5666 games. If Roger were to hit 63 home runs, the statistics would show one homer per 2.571 games, and he would fall a fraction short. A 64th homer, a homer in every 2.53 games, would do it. Frick's ruling seemed to reflect a desire by many in the baseball world not to have the babe eclipsed. Big Julie said, "The old-timers, especially the sports writers who covered and loved Ruth, could not stand to have a modern kid like Roger breaking his record." Dr. Surprise agreed. The writers resented Roger literally muscling in on Babe Ruth. They were personally hurt that Roger was threatening the Babe's record. The old-timers felt they were part of the legend in the days they were covering the Babe. Now it would be all gone, destroyed. Many players of Ruth's era, especially old-time Yankees, openly admitted their preference. They liked Roger and Mantle, but they sought to hold on to part of their heritage, their past. Joe Dugan, Yankee third baseman in the Ruth era, summarized their feelings. "The Babe was one of us. He was part of my generation, and we don't like to let it go. When and if it does fall, it will be the end of more than a baseball record." Members of the Ruth family, particularly his wife, Mrs. Claire Ruth, did not want the record broken. "The Babe loved that record," she said. He wanted to be known as the king of home runs forever. Dan Daniel believed that Mrs. Ruth had little reason to worry about the babe's record. A television series about the Bambino was being put together under her supervision. "Even if Maris hits 61, Daniel wrote, the 100,000 fans who visit the Baseball Museum and Hall of Fame at Cooperstown, New York, every year will continue to crowd about the displays having to do with Herman. But Mrs. Ruth will have to resign herself to the strong possibility of a new record. It would be no derogation of the babe, nor of her TV series." Dave Anderson of the New York Journal-American interviewed the babe's stepdaughter and adopted daughter on the Great Pursuit. "I hope it's preserved," commented stepdaughter Mrs. Julia Stevens in Eaton Center, New Hampshire. "It's a question of sentiment. It has stood for 34 years. I hope it stands for at least 40 years. But I know that if Maris does break it, Daddy wouldn't be jealous. He was too much of a sports fan." The babe's adopted daughter, Mrs. Dorothy Perrone, in Wallingford, Connecticut, expressed similar sentiments. "If it is broken, and it looks pretty good for Maris at the moment, I know the babe would be a good sport about it. He'd accept it gracefully. That's the kind of man he was." That was in 1961. However, in 1988, Mrs. Perrone was not such a good sport. Having authored My Dad, the Babe, she appeared on Bob Costas's Coast to Coast program to speak of her father. Roger was cheated out of a lot of publicity for his feat, she conceded, but insisted that the babe is still the season homer champion because it took Roger 8 games longer. The furious debates spawned by Frick's pronouncement brought the Fargo slugger to a new stage of growth as a baseball player and as a man. His trade to the Yankees in 1960 and his most valuable player season had received much copy from the press. Yet Roger had never created much excitement in his brief major league career. The events of 1961 would change all that. Chapter 9. Roger and the Mick. To ensure that Frick's asterisk, Babe Ruth, and baseball records remained hot topics, the media presented the public with a fantasy: the intense rivalry between Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle. Since both chased the Ruth record, the press reasoned that Maris and Mantle had to be bitter rivals. As Dan Parker explained, "Nobody knows how the Yankees' 2 top bombers feel about each other deep down. But if they're human, each must have his flashes of envy or irritation with the other to such a nerve-wracking competition as they are now engaged. They wouldn't be keen competitors if they didn't." In a 1978 article for UPI, Milt Richmond commented that in 1961 the press tried to manufacture a falling out between Maris and Mantle over the amount of publicity each was getting. According to the scenario the writers developed, Richmond said, "At first they stopped talking to each other, and then their silence hardened into full-blown mutual aversion." While both sought to win the home run crown, surpass the Babe if possible, and help the Yanks to a championship in the process, they were friendly rivals. On the rivalry between the sluggers, Dan Daniel noted, "At least on the surface, it is the most amicable situation in the history of home run competition between teammates." Their life situation attested to their relationship. They shared Julie Isaacson's apartment in Queens. As roommates and teammates, they worked, ate, idled, shopped, and conversed together in an arrangement that promoted frequent exposure. Maris believed he knew how the rumors of bad blood between the sluggers originated. After his retirement from baseball, Roger said that a writer, whom he knew but never identified, in typical Maris style, started the feud stories. According to Roger, the writer didn't know more about me and Mickey than he did about the man in the moon. We were living in the same apartment together when this guy wrote the story, but he didn't know that either. I enjoyed playing with Mickey. You play with a fellow like him, and it's a pleasure. He was a super player, and he's a super individual. Kuback relates his theory in Pinstripe Power. The contrived MM rivalry had its roots in the mythical rivalry of Gehrig and Ruth, who didn't shake hands after hitting home runs. According to Dan Daniel, the resentment was only on the part of Gehrig, who felt that the Yankees did not treat him fairly in terms of salary. Daniel believes that Gehrig never received more than $40,000, whereas Ruth got as high as $80,000. Obviously, the press was probing, searching, fishing for an enmity that wasn't there. Jack Lang reproduced in the Long Island Press this part of a Mantle interview with reporters. "It's a competition," he added, groping for the right word. "Anything you do, you want to do better than anyone else." "It's rivalry?" another reporter queried. "That's it," Mickey answered. "A rivalry, but it's a friendly one." Some writers saw the home run race as the sports competition it was. Frank Eck, Associated Press News Features sports editor, described Mantle and Maris as friendly rivals. Eck wrote, "Fans can't believe that the sluggers are buddy-buddy. Baseball writers traveling with the club have tried to find a hint of jealousy between the pair, but their observations, some call it snooping and prying, have been to no avail." Eck noted that the two even applauded each other's homers. Maris and Mantle helped each other in their home run chase. Since Mantle batted behind Maris, Roger received not one intentional walk all season. As Roger said, "I just want him, Mantle, to keep hitting them too. The way he's going, they've got to pitch to me first." A reporter asked Mantle if he thought he would have hit as many homers this year if Roger was not on the team. Mantle admitted that he would have been in the lineup less often had Roger not given him the incentive to play harder. "I'll tell you the truth, I doubt if I'd have played as many games as I have. It's a competition." The M&M boys left baseball matters at Yankee Stadium when they went home to the apartment. Roommate Bob Serve said, "There's no bitterness or jealousy between them. They hardly talk about baseball, and never about home runs. They're the best of friends, on and off the field." In The Mick, Mantle leaves no doubt about the quality of his relationship with Roger throughout 1961. "Through it all," Mantle writes, "we remained close. There was never any jealousy. I rooted for him, and definitely rooted for myself. All my feuds should be as nice as the one I had with Roger. Believe me, I'd have no enemies." Their supposed antagonism became a running gag. One version had Mantle reading the newspaper in the apartment, putting it down, and exclaiming to Roger, "I hate your guts." Another version had Roger scanning the paper and suddenly shouting at Mantle, "Hey, Mick, wake up! Read this! We're fighting again!" The Mantle-Maris home run chase fascinated the press. Even without stories of jealousy, the press delighted in reports of simple comparisons. Musical tastes, food preferences, reading habits, and the like. Often, the press presented inaccuracies as facts, and its exasperating talk about the feud sometimes degenerated into outright poor taste. The Maris-Mantle homer competition also focused media attention on the Yankees themselves. If the Babe's record were to be broken, did the Yankees want the player to be Roger Maris or Mickey Mantle? Roger felt that the media concentrated on him because he not only threatened the Babe's majesty, but also stood as an outsider. He was not part of the Yankee tradition, not an heir to the Babe like Mantle. In later years, Roger said that some of the Yankees even tried to rig the lineup so that Mantle would have a better shot at the record. Yankee second baseman Bobby Richardson remarked in Pinstripe Power that almost all of the players rooted for Mantle to break the record. Whitey Ford commented in Slick, "At the time I was pulling for Mickey. Nothing against Roger, but I had known Mick for 11 or 12 years, and we had been hanging around together for most of that time." Yankee catcher John Blanchard explained the Yankees' sentiments. "It wasn't that anybody on the team resented Roger, but Mickey had been a veteran on the team, 10 years in fact. Therefore, the players felt that he had a better claim to breaking the record." Skipper Ralph Houck remained above the competition and comparisons in 1961, before the bitter feelings aroused by his handling of a Maris injury. Houck's Season of Glory demonstrates an obvious bias in some of its gratuitous comparisons. Houck wrote that Mantle spoke with an engaging charm, a pleasant voice. However, Roger had a monotonous manner of speaking. His voice was not noticeably deep or warm. Mantle was a much better-looking man. The photo captions in Season of Glory commended Mantle for taking the pressure gracefully and castigated Maris, who found it more and more difficult to keep his emotion under control. Despite the preferences individual Yankees expressed for their competing teammates, Roger and Mickey shared an unshakable friendship. "Mick and I have always been the best of friends," Roger said after he had taken off the pinstripes. Some of Roger's friends noted that Roger had a positive influence on Mantle during their playing days. As one friend said, "Mickey's words and actions were not always in the best of taste, but when Roger was there alongside him, you would see none of this." Mantle remained very close to Maris throughout Roger's fatal illness, and served as moderator for Just for the Record, the tribute to his former roommate, Roger. The Mick honored "My friend Roger" with the words, "There might have been better players, but no one was a better man. When Roger hit his 61st home run, I was the second happiest person in the world." Chapter 10. Days of Torment. Finally, the distracting and distressing asterisk debate quieted. For an interlude, Roger could direct his attention toward playing his best and advancing the Yankees through their grueling pennant race. However, Roger soon began to feel harried by the press. His Kansas City friend Jim Constantino told Roger, "You need a good public relations man. But Roger's North Dakotan openness refused to allow him to be cute, tactful, or diplomatic. He would typically answer day after day questions of little substance with a quick, "That's stupid." Hardly a day passed without his fielding a Ruthian question, e.g., "Are you ever sorry that you ever heard of Babe Ruth?" Roger responded, "Don't ask me about that record. I don't want to talk about it. One guy wrote that I don't deserve to break the Babe's record. Now I admire Ruth. He was the greatest. But what am I supposed to do? Stop hitting homers? They make it sound as if I'd be committing a sin if I broke the record." Roger's first homer after the Frick ruling came in Boston, off Bill Montbouquet, and followed an 0 for 10. Roger had no sooner returned to the bench when Mantle hit his 37th, making him one up in the homer chase on July 21st. Mantle's advantage lasted only until Tuesday, July 25th, when Roger experienced the doubleheader players dream of. On a hot, humid night at the stadium, Roger creamed 4 homers and drove in 8 runs against the Chi Sox. He put himself 24 games ahead of Ruth's mark and led the Yanks to twin victories. Ironically, Roger had planned to ask for the night off because he was feeling lousy. "It was the heat or something I ate," he said. "I just felt washed out. I didn't want to play. I never had a good doubleheader, even in the minors, until this one. I don't know why." Roger's joy at the successful doubleheader ended the next day when he felt something pop in his leg as he motored into second with a double. With a sense of déjà vu, Roger fell victim to his second half of the season injury jinx. He sat out the game on Old Timers Day and played only as pinch hitter in the first game of a Sunday doubleheader. The leg injury kept him out of the lineup for the second All-Star game in Boston. During the July that followed his glorious doubleheader, Roger hit no other homers. As he wrote in Roger Maris at Bat, "My leg wasn't right, and it would be a couple of weeks before it felt right again. Although I didn't know it at the time, I had run into one of those streaks every home run hitter gets into now and then. I was off just enough that I stopped hitting balls into the air." On August 4th, in the stadium, Roger finally broke his homer drought with his first ever hit off a tough righty, Minnesota's Cuban hurler Camilo Pascual. This four-bagger, his first in 8 games, gave him 101 RBIs for the season and put him up on Mantle 41-40. At about this time of the season, the "Who do you prefer, Roger Maris or Mickey Mantle?" game caught the fans' interest. Manager Houck, who controlled the lineup, received strong advice from the fans, most of it favoring Mantle. Houck told the press, "You should read some of the letters I've been getting. They are demanding that I switch Mantle to hit third, while I should put Maris into the 4th slot for the rest of the season. They seem to think Raj has the edge by hitting ahead of Mickey." The skipper disregarded the fan sentiment. "I'm only interested in the pennant race," he said, "and for that, I believe the present batting order is my best. I want Mickey in between Raj and Yogi." Yankee fans also voiced their preference at the stadium. "The fans began to get behind Mickey," Roger remarks in Maris at Bat. "Now he would be cheered all the time, while the fans began to get on me. It wasn't vicious, but they got off Mickey and on me. I guess they figured I was only a rookie with the Yankees and didn't rate ahead of Mick." The Minnesota series ended with a doubleheader. Roger played his typical twin bill, batting a meager 2 for 12. Meanwhile, an explosive Mantle hit 3 homers to pass Roger 43-41. In the opening game against Los Angeles on August 7th, Roger made headlines for a surprise bunt that helped the Yankees beat the Angels in a tight game. The press could not understand why Roger had passed up a chance to add to his home run total. Roger explained to the media, with his usual honesty, that he would be happy to get any hit that would lead the Yanks to a pennant. As Roger relates in his book, the reporters were practically laughing in my face. Their laughter inasmuch as said, "Okay, you gave us the bull, but how do you really feel?" Roger had only 1 homer in his last 16 games, although he had 1 or more hits in 12 of them. He hoped that things would improve when the Yankees went to Washington and a park in which he had hit no home runs so far in 1961. Roger finally tagged one there, his 3rd of the season, against the lefty pitcher Pete Burnside. Mantle also put one into the stands, adjusting the count in the race to 44-42. The 4-game series proved very pleasant for Roger, who made 1 homer in each of the games. The home run race stood deadlocked at 45-45. Both sluggers bested Ruth's 1927 schedule by 16 games. The writers noticed the pace being set by Maris and Mantle. At the end of the Washington series, a new phase of the 1961 season began, a period of unprecedented, unbearable pressure for the final 6 weeks of the campaign. The press conference after the series finale attracted not only the usual New York reporters, but also the press from outside the metropolitan area and the magazine writers. Roger told the press that he hoped either Mantle or he would break the Ruthian mark, although he did not expect to be the one. Under continued questioning, Roger expounded on the Babe and his record, the old-timers versus the present-day players, the condition of today's balls and gloves, and varied playing conditions. He might have said too much, but Roger adhered to his credo. "I always believe that an honest question deserves an honest answer, but sometimes you get into trouble by saying the wrong thing." When the Yanks returned to New York to face Chicago on August 15th, they found that the home run pursuit had electrified the fans. 50,000 gathered in the stadium to watch Roger hit number 46 off Juan Pizarro, giving Maris a 1-homer advantage that Mantle would never overcome. Despite Roger's efforts, the Yanks lost 2-1, and Whitey Ford missed a chance at a record-breaking 15th consecutive victory. Because Detroit had won 2, the Yanks' lead had dwindled to 2 games. The team's loss tempered Roger's satisfaction at hitting a homer off a tough lefty. Maris had come up in the 8th with a chance to tie the game. At the first pitch, he sent the ball a foot foul, and on his next swing, he had to settle for a double. He was disappointed. He felt pretty low and somewhat drained from playing hurt, even though he had nearly recovered from his injury. Joe Reichler covered the game for the Associated Press and wrote a story that typified the press's misinterpretations and distortions of Roger's words and actions. The Reichler article carried the headline, "Near miss for number 47 angers Roger Maris," and its lead read, "Roger Maris was an angry man Tuesday night after hitting his 46th homer of the season for the Yankees." The story detailed the near miss in the 8th inning and gave Roger's sentiments. "It couldn't have been foul by more than this much," growled Maris, holding his hands about 3 or 4 inches apart. It was fair all the way until the final second. Then the darn thing hooked behind the pole." The story recorded Rogers' disappointment at the eighth-inning shot that went foul. "Well, that makes about 5 or 6 near misses I've had this year, that I know of," he complained. "There might have been more. And don't forget that homer was washed out in Baltimore when we couldn't get in 5 innings. They say those things even up. That's a lot of hogwash. They never do. All I know is they owe me about 4, because I got 2 homers this year on drives that hit the foul pole." When the subject of fatigue arose, the reporter depicted Roger as malcontent. "Gosh, I'm tired," he complained. "Could use a good rest. This has been a real long season for me. Why don't they go back to the 154-game schedule? Playing 162 games is too tough. Much too long." At this point, Roger had little to say about his ability to surpass Ruth. The reporter took a swipe at Roger for his non-cooperation, and used Maris's angry response to illustrate his stubbornness. Maris, as usual, refused to discuss his chances to break Ruth's record. "Every writer asks me the same question. Do I think I can break Ruth's record? How the heck do I know? They're the know-it-alls. Why don't they ask themselves?" After Rogers' death, Bob Fischel, the Yankees' public relations official in 1961, executive vice president of the American League, later lamented the actions of the press before his death in 1988. "I could have done much better by him," Fischel said. "Pete Rose held press conferences each day during his bid to break Ty Cobb's hit record, and I should have done the same for Roger, when it appeared he might break Ruth's homer mark." Fischel said that the novelty of the Roger Maris situation encouraged the press to keep the first watch of its kind in baseball history. Reporters conducted impromptu interviews at Roger's locker. With a press conference, "He could have gotten all the questions taken care of at once. Finally, it got to him. That's why some people thought he had a bad attitude toward the press." Roger's naked honesty and refusal to finesse at these inquisitions resulted in his bad press. Arthur Daly, writing for Columbia, a Catholic magazine, pinpointed the situation. "For those 6 weeks, he went through an ordeal such as no athlete ever experienced before. He was harassed, heckled, tormented, tortured, bewitched, bothered, and bewildered. Day after day, he was mercilessly grilled by writers and radio-television inquisitors, probing for his secret thoughts. A few questions were sharp, penetrating, but most ranged from the inane to the insulting. He had to fence his way warily past the booby traps in the first category and suffer through the second." Joe Williams also appreciated Roger's ordeal. Writing in the New York World Telegram and Sun, Williams says, "Public adulation seems to conflict with his inner reticence. Not all of the country boy has rubbed off. On the whole, though, he has accepted the irksome obligations of his sudden fame with dignity, patience, graciousness, and intelligence." On August 16th, Roger belted 2 round-trippers off lefty Billy Pierce. These 4-baggers increased Roger's total to 48 homers, scored 13 games ahead of the Babe. In addition, Roger had now hit home runs in 6 consecutive games, and 7 home runs in 6 days, an American League record. The holder of the Major League mark of 8 was Pittsburgh's Dale Long, later to become Roger's friend when both were on the Yankees. Don Mattingly became the American League holder of the record in 1987, with homers in 7 consecutive games. Joe Reichler again covered the game and produced a story headlined, "Sudden Fame Difficult to Cope with a subhead, "Angry Man Hits 2 to Get 48 Total." The lead says nothing about the homers or the game. Instead, Reichler offers his findings on Roger's personality. "Roger Maris is known as the Angry Man. Even his own teammates among the New York Yankees refer to him on occasions as the Red-Necked Roger. The man who today has the best chance to shatter Babe Ruth's most fantastic of all home run records admits he is not the easiest person in the world to get along with. I was born surly," he says through the lips that always seem to be snarling, "and I'm going to stay that way." Reichler's report continues by quoting Roger on his difficulty in dealing with media. "You fellas are tougher than some of these pitchers," he once said testily. Emphasis added. "Where do you think up these silly questions? How the heck do I know whether I'll break Ruth's record? Besides, you're the only guys thinking about it. I don't. All I'm interested in is having a good season and winning the pennant." The journalist then focuses on what he perceives as Maris's mercenary nature. Reichler again quotes Roger, "I'd rather have the dough than the record. And if I have a real good season, I'm going to ask for real dough next year, too." Reichler notes that Roger presently received a $32,500 salary. The reporter then predicts that Maris would soon ask for $75,000, Mantle's current salary, as Reichler innocently adds. Finally, Reichler returns to the 2 home runs Roger hit off the Chi Sox. The reporter observes that although the public wants Babe's record to stand, if someone must break it, the public would prefer him to be Mantle, not Maris. With all this negative reporting, it might seem that the fans, especially New Yorkers, could never have accepted Roger, the quiet boy from the country. This was not true. Roger electrified the fans. He brought back a mood of excitement that had been missing from baseball for decades. The fans idolized Roger, but he would not pay the price of their adulation. He refused to act contrary to his personality, or to engage in public relations gimmicks, rhetorical games. Roger remained wary of the applause of the crowd. "I know there are a lot of nice people out there, but there are a lot who got on me pretty good when I wasn't going as well. A lot of those have stopped getting on me and are cheering me now, but I don't like people who go only for front-runners. That's too easy." Roger knew who his biggest fans were, his family and friends in North Dakota. After the 2-home-run game, Rudy Maris called his son to congratulate him and encourage him to keep up the pace. All the attention Roger received after his twin homers thrilled his mom, even though she didn't understand the game of baseball too well. Senator Milton R. Young, Republican, North Dakota, interrupted a United States Senate floor debate on a foreign aid bill to proclaim the momentous announcement that Roger Maris of Fargo had struck home runs numbers 47 and 48. Roger could not keep up the torrid pace. He could do nothing against Frank Baumann and Russ Kemmerer in the series finale, but the Yanks won 5-3. After the game, a thoughtless scribe asked Roger if he had hoped that the White Sox would tie the score so that he would get another shot at a home run. As he says in Roger Maris at Bat, "I told him that the first time I felt like that, it would be time for me to take off my uniform, hang it up, and go out to look for another job." Roger's friends and acquaintances in Fargo, and his roommates at the apartment, saw sharp wit and a keen sense of humor. Why didn't Roger use these to diffuse the tension, or to disarm an unfriendly press, and, by extension, the fans? His friends could not come up with a substantive answer, but some authorities on the Great Plains offered some interesting thoughts. Father Sherman observed, "In North Dakota and the Great Plains, one prefers not to make a public show, or to be too demonstrative. An exhibition of wit or humor is not desirable. More important, in this part of the country, before one shows this wit or humor, a friendship has to be developed between the people involved." Professor Warren Kress, professor of geography at North Dakota State University, and an authority on the ethnic characteristics of North Dakotans, suspects that Maris's attitude was, "Just let me hit my home runs. I don't want to be in the spotlight." When he was grilled by the press, he couldn't be effusive. He couldn't make a display in public. The entire questioning made him uncomfortable, put him in a situation alien to his nature. Mike Jacobs, editor of the Grand Forks Herald, said, "Roger Maris could not let loose with a barrage of witticisms and explosive wit. That would have made him a smart aleck. All he could be in public was retiring, but, unfortunately, the New York fishbowl made him look surly, which he was not." The end of the White Sox series meant Roger could get away from the New York fishbowl as the Yankees took to the road. In Cleveland, excited fans crowded into the first two games. Neither Roger nor Mantle hit any homers. On August 20th, the press interviewed legendary pitcher Satchel Paige in the Yankee dugout before the scheduled doubleheader. He said he would pitch to the M&M boys, "Low and outside. That's how you should pitch any power hitter, away from his power." Satch thought he could pitch to the sluggers and get 'em out, too. But if one of 'em pulled my low outside fastball for a home run, I'd throw up my glove and quit on the spot. The Cleveland pitcher should have taken Satch's advice. The 55,000 fans at the Twin Bill later watched Roger hit number 49 off Jim Perry. Mantle also hit a homer, number 46, as the Yanks took both games. The next challenge was in Wrigley Field, designated as the House of Thrills by Irv Case, publicity man for the Los Angeles Angels, because of the many close games played there in 1961. In the sixth inning of a game played on August 22nd, Roger tagged one to deep center off Ken McBride, making Maris's 50th home run for the season, 13 games ahead of Ruth's 1927 pace. Roger became the first slugger to reach that many home runs before September. He also joined Babe Ruth, Jimmy Fox, Hank Greenberg, Hack Wilson, Ralph Kiner, Mickey Mantle, Johnny Mize, and Willie Mays as only the ninth hitter to reach the 50-homer plateau. The 50th blast eased the sting of the 4-3 Yankee loss and Maris's continuing slump. Only 3 hits in the last 24 at-bats. Roger did not connect during the last 2 games of the Los Angeles series, but he looked forward to playing in Kansas City. The Athletics series would give him a chance to spend time with his family in Raytown and meet his new son, Randy, who had been born on August 21st. He did not know until arriving home that the paper had printed his address in the paper in the birth announcement story. Suddenly, traffic filled the streets of quiet, peaceful Raytown as curious fans flocked to see the Maris home. On Roger's first day home, the tourists drove by all day long. The hesitant curiosity seekers just entered the driveway, while the bolder fans marched up to the door for autographs. Roger described his emotions in a Look article. "My feeling of relaxation and contentment at being home disappeared in the fire of my suddenly exploding temper. This was an invasion of privacy completely uncalled for." In the second game of the series against Kansas City, on August 25th, Roger broke an 0 for 9 by tagging number 51 off Jerry Walker. He was 10 games up on Babe, with 25 games left in Frick's 154-game season. While Roger did not boost his home run total in the final game of the series, he said that the 4 days in Kansas City had a lot to do with making it possible for me to go on and keep striving to reach the 60 home run level. It was a good break in the pressure-packed season. The Yankees went to Bloomington, Minnesota, for the last stop of their August schedule, with a very weary Roger Maris in the lineup. "I'm tired, plain old-fashioned tired, if I may call it that," he said, "and the reason is the heavier schedule. They added games, but compressed it into the same period of time as before. The result is fewer days off." Roger had played in all but one of the 129 Yankee games, and would not request to be benched, because "the Tigers are right on our tail, only 2 games away, and all of us have to play every minute we can." Each of the 3 games drew large crowds. The opener brought out 45,000 spectators, and also reunited 3 one-time Fargoans: Roger Maris, Art Naftalin, then mayor of Minneapolis, and Fargo Mayor Herschel Lashkowitz. Roger's dad also rooted for the slugger at all 3 games. Despite the hoopla, the Twins' opening hurler, Camilio Pascual, said, "I pitched to them," Maris and Mantle, "just like I pitched to the other teams. Throw everything at them." Pascual did just that, and stopped Maris and the Yankees. Mantle hit 2 homers in the series, bringing his total to 48. Roger went homerless, making it 4 games straight in which he failed to up his total, but he still led Ruth's pace by 7 games. The Yanks' loss in the finale gave them a slim 1.5-game edge over Detroit at the end of August. Roger demonstrated his value to the Yankees in Game 2. He made no homers or important hits, but made an important intangible contribution to the Yanks' 4-0 triumph. In the 4th inning of a scoreless game, Roger slid hard into Minnesota's Billy Martin and broke up a possible double play. As a result, the Yanks got a run that inning, and the Twins never recovered. Roger played to win in a tight pennant race. He later said, "I had to take my chances with an injury. We're out to win the pennant, and any records will be incidental. I'm out to win each game." Bill Martin, the personification of aggressiveness, commented on Roger's style. "He runs the bases and slides hard." At the end of the trip, Roger had the numbers to prove how tough he was in the clutch. 27 of his 51 homers came in clutch situations: tying the game, breaking a tie, overcoming a deficit, or adding to a 1-run lead. On 4 occasions, Roger homered with men on to overcome a lead. He tied the score 3 times. Twice his homers added to a 1-run advantage, and he broke a deadlocked game 18 times. Maris's homers accounted for 86 RBIs, 17 with one man on, 9 with two men on, 25 with the bases empty, and 35 RBIs came on hits other than homers. Houck praised his slugger. "He's got a lot more big hits than people realize. He and Mantle both do it regularly, but Mantle's been doing it longer, and people who have followed the Yankees for years know how he comes through in the clutch. I don't think many people realize how true it is of Maris, too." As August ended, the super excitement of the homer pursuit grew to fever pitch. "M boys bask in spotlight," said the headline of the Sporting News editorial of August 30th. The editorial told of all the attention the Sluggers received in the media and the almost over-exploitation of their home runs. However, growing crowds swarmed to Yankee Stadium and to wherever the team played on the road, and this was good for baseball. In fact, attendance figures rose dramatically because of the home run battle. At the stadium, the Yankees outdrew the other 9 teams by as much as 2.5 to 1. The games attracted the largest TV viewing audience in the New York metropolitan area, and all road games were shown on the air. Whitney Martin concluded his Associated Press analysis with the observation, "The home run derby obviously is bringing hundreds of thousands of dollars to the league." The home run chase also brought forecasts of economic windfalls for Maris and Mantle. Frank Scott, personal agent for the players, said, "The potential take is $500,000 over 3 years for the man who breaks the record. The home run record is the biggest plum in sports." Half of the money would come from merchandising arrangements involving such items as T-shirts, bats, and balls. In addition, Scott had already arranged for both sluggers to appear on the Perry Como Show for televising during the World Series. In Fargo, Rudy Maris Sr. stayed on top of the home run watch and expressed his excitement in the local press. He told Richard Rainbolt of the Associated Press that he was cheering for both his son and Mantle. Rudy said, "It's funny, but in 1957, I asked Raj if he ever thought about being the guy who would break Ruth's record. He just said, 'Maybe so,' and dropped it there." Rudy took pride in his son's ability to handle the pressure. The proud father beamed, "The constant pressure on that guy. Gee, I don't know how he does it." Chapter 11. The Roger Maris Watch. The scenario for September's opening game at the stadium had the M&M boys in contention for the Ruthian record, and a hot Detroit team, with 11 wins in its last 15 games, in competition with the Yankees. The Yanks swept Detroit, going up by 4.5 games, and virtually ending the pennant race. Roger also had a big series, hitting 2 homers off 2 tough hurlers, righty Frank Larry and lefty Hank Aguirre, in the second game. Maris found it especially satisfying to hit a 4-bagger off Larry, a reputed Yankee killer. Roger's 2-out single in the first inning of Game 3, right before Mickey's first homer of the day, received scant attention. Those 2 important runs in the hard-fought game crushed Detroit's hopes for the flag. Mantle's second homer in the finale really excited the media. The Yankees became the first team to have 2 players who had hit 50 or more homers in a season. Mantle's entry into the 50-home run club, for the second time in his career, meant that everyone could expect a thrilling Ruthian pursuit in the last few weeks of the season. Washington followed Detroit to play a Labor Day doubleheader at the stadium. Roger had already hit 8 round-trippers off Senator Hurlers earlier in the season, with 3 coming off of Pete Burnside, Roger's chief victim. In the nightcap of the Labor Day twin bill, Burnside gave Roger a 0 for 4 collar. The Yankees swept the Senators, but Roger went 0 for 8. A reporter noted that Roger's average had dropped below .270. Senator pitcher Burnside retorted, "So what? With 124 RBIs and 53 homers, who needs averages?" Roger's frustration at his no-hit games peaked in the clubhouse, where reporters hounded the slugger about his reaction to the fans booing him. Roger's response appeared in the newspapers the following day. "They are a lousy bunch of front-runners, that's what they are. Hit a home run and they love you, but making out and they start booing. Give me the fans in Kansas City any time. There's no place where the fans can compare to the people out there. There are a few faces you see all the time. I know who they are. The same ones always give me a hard time. As long as they leave me alone outside the park, I don't care. They never say anything to you face to face." The press reminded Roger that even the booers pay to come to the game. Roger responded, "I didn't ask them to come. If they keep giving me a hard time, I'll do my job on the field and give them what they pay to see. But they better not come around after the game bothering me for autographs. I can walk through 15 million of them and never look at one of them." Again, Roger spoke openly, honestly, and truthfully, even though he realized that not all fans were as he had described. As he later reveals in Roger Maris at Bat, "I was very sorry that I had said it. I must admit that it wasn't the right thing to do. The way it came out, it sounded as if I were talking about all the fans, but I most certainly wasn't. There are only a few fans that are really bad." On the following night at the park, Roger wished that he could apologize, but he could not. Worse, another hitless game only made the boos louder. Although Roger's remarks were tactless, the fans had acted boorishly, directing verbally malicious insults at Roger, both on and off the field. Even a policeman at one of the road games remarked, "Some of the fans' profanity even embarrassed me. I'd hate to be in Maris's shoes right now and have to listen to that kind of stuff." As a columnist for the New York Journal-American, Jimmy Cannon closely and sympathetically followed Roger's pursuit of the record. A few days after the media published his remarks, Roger calmly told Cannon about the fans. "It's the other things they say, not wisecracks. I can't tell you what it is. You wouldn't be able to print it. They stop at nothing. They even insult my family. I don't mean the majority. I mean the ones without good heads on their shoulders." Away from the ballpark, Roger told Cannon, he had hardly a moment of peace from the fans. "I was in a restaurant in New York eating with my friends. I was just putting a bite into my mouth when this guy came up and said he wanted an autograph. I said I'd be glad as soon as I finished eating. I was right in the midst of a conversation with my friends. This guy said he wasn't going to wait. He wanted it right now. This is not once. It happens all the time." Washington Senator manager Mickey Vernon wondered if Roger would be able to fight the pressure. You hear about it all around the league. Roger's 0 for 16 famine finally ended in the final game of the series. He hit one in the fourth, with 2 outs and Tom Cheney working on a no-hitter. The blast into the Yankee bullpen sparked a 5-run rally and another victory for the home team. Number 54 moved Roger to 7 games ahead of Ruth's pace. "I was beginning to wonder what I was doing up here in these high numbers, with the Ruths, Greenbergs, Foxes, Wilsons," Roger said in amazement and disbelief. "I never even dreamt in a fantasy that I was Babe Ruth. Hell, I just wanted to be a good ball player, have a good year, and help my club win flags." After the Washington series, simple mathematics showed that Roger needed a homer every 2½ games to tie Ruth within Frick's 154-game guideline. The opponents for the next 15 games at the stadium were Cleveland, Chicago, Detroit, and Baltimore. Then the Yankees would be on the road. Roger did well away from home. In fact, he had hit 28 out of the 54 homers on the road. Maris revealed that, "Every homer I hit after 40, I kept thinking might be my last one, so I figured I might as well save them." He had been giving some of the balls to friends, but from now on he would keep them. When a reporter asked what he intended to write on number 60, Roger answered, "I'll let you know when and if I ever get that one." A reporter persisted. "How about number 61? Roger responded, "I'm not saying I'm going to hit it, but if I do, I'd like to have it, sure." Maris would reward the person returning the historic ball, "But he'd better be pretty darn sure it was the right one." George Vesey of Newsday presented another graphic example of the press bias against Roger in his story, "Secreted World of Roger Maris." Vesey spoke to Bob Hale, a Yankee reserve outfielder who caught Roger's 54th homer in the bullpen and returned it to him. Hale said that the number 61 homer ball is "too important to give away." After quoting Roger on recovering the record homer balls, Vesey reported on Roger's reaction to Hale's comment. "That bit of information was relayed to Maris. Roger looked the informer up and down with an icy, blue-eyed stare. There was a long pause. 'Hale is full of it,' Maris finally pronounced. 'Nobody on this team is going to keep my number 61 ball.'" Later it was decided that the only way Maris could be sure of keeping his number 61 ball would be to hit an inside-the-park homer. Maris heard this comment and snickered. He was in mid-season form. Vesey missed the point that Hale, the comic of the 1961 team, obviously intended to put the press on. In 61, Kubek called him the class clown. Kubek recalled, "Imagine hearing the national anthem. Then imagine hearing Porky Pig. Then put them together, and you have Bob Hale in the Yankee dugout in 1961. The ball retrieval incident again shows Roger's inability to make use of his refreshing but very private sense of humor in a situation that cried out for it. Roger spent more time in the spotlight as media personnel gathered for the 5-game series with Cleveland, the Yanks' last series before going on the road. The press anticipated that Roger would move very close to the record. 4 of the scheduled Tribe hurlers, Gary Bell, Jim Perry, Mudcat Grant, and Barry Latman, had already surrendered 100 gopher balls in 1961. And so far, Roger had stroked 3 homers off Perry and 2 off Bell. In the 3rd inning of Game 1, Roger slammed number 55 into the bleachers, the 12th homer he had hit off lefties in 1961. Roger drove in a run with a bunt single, added another single that knocked in a run, and brought in one more with a sacrifice fly. After he failed to connect in the second game, Maris remained 7 games ahead of Ruth. Mantle smashed number 52, putting him only 1 game behind Ruth's 1927 pace. With their 2 hits, Maris and Mantle tied the 2-man 107-homer record of Ruth and Gehrig in 1927. The Ruth-Gehrig mark fell the next day in the 7th inning. Roger hit number 56 off Jim Mudcat Grant and into the right field bleachers. Roger's homer put him 6 up on the Babe, but he still needed 5 more blasts in 12 games, or within 154. Roger also moved 2 runners into scoring position in the 9th inning as the Yanks rallied to win their 10th straight game, 8-7. The homer by the Dakota Destroyer, as the New York Journal-American's Till Ferdenzi called Roger, undid the seemingly unbreakable Ruth Gehrig record. "This record," Ferdenzi said, "seemed as inviolate as the one the incomparable Babe Ruth slashed away 34 years ago." The Yankees prepared for a doubleheader on September 10th, Roger's 27th birthday. The team celebrated with a sweep, but the birthday boy came up empty. Maris was now 4 games ahead of the Babe. Mantle managed a 4-bagger that brought his total up to 53. Roger's birthday celebration in a Manhattan restaurant gave the media sharks something to gnaw on. Maris sat with Bob Serve and Big Julie when the restaurateur brought Ava Gardner over for an introduction. 2 columnists saw exciting possibilities and linked Roger with the movie goddess. The rumors persisted even when the team went to Baltimore, where Roger had his last chance to surpass Ruth. The Long Island Press noted that one columnist insisted Ava attended a Yankee game incognito and was invited to dinner by the home run slugger. Roger totally denied all stories and called his wife to advise her not to believe what she reads in the gossip columns. The Ava Gardner episode exemplified the media's reckless and malicious exploitation of Roger Maris. Roger charitably described as weird the following interview between him and a Time magazine reporter. Certainly the questioning ranks as the most tasteless. "Do you play around on the road?" the writer interrogated Roger. "I'm a married man," Roger replied. "I married myself," the writer persisted, "but I play around on the road." "That's your business," Roger said, concluding the interrogation. The media pressure that Roger had neither foreseen nor prepared for began to be more than Roger could handle. John Blanchard, the Yankees' valuable catcher-outfielder, remembers, "Writers that couldn't get to Roger would literally crowd into my locker and talk to Roger through the screen. I'm probably the only player that ever had a locker that was a confessional." One day, while standing at Mantle's locker, Roger confessed, "I'm going nuts, Mick. I can't stand much more of this." Mantle had dealt with pressure situations over the years and sympathetically advised, "You'll just have to learn to take it, Raj. There's no escape." Mantle often spoke to the press to take some pressure off his roommate and halt any further stories of a feud between them. Mantle told the media that Roger deserves to break the record. He added, "I'm rooting for him. Let's everybody root for him. I want to see him do it, and I am sure he will." Roger received support and prayers from his friends and followers in Kansas City and Fargo. He told Jimmy Cannon, "One nice thing, The pastor back in my parish in Kansas City, when he says prayers, he includes my name too." At St. Mary's Catholic Cathedral, Roger's boyhood parish, Monsignor L.J. Errol, the pastor, customarily asked congregants to say a prayer "for the sick of the parish and the boys in service." As the number of games approached the 154 deadline, the pastor added, "And for those who don't think it's too silly, for Roger Maris." The city of Fargo provided its visible support by renaming a street Roger Maris Road. Mayor Lashkowitz began distributing business cards that read, "The hometown of Roger Maris." The road trip began in Chicago, an ideal spot. White Sox pitching had already given Roger 13 round-trippers, one short of Gehrig's mark of 14 against one team. To magnify Ruth's 1927 mark, reporter John P. Carmichael noted that the Babe had only 6 home runs against Chicago. But Carmichael neglected to mention that the Sox of 1927 were 70 and 83 for the season, finishing in 5th place. The 1961 White Sox were a winning team that finished with 86 and 76. Rain, the effect of Hurricane Carla, dampened the excitement in Comiskey Park. Roger managed a single before the opener was called in the 6th. Not only did Roger lose a turn or two at bat, but the shortened game gave reporters more time for their daily grilling of Roger. Maris had a bad night at the plate, and a worse evening in the clubhouse. The press focused on Roger's striking out in the 2nd inning on a call by plate umpire Hank Soar. According to Roger, he started to swing and held back. As he reports in Roger Maris at Bat, "Umpire Hank Soar called me out on strikes. I discussed it at length, but didn't think I had said anything out of line." On the following day, the press in essence reported that Roger had lashed out at Soar, and the umpire responded in kind. The press reported these of Roger's comments on Soar's umpiring. "Soar called me out on a swing, which I didn't swing. I was going to wait for strikes, but they, Pierce and Bauman, weren't giving me any, so I didn't swing. Soar is a better umpire than that. He just had a bad night, I guess. I was trying to lay off the bad pitches, but it didn't do any good. He called them strikes time after time. All I ask is a fair shake. I know they've got a tough job, and I never argue with an umpire unless I'm sure I'm right. I realize that people will say I'm a crybaby, but I can't help it. Not after the bad calls I got." Stan Isaacs's Newsday article, headlined, "Redneck Roger Flares at Ump," noted that the prevailing opinion around Comiskey Park last night was that Roger Maris doesn't know enough to keep his mouth shut. Later in the story, the reporter acknowledged that Roger is "in the hottest pressure cooker any ball player has ever known." Isaacs asked Roger, "You haven't knocked the umpires all season. Why are you doing it now?" Maris responded, "I know I haven't knocked the umps all year, but tonight I made up my mind, and then this happens. When it just keeps happening time after time, you get fed up." The Newsday reporter wondered if Roger realized how the public would react to his words. According to the story, Roger answered, "Tell them to go to Senna Morich's." One version of the strikeout story has Roger telling Soar, "You really shoved it to me on this one." In the standard version of the incident, Soar responded to Roger's comments. "Bad calls? What bad calls? He's so tight up there he can't breathe. He's trying so hard, he thinks every pitch he leaves alone is a ball. He's never said a word to me. I honestly like him very much. I try not to look at him when he's up. He's just another batter. I just look at the plate and the pitcher. I figure he's on the spot, and the pressure is getting to him. They never give him a good pitch to hit. They keep throwing him junk, low and outside. I know what he's going through." The reports claimed that Soar was astonished that Roger tried to bunt in the second inning before the strikeout. "If he's going for a home run record, then why was he trying to bunt?" The newspaper reporting angered Roger, especially Soar's comments on his bunting. "I bunted," Roger explained, "because we might have needed that other run to win. I feel we've got it, the pennant, but I want to make sure. That's why we've been fighting." Roger always placed winning paramount, even with his own home run glory on the line. The press thought the open and honest Roger naive for thinking the Yanks might lose an 11-1/2 game lead. Leonard Schechter felt the pressure was getting to Roger. In Schechter's story headlined, "Maris starting to feel the strain," he reflected on Roger and his bunt. "That's his story, and he's stuck with it. No one can go inside his head and take pictures. You can guess he's naive enough to mean it. Or you can guess it's all getting to be a little too much for him." Roger spoke to Soar after his remarks had appeared in the papers. In Roger Maris at Bat, Roger reveals, "He, Soar, told me that he had never said the things that were in the papers." Roger emphatically stated that what the press printed often did not coincide with what he had said. "Too often, however, writers are trying to create excitement and juggle words to make a better story. Things don't always come out the way I say them. Many times I would be answering a question, but another writer would come in about halfway through the answer. He'll only hear part of it, yet he'll base his story on that. I have never regretted anything I have said, provided that it was written as I said it. Many times, however, a word or two gets twisted, and then it comes out bad." Roger went into the second game of the Chicago series 3 games ahead of the Babe. The raw and miserable weather did not bother him. Roger told the media, "The only pressure is from the press and photographers." He vowed to use caution when speaking to them. He could only respond to questions that weren't loaded. Before he had answered, questions that I had already answered hundreds of times. Now Roger had a new policy. There would be no answers that could be twisted. In the third inning of the game, the rains came. Then, after an hour-and-a-half wait, the game was called. During the long interval, the press observed and questioned Roger. After the Soar episode, the press remained critical, but tried to look for the positive in Roger. Stan Isaacs watched Roger during the rain delay. Although he described the slugger as the first angry man ever, he admired Roger, a fun-loving kid. Isaacs saw Roger as an incomparable, brash broth of a boy who can say all the wrong things, but come out all right. Leonard Schechter of the New York Post spent a rainy night with Maris. Roger wasn't talking to reporters, Schechter observed, because one of them had made an uncalled-for comment about Pat Maris's coming to New York for the Yanks' final games. However, Schechter clearly respected Roger for staying outside the clubhouse. Thoroughly available to the full complement of reporters, and in full sight of the general public. After the season, Schechter paid Roger even more compliments in a story describing that rainy night. Roger signed autographs and bantered with the fans. Schechter wrote, "When I remember Roger Maris, I'll remember how he made a difficult job a little easier. I'll remember his grousing with fondness, his friendly little rages with glee. And I'll remember how much I liked him, because he was the kind of ball player you could walk up to and say, 'What's new?' and come away with a story." Jack Lang rapped Roger for his response to the pestering reporters, giving one exchange as an example. When asked if he thought he would break the record, Roger responded, "Okay, if you guys want me to concede, I'll concede." Lang concluded his story with this advice: "No, Roger, no one wants you to concede. Just act like a man." On that rainy night, Roger's teammates also thought about the sore matter. "He just shouldn't say things like that," catcher Elston Howard remarked. Roomie Bob Serve, who knew Roger better, observed, "You know Roger. He says what he thinks. I think he might have calmed down if the reporters hadn't gotten to him while they were still waiting for the game to be called. But what the hell? He was right. Soar did call some bad pitches, didn't he?" The Chicago rain made it necessary to play 2 doubleheaders in 24 hours. Roger had hit more than 1 homer in only 2 of the doubleheaders the Yanks had played that year. The Chicago doubleheader proved no different. A strong wind with gusts up to 30 miles per hour whistled towards right field, Roger's home run corner. "If I ever saw wind," Roger observed, "which could help a guy hit ordinary flies into the seats, that wind was the one." Yank announcer Rizzuto anticipated a Maris round-tripper. "Boy, that wind! If he gets one up in the air, it's gone." Roger couldn't take advantage of the gale to right field. He made 3 hits, but none flew into the seats. The Yanks dropped both games. Roger remained 1 game ahead of Ruth, but had only 7 games, within 154, to hit 5 round-trippers. Mantle had not added to his home run total during the series. Roger's ailing roommate, playing with an abscess on his hip, felt about ready to give up. "I haven't got a chance now, even in 162 games." Roger tried to project optimism. "I think I've still got a chance if I can get hot in Detroit. I haven't given up. I like to hit in Detroit. Maybe I'll get hot there." Roger felt relieved to leave Chicago for Detroit after the no-homer games, the Soar incident, the distorted press reports, and Rogers Hornsby's remarks. Hornsby agreed with Chicago's CBS sports editor announcement, "I am rooting for Babe Ruth's memory." The great right-handed hitter said, "It would be a shame if Ruth's record got broken by a .270 hitter." Hornsby's words would ring in Roger Maris's ears long after the 1961 season. Roger had no protection from the hordes of media personnel that inundated Detroit. Sports Illustrated visited Lindell's bar in Motown and found the fans grimly determined to keep Roger from breaking Ruth's record in Tiger Stadium. "We'll be busting ourselves in half to keep from giving up the record home run. Maris will have to have a junk dealer's license to get into the ballpark." A frenzy had gripped the fans in Detroit and other cities nationwide. Even bridegrooms supposedly went to the altar to say, "I do," clutching their transistor radios to find out first if Roger did. Roger approached the series with his "winning comes first" attitude. The Yanks' double loss in Chicago bothered Roger more than not hitting home runs. Roger told the press, "I don't care what anyone says. We still haven't got this thing won. Sure, we have a pretty comfortable 10.5 game lead, but I don't see any asterisks in the standings that we've clinched the pennant. Do you?" On the eve of the series, Houck admitted that he had thought of moving Roger to the leadoff position, with Mantle following, once the Yanks had clinched the pennant. Houck wanted to give them some additional at-bats, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The skipper said, "Nobody is more anxious than I for them to break the record. By the same token, I don't think they should receive any special favors to make the job easier for them. Ruth's record probably is the most glamorous and highly regarded of any ever made. The fellow who breaks it must do it fairly and honestly. There should be no taint to it. He should receive no special help." Ron Klein and Don Mossy pitched in the opening twilight doubleheader. Mossy, the left-hander, insisted there would be no help or sympathy from him. "I don't want anybody to hit a homer off me," he said. "Not Maris, not Mantle, nobody." Neither Roger nor Mantle hit a home run off Mossy, but Moose Skowron tagged him for the Yanks' 222nd homer of the year, a major league mark. Roger had yet another dismal doubleheader, managing 1 for 9 as the teams split. The Babe and Roger were now deadlocked. Maris began thinking in terms of 162 games. Roger admitted, "I'm not even thinking of 154 games. As far as I'm concerned, Ruth hit his 60 home runs in a season. I'll not consider myself out of it until we have played the final game." After the game, the press waited to converge on Roger, but he was not to be found. He had sought a few moments of privacy after a frustrating day at the plate and vicious outbursts from the stands. An understandable reaction, but a judgmental error. The trainer's room was off limits to writers. Throughout his major league career, Roger liked to sit in the trainer's room when playing in Detroit and Baltimore. "It is just a habit," he said. On that particular night, Roger's brother Rudy, who had driven from Cincinnati to see the games, joined Maris in the trainer's room. The brothers hadn't seen each other for a while, Roger explained, and they had business matters to discuss, since Rudy handled his brother's financial affairs, particularly the product endorsements. Roger later called the ensuing post-game incident the biggest rhubarb of the season. He was not avoiding the press. "I thought they knew me well enough to know that I wasn't hiding from them or anyone else," relates the slugger in Roger Maris at bat. "Under different circumstances, if I had not wanted to see them, I would have come out and told them right to their face." Rudy Maris's presence in the trainer's room provided a red flag for the press. "Get him out!" roared one reporter to Bob Fischel, the Yankees' public relations director. Fischel tried to convince Roger to face the press, but Maris rebuffed him twice. "After this," Roger reportedly told Fischel, "I'm going into the trainer's room every day. They've been ripping me in almost every city we've been in." Dissatisfied with the results of Fischel's intervention, the press went in search of Houck. "Raj won't come out," a reporter fumed. "That's his business," the manager responded angrily. "How come we can't go in and talk to him, and his brother can?" demanded one correspondent. The usually calm Houck became enraged. "Are you trying to tell me how to run my clubhouse? It's my clubhouse, and I'll run it any way I want." "But his brother," an obstinate writer retorted. Growing calmer, Houck explained that Roger had only one brother. "What do you want me to do? Stop a man from talking to his brother or family? If that isn't the funniest thing all year." The press agreed, but they still wanted to speak to Roger, too. Houck sarcastically told them. "He didn't hit a homer tonight. He hit one single, wore the same pair of shoes, the same glove, broke one bat, and cussed out one fan. There's the whole story. I give it to you." Houck's commentary didn't pacify the media. A thoughtful newsman said to the manager, "The important thing for him is to make an appearance." Houck found this acceptable, but said, "I know that, and I know Maris, and now is not the time to talk to him. We'll all be more relaxed later on." Roger finally did emerge to answer some innocuous questions from the few persevering correspondents who waited until the evening's end. Neither the Detroit press nor the New York reporters treated Roger well. The Detroit writers emphasized that Roger was determined not to talk because of the fans' taunts, much of it obscene. Jack Lang led off his article for the Long Island Press with, "Roger Maris began the big sulk today." Joe Trimble of the New York Daily News chided, "If there is a slight sound of triumphant laughter from above, Babe's ghost is chortling. Maris secured himself in the trainer's quarters of Tiger Stadium, looking like a culprit trying to hide." The New York Times ran a story by Louis Ephrat headlined, "Maris sulks in trainer's room as futile night changes mood." Ephrat wondered at the change in the slugger. "How does Maris feel? Well, he didn't say. In fact, Maris wouldn't say anything. Often it has been difficult to get him to stop talking, but here it was different." Before Game 2 of the series, Roger and Houck had a meeting unrelated to Roger's conduct with the press. Roger discusses the pre-game meeting in Roger Maris at Bat and reveals, "We discussed the whole thing. Some of the writers were spreading rumors that Houck had given me orders to talk to the press and not hide. What a lot of bull. Ralph actually told me that whatever I did was my business. He wouldn't interfere in my business. That would have surprised a lot of writers if they had really known what happened." Roger would have more to say following Game 2 of the series. The Yanks lost, delaying the pennant clincher, but Roger hit his 57th home run off a Frank Larry fastball in the third. The awesome smash hit the facade in the stands and bounced back on the field. Right fielder Al Kaline retrieved the ball and threw it into the visiting team's dugout. His first homer in 8 games was "a big one for Roger," said Houck. "Psychologically, it should do him a world of good. He hadn't hit one since last Saturday, and he was aware of that, too. Maybe that was getting him down." "He got it," Mantle said, "and I think it will give him a big lift. I also think he has a hell of a shot at the record." Roger was now 1-up on Ruth. When the press descended on Roger after the game, a reporter asked a tactless question. "Wasn't it nice of Kaline to throw the ball back in?" With prairie frankness and artlessness, Roger simply answered, "It was nice for Al to have done that, but I guess anyone would have done it." The local press seized on Rogers' answer as "ungrateful." The New York Times headlines stressed the slugger's silence and bitterness. "Maris's big bat speaks louder than he does. 57th homer gets Ace talking again, but not effusively. Abusive crowd, bad press, embitter Yank slugger." Rogers' latest homer excited not only the press and the fans following the home run chase, but also activated Casey the computer, which set the odds. The electronic brain, programmed by the Statistical Tabulating Corporation, gave 20-1 odds against Roger breaking the mark in 154 games, predicting instead 62 home runs in 162 games. Casey went to work again after the series finale when Roger stroked number 58. With 2 out in the Yankee sixth, Roger took a Jim Bunning pitch to the deepest part of Tiger Stadium. The ball hit the screen, and what would have been number 58 became a triple instead. The Yankees had a 4-2 lead in the eighth. They seemed certain to take the game, but Roger would be homerless. However, the usually reliable Moose Skowron made a throwing error that led to a 4-4 tie in regulation time, which gave Roger 2 more opportunities to hit. In the 12th, with 2 outs, the count went to 1-1 on Tony Kubek. He smacked a hit through the middle, bringing Roger up to the plate. Terry Fox, the pitcher, had only been victimized for 5 homers during the season. An unidentified correspondent claimed that the Detroit bench cheered for Roger to belt number 58. Roger didn't disappoint them, putting the ball between the first and second decks. Roger knew he had number 58 when he crossed home plate. But, "After the game," he said, "I realized only Babe Ruth has hit more homers than me. That means an awful lot." The Yankee bench exploded when the ball landed in the seats. "It was one of the warmest things I've seen all year," Bob Serve said. "We all knew how tough it's been for Raj, and I guess we all decided right then, all at once, that we wanted him to know how much we were for him." The excitement carried over to the clubhouse, where Roger called number 58 "the greatest thrill of the year." Maris now needed 3 home runs to surpass Babe Ruth's homer record, and only 3 games remained before Frick's 154-game limit. Skipper Ralph Houck expressed his opinion on the 154-game deadline. "It's got to be an official record if he does it in 162, the manager remarked. "He'll have 61 in one season, won't he? He'll have more than anybody else ever had, won't he?" Chapter 12. Countdown to 154. The Yankees met their next challenge in a 3-game series against Baltimore. For Roger, the arithmetic was simple. He needed 2 to tie, 3 to overcome Ruth, according to Frick's 154-game rule. Appropriately, the greatest challenge to the Babe's record would come in Ruth's native city. Baltimore's Memorial Stadium posed an especially difficult problem, for Roger had made only 1 hit there all year, and it had been nullified by a rainout. Sluggers had hit only 101 homers in Baltimore in the 1961 season, and visiting teams made only 42 of those home runs. In addition to the daily abuse from the stands, Roger received an avalanche of hostile letters and telegrams. "A lot of people in this country must think it's a crime to have anyone break Ruth's record," Roger said. One telegram, "wanted me to know I was a lousy hitter and shouldn't be hitting this many home runs." I'm learning a lot about people, that's for sure, the Fargo athlete observed. On the eve of the Showdown series, Roger startled the baseball world by revealing that he was considering asking Houck to give him a day off. A day off would leave only 2 games in which to hit 2 or 3 homers. "I'm bushed," Roger said. "This has been a long, tiresome season. I can't wait for it to end." Roger had practical reasons for wanting the time off. He had a poor hitting record in doubleheaders and a feeble mark in the Orioles' park. 2 for 15, or 133. Maris also wanted to sit out during the game pitched by lefty Steve Barber. "He's rough on me," Roger said. However, Houck had no plans to let Roger rest. The manager stood firm. "I'm thinking of just one thing, the pennant. If the pennant was clinched and he asked me, I would probably let him out of it." Several weeks before the Yanks came to town, pitcher Barber admitted that he wouldn't feel too bad if either Maris or Mantle hit number 60 off me, unless it cost me a ball game. The other Birds hurler in Rogers' upcoming twin bill, Skinny Brown, the right-handed knuckleballer, revealed, "Personally, I would like to see Maris break Babe Ruth's record of 60 homers, but I'd hate to be the one to throw the ball. I won't walk 'em on purpose. I'll just throw them, and pray, just like everyone else." Yanks catcher Elston Howard, an expert on first-rate pitching, saw a tough road for Roger. "The pitching they've got here is pretty darn good," Howard said. "That Barber is one of the best left-handers in the business. He can blister you with that hard stuff, and when you get too set for that, he can come in there with a good slider. Skinny Brown throws knuckleballs. When Brown's got it, you aren't hitting him very much." The computers gave neither Roger nor Mantle much chance of breaking Ruth's record. According to the IBM 1400 digital computer, Mantle's odds were 0 out of 100, and Roger's 9 out of 100. The computer predicted that Maris would make his 61st homer in game 159. The weather complicated the situation. Hurricane Esther threatened to force the cancellation of the doubleheader. The Yankees next played in Boston, another city potentially in the hurricane's path up the Atlantic coast. While the baseball world engaged in endless debates and emotional diatribes on Roger's chances of and ability to surpass Ruth, the slugger had his mind on other matters. In the hours before the game, Roger went to Johns Hopkins Hospital and the bedside of Frank Slwicka, the gravely ill 4-year-old son of a former senator farmhand. "It took my mind completely off my problems and the ball game," Roger told Baltimore's Lou Grasmick. "What have I got to lose?" Roger said. "This kid was so sick. It shook me up to see the little fellow lying there with so many big problems." Roger visited the youngster once more. He died a week after the Yanks left Baltimore. Roger did not care to publicize the visit. When the writers heard about it and tried to exploit the story, Maris prevailed upon them to drop the matter. "This visit was typical of Roger," said Big Julie. "What he did because it was the decent thing to do, not because it would look good in print." Herschel Lashkowitz also remembers the unnoticed kindnesses of his fellow Fargoan. Lashkowitz served on the national board of the Multiple Sclerosis Society and enlisted Roger's assistance in fundraising. With the approval of Yankee management, Roger became society co-chairperson along with Shirley Temple Black. "He was by no means a token co-chairperson," said the former mayor. He visited hospitals, nurseries, and spoke whenever asked to advance the cause of patient care and research. Lashkowitz added, Roger did many such good deeds during his life. All he asked was anonymity for his participation. Roger's involvement in charitable work sometimes resulted in misunderstandings with the press. On one occasion, Roger did not keep a luncheon date with the writer, reportedly because he was visiting children at a nearby hospital. Roger's hospital visits took his mind off the immense challenge that awaited him at the ballpark. But near game time, Roger remembered the media crush that awaited him before the game and after. In the twin bill at Baltimore, the force of Hurricane Esther joined with the pitching of Barber and Brown to stymie Roger. In the words of Dick Young, the chauvinistic wind whipped up its proud fury to safeguard the babe's record in his native town. The misty advance gusts of Hurricane Esther blew hard from right field into the face of Roger Maris. Roger did nothing against Barber in the opener, not even a long foul. Following a 0-for-3 opener, Roger managed 1-for-5 against the knuckleballers Brown and Hoyt Wilhelm. The excitement in the nightcap came when Roger slammed one into the right field seats, but the ball went foul by a wide margin. Roger faced Wilhelm in the ninth, swung, and missed. The Yanks, however, took a 3-1 nightcap victory to clinch a tie for the pennant. The simple Homer mathematics had now become sobering: 2 to tie, 3 to overcome, in 154 games. Could he do it? Roger answered with a slight smile. You'd almost have to be a Houdini to do it. A reporter asked an obvious question about the pressure. Pressure? What pressure? Roger responded. The only pressure I have is before and after a game. I'm relaxed during a game. It's a relief to get out there. Game 154 attracted more media, press, and photographers than at any other time during the pursuit of the record. More than 70 newsmen covered the Yankees. Most of the writers left me alone, Roger said. They would come up, mutter a few words of encouragement, and walk away. It was as if they were afraid to break the spell that seemed to be encircling the whole field. Roger's name appeared on the lineup card without his usual follow-up. Mantle's abscessed hip had sidelined him. Yogi Berra took Mantle's slot, and Berra offered some sage advice. Pick out 3 good balls and swing from the butt. That's 3 homers and the record in 154 games. Pappas, the Orioles pitcher, had the lowest earned run average of the Baltimore starters. The accomplished hurler was not an easy opponent. In his career, he had chalked up more than 200 wins. Only slightly more than 21,000 people sat in the stands, 10,000 fewer than turned out for the doubleheader. The Oriole fans, never very sympathetic to the Yankees, came to the park viewing Roger as an infidel who did not believe the babe's record sacrosanct. People all looked at me in a funny way, Roger remarked. It was as if they were studying me to see if I were cracking up. It was as if a mysterious pressure was pushing down on the whole park. Roger walked around the locker room, picking up objects and studying them, trying to find something to do with his hands. I looked at all the newspapers lying around and smoked a few cigarettes, Roger related to the press. I knew that if I just sat down in front of my locker, I'd tighten up in 100 knots. Meanwhile, 2 hopeful wives prepared to view the game. Mrs. Claire Ruth, from her apartment on Manhattan's Riverside Drive, and Mrs. Pat Maris, from the KMBC-TV studio in Kansas City. As he went to bat in the first inning, Roger heard the Yankee bench urging him on. "Come on, Raj! Let's see you get one! Hey, Raj, let's have our party tonight!" He put good wood on the ball, but it did not get up high enough in the air. Earl Robinson snared the line drive in right. While Roger waited in the box in the third inning, he spoke to Oriole catcher Gus Triandos. "Roger, quit talking to me," the catcher teased, "or people will think I'm getting you good pitches." After ball one, Roger swung and missed, and then took another ball. Then it came. "I knew it was gone as soon as I hit it," Roger said. The ball cleared a 15-foot wall at the 380-foot mark. Roger had number 59, his first homer in Memorial Stadium in 1961. Roger thought he had 3 more chances, possibly. Pappas didn't appear when Roger came up for his third turn. Instead, Dick Turkeyneck Hall, the 34-year-old veteran from St. Louis, confronted Roger Maris, the 27-year-old from Fargo. In coming up against Hall in the fourth, Roger faced a quality hurler, who ended the season with a 3.06 ERA and 79 strikeouts in 94 innings. Hall used a tough side-arming motion to deliver an inside pitch, as the count was 1-1. Roger's hit reached the right field seats, but had gone foul. Hall struck out Roger on a 2-2 fastball. Roger later commented, "That pitch wasn't close to being a strike. I never should have swung." Roger had one more shot at Hall in the seventh, perhaps his last chance of the day. Everyone in the Yank bullpen came to the fence. "Come on, Roger, baby!" shouted pitcher Jim Coates. "Hit it to me. If I have to go 15 rows into the stands, I'll catch that number 60 for you." The umpire called strike at the first pitch. At the next pitch, Roger struck. The crowd rose to its feet, but the ball went into the right field bleachers, foul by 10 to 20 feet. "From the second I hit it, I knew it didn't have a chance," said Roger. He hit on the next pitch. It looked like a homer as it soared toward right field, but then the wind caught it. The ball died when Robinson snared it about 10 feet from the right field wall. "The way Hall was getting us out, with that screwy wind-up of his, I figured then I was dead, that I wouldn't get another bat," Roger said. Instead, the Yankee batters gave Maris one more chance. He came to bat in the ninth inning, feeling an atmosphere of pressure to get number 60. "After that fly ball," Arthur Daly wrote in the New York Times, "the screws were tightening on the rack that was torturing him. It was a slow torture, because he had belted a beauty that was just foul." Hoyt Wilhelm topped the list of pitchers Roger did not want to face. Baseball's premier knuckleballer, Hall of Famer Wilhelm maintained the lowest ERA, 2.52, after 20 years of playing. Wilhelm had more wins, more saves, more innings pitched, and more strikeouts than any other reliever in the history of baseball. In addition, the talented pitcher had given up only 5 homers in 112 innings. Roger had struck out against Wilhelm on 4 pitches the previous evening. "When we came in to bat in the ninth," Roger said, "absolutely the last guy in the world I wanted to see came walking in from the Oriole bullpen. Hoyt Wilhelm. He kills you with that knuckleball. It's hard to describe and hard to hit. It sort of floats up to the plate and then does a little dance, as though someone is holding it on a string." Manager Luman Harris sent in Wilhelm when the Yankees led 4-2, and the game's outcome seemed hardly in doubt. Whitey Herzog, then outfielder for Baltimore, comments in '61 on Harris's controversial decision. "The game was pretty much over. There was just no reason to use Hoyt, other than to make it tough on Roger personally. They just didn't want Roger to set the record in Ruth's hometown." Peter Golenbach, in the spring 1978 Baseball Quarterly, files an illuminating report on the instructions Hoyt Wilhelm received from the Baltimore manager. The controversial Golenbach quotes Paul Richards, who had managed the Orioles for most of the season, but not for game 154. "Wilhelm, a quiet man, was more than willing to throw Maris a fastball or two to give him a chance. But Paul Richards, the crusty manager, told Wilhelm, 'If you throw him anything but knuckleballs, it will cost you $5,000. As Roger stepped up to home plate, he flashed some of his Fargo humor. Home plate umpire Ed Runge recalled the anecdote during the 1987 Roger Maris Celebrity Benefit Golf Tournament. "In the last days of the season, when new players were coming up from the farm teams, players would run to me and ask about the hurlers. 'What's this guy throw?' Well, Roger Maris steps up in this building pressure and then looks at me with a straight face and asks, 'Hey, what does that guy out there throw?'" Catcher Triandos's briefing had no humor. "Well, this is your last shot." "Don't think my collar isn't tight," Roger said to the backstop. The first pitch, a knuckleball, came as no surprise and was a called strike. Wilhelm served the second low as Roger, checking his swing, fouled it back. Roger never had a chance to swing on the third pitch. Maris turned his body to hit what he thought would be an inside offering. However, the ball accidentally hit the bat and squirted down the first baseline. There, Wilhelm personally preserved Ruth's record by tagging Roger out. Roger's 4 masterful, powerful swings in 4 of his 5 at-bats had yielded only 1 homer. Still, the fans had seen a remarkable, gutsy performance under unprecedented pressure. Even the Baltimore fans appreciated the effort. Wrote Bob Considine for the Hearst headline service, "The quiet young man was given one of the warmest and most encouraging ovations I've ever heard." After the inning, umpire Charlie Berry stopped Roger, who was headed to the outfield, to say, "Son, you've had a fine year. Just keep up the good work." Locker room buddy John Blanchard remembered, "I came running out with Roger's glove as we headed for the outfield. I told him, 'I'm very sorry that you didn't make it, but I just want to tell you that I'm a proud ball player to be playing on the same team as you.' Roger just smiled. Praise from a teammate meant a lot to him." Game 154 had 3 final outs left as the Yankees marched to another pennant. Ralph Houck had earned a select honor. He became the 12th rookie manager to win a flag. During the locker room celebration, Roger expressed relief that the pressure was off. "I could start learning to live like a human being again," he told the assembled media. "During the last couple of weeks, I was half nuts. I had splitting headaches. I was smoking twice as much as I normally do, and the crowds, the tensions, the same questions over and over, were driving me out of my mind." An Associated Press story reported that Pat Maris in Kansas City appeared "on the verge of tears" after watching her husband's gallant assault on Ruth's record. Pat plaintively wondered, "Raj, why did you swing at that one?" when Maris missed the ninth-inning knuckler. However, at the end of the game she smiled. "There's always next year." The Associated Press also reported that during the game, Pat exchanged seats with another viewer in the Kansas City TV studio. The release continued, "She remembered she and Roger have a superstition that whenever she leaves her seat while watching a game, it puts a hex on him." "I knew I shouldn't have moved out of that chair." Pat Maris later scoffed at the report. "Many of the ball players' wives are superstitious," she observed, "but I am not." However, she admitted in a 1962 Look article that she had arrived at KMBC-TV a little too late to see Roger's 59th, but she had pledged to be there in person for number 60. Mrs. Babe Ruth, watching from Riverside Drive, liked what she saw. She told the New York Journal-American, "That was one record I didn't want broken. I have the highest regard for Roger Maris. He is a fine hitter. But the Babe loved that record, and he wanted to be known as the king of home runs forever." Roger's inability to match Babe's record spelled the defeat of the computers. The New York Times ran a story headlined, "There is no joy at IBM, for Casey has struck out." The IBM 1481 electronics computer named Casey had predicted on August 30th that Roger had a 55% chance of hitting 61 within 154. The Statistical Tabulating Corporation of New York had also made predictions, 20 different ones, beginning on August 29th. Its computer failed to predict Roger's 59-homer finish in 154 games. Its last calculations gave Roger only 58. Roger tried his best to tie Babe's record. Kubek praised Roger's efforts. "He gave it everything a man could give." Wilhelm's ball was almost impossible to hit. It wriggled like a snake, and it was fast. Bobby Richardson agreed that Baltimore made it rough for Roger. Richardson's first strike had come on a Wilhelm throw. "So fast and unusual, I didn't know for sure whether it was a knuckleball or maybe some kind of crazy fastball." Sports writers had varied opinions on Roger's inability to break the record in 154 games. Old guard writers were understandably pleased. However, they gave Roger plaudits for his heroic effort. Oliver Kukl of the Milwaukee Journal gloated over the defeat of an unexceptional player with little color. Wrote Kukl, Roger has never hit 300 in the majors. He has little of the particularly imposing physique commonly associated with the true slugger. He has been only average in the field. He is often surly. There just isn't anything deeply heroic about the man." Writers like Frank Gibbons of the Cleveland Press resorted to poor humor. According to Gibbons, "Among the many things Roger Maris has accomplished this year was to teach a number of players the definition of the word asterisk. An asterisk is singularly appropriate for the boy from Dakota. I still can't understand the resentment throughout the land over Commissioner Ford Frick's ruling that he had to break Babe Ruth's record in 154 decisions or settle for the asterisk if he did it in more. Why, even Mrs. Maris said it wouldn't be the same as Ruth, and I have it from solid sources that she is his best fan." Still, New admirers in the press recognized what Roger had done under the existing conditions that existed. Al Abrams of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette wrote, "No one will take away from him the glory, the glitter, the publicity, and the pressure, all of which engulfed him. Maris went down fighting to gain the respect and admiration of even those fans who didn't want to see the exalted Ruth's record broken. I know he provided me with a memorable thrill, which will take its place alongside the best I have ever witnessed." Bob Mizell of the Baltimore Sun applauded Roger and offered the feelings of fans from Babe Ruth's city. One man, at game 154, seemed to express the crowd when, while leaving the stadium, he said, "I came in here hoping the guy would never hit another home run, and I left pulling for him to tie Ruth. He gave it such a try that he converted me." Mizell added, "Nobody will ever be able to accuse Roger Maris of not having the stomach to battle the tensest of situations right down to the end." The Sporting News expressed happiness that Babe Ruth is still the king, but it also observed that in game 154, Roger probably won himself more friends and admirers than he had all season. In this final game, Roger Maris was a tremendous competitor. Jimmy Fox congratulated Roger in a telegram. "You have broken my record and Hank's. Greenberg. May God give you strength to break all records." Fox signed Greenberg's name to the wire. Greenberg, the Tiger great responsible for signing Roger, had done game 154 for national television. The Yankees' dressing room buzzed with the obvious question. Now that game 154 was history, did Roger agree with Frick's ruling? Roger responded, "He's making the rules. I've got nothing to say about it. I'd like to have had it in 154, but that's the breaks of the game." Although Roger fell short in 154 games, he left no doubt that the season was 162 games. "I'll keep playing," he promised. "I want to give myself every chance. I'd like to see what happens. It would be nice if I could hit a couple more." Roger also wanted the ball he had hit to make number 59. Robert Reitz, the 32-year-old Baltimorean who caught the ball, was reluctant to surrender the memento. "I'd like to have it," Roger said, as he offered Reitz an autographed ball in return. Reitz posed with Roger between innings, and then asked for 2 World Series tickets. Roger held out 2 autographed balls, but Reitz didn't budge. Surprised, Roger asked, "You gonna keep that?" Reitz nodded. Ducky Caceres, an attendant in the umpire's room, tried to negotiate. He would see that Reitz received 2 tickets to each of the first 2 games of the World Series if Reitz showed up with the ball at Yankee Stadium. Reitz and a friend listened and started to return to the bleachers. "Just a minute," said Ducky. "Let me mark that ball, just to make sure you show up with the right one." Reitz went as far to ask Roger to come to a press conference at his cousin's store, Fargo's Bill Weaver related. Roger agreed, but when he got out there, Reitz asked for money. Roger told him to keep the ball. Reitz announced, "There is a lot of rumors around that it might be worth $25 or even $2,500. That's a lot of money for a man who's unemployed." "I'd like to have it," said Roger, "but I'm not looking to get rid of that kind of money for it." Lou Grasmick even drove Roger to Reetz's home, negotiating with Reetz while Roger waited in the car. When Reetz insisted on a fixed $2,500 price, Roger told Grasmick, "No dice. Let's go." Reetz soon admitted that after he had caught the ball, the pressure of still having it kept him from sleeping at night. He began smoking 6 packs of cigarettes daily. Offers for the ball came in: $1,000 from a Maryland resident who wanted the ball for his private collection, and a $500 bid from a Miami fan. However, Reetz remained adamant. "That ball's the best thing that ever happened in my life. The Yankees have everything, but I have the ball." 6 days after Reetz caught the ball, the sports boosters of Maryland retrieved it. They gave Reetz $500 for the ball, then turned it over to Roger. Reetz donated his money to the Associated Catholic Charities of Baltimore. Before he resumed his quest for the home run record, he had a confession, a revelation to be more precise. He had been losing patches of hair on the back of his head. "I was worried," he admitted. "I thought I had a disease or something, but the doctor told me that it was a case of nerves from the tension and pressure I've been under." The hair would continue to fall out. However, there was no need to worry, because when it's all over and I'm calmed down again, the hair will grow back. One reporter tried to cheer Roger up by telling him that his case was not unique in baseball. Marshall Samuels, a former publicity director for the Cleveland Indians, also lost hair during the pennant chase of 1954. "How is he now?" asked an interested Roger Maris. "He's almost bald," replied the journalist. "That's a hell of a thing to be telling me," the slugger said. Marshall Samuels notwithstanding, a more relaxed Roger reported to the ballpark for the Yanks' final game in Baltimore. Chapter 13. 3 for number 61. Maris, Stallard, Durante. With the pressure of the 154-game deadline now history, Roger Maris seemed more at ease. Still, all the players' tension had not dissipated. Newsman Jack Lang observed, "Throughout any conversation, whether it be a period of post-game questioning or merely a relaxed conversation in a hotel lobby, Roger's right leg jiggles nervously. Maris is, and probably will always remain, a nervous man." Despite his nervousness, the slugger enjoyed a pleasant day before playing Game 155. For the second successive year, Roger Maris received the Sultan of SWAT Award. Presented annually by the Maryland Professional Baseball Players Association, the $2,500 jeweled crown honored a player who came closest to doing the things Babe Ruth as a player was noted for: overall performance, and not necessarily leading home run hitter. An additional honor came later that evening, before Roger replaced the still-injured Mantle in center field. The Oriole Advocates, a civic booster group, surprised Maris with a 3-foot trophy. Not for hitting 59 home runs, but for his sportsmanship. The trophy inscription praised him for earning the ultimate respect and admiration of Oriole fans. At bat, Maris countered Jack Fisher's pitches with a strikeout, a fly to short center, a roll out to first, and a fly to left. His 2 hits excited the fans, but each time the ball sailed foul as it went into the stands. After the game, the slugger commented, "I had good pitches to hit. It's nice to know that the 154 games are over, and that you don't have to push for anything." Some observers speculated that a pitcher might groove one for Roger to gain press coverage for himself as the lucky hurler. When asked if he ever discussed this problem with members of the opposing team, Roger responded, "I don't want anybody to see me talking with a pitcher. They'll think I am setting him up." Roger had little hope of breaking the Babe's record in Boston's Fenway Park, the last stop on the road. Earl Torgenson, a member of the Yanks coaching staff, had played in Boston and recalled the wind's ferocity. "Some days up here, it was enough to make you sit down and cry." Fenway had a relatively distant wall in right center, not an easy target for lefty swingers. Although he had made 4 round-trippers there and had victimized scheduled pitcher Bill Montbouquet twice that year, Roger noted that if the wind blows at all in this series, I hope it's blowing out. I can use all the help I can get. In the opener, Mantle returned to the lineup against the Red Sox ace rookie Don Schwall and hit number 54, his last home run of the season. Roger only managed a single and 2 walks against the right-hander Schwall. Maris's offense against righty Monbo, the Bo Sox's second-most winning pitcher, consisted of a walk and a single. For the 3rd straight game, Roger failed to make a homer. Bill Montbouquet had no qualms about being the pitcher of the record-breaking homer. "I wouldn't mind it if it didn't hurt me. If I were leading by a big margin, let him do it, and I would say good luck to him. He's a hell of a hitter, and he's hit them off a lot of people." Roger's 3 walks in the Bo Sox series came from Boston hurlers who were just trying to win the game. Monbo also had one big concern. "I don't want to walk him in a close game if I think it's going to hurt me. I also don't want to give him anything good to hit at." Frustration gripped Roger during the 2-game set. "The way this is going," Roger said, "I don't think I'll hit 60 by the end of the season." He admitted that he swung at bad pitches, but only because they pitch me high, they pitch me low, but mostly they pitch me outside. They're going to keep making it difficult for me by not giving me anything good to hit at." Maris's opponents seemed to avoid serving him good pitches. They dreaded being labeled as the pitcher who gave Maris number 60 or 61. Maris believed that even at Yankee Stadium, only a series of pitcher mistakes would allow him the hits needed to break the record. Leonard Schechter showed little empathy for Maris in his coverage of the Red Sox series for the New York Post. "This latest cry of Maris is an old one," wrote Schechter, "that there is a conspiracy abroad in the land to prevent him from hitting home runs. Once poor Maris dreamed that when he reached 59, the Pitchers' Union would capitulate and collaborate in the artistic construction of a home run record. Alas, this was not to be." Following the Boston series, the Yankees returned home to New York for the rest of the season. Pat joined Roger there for the final week of ball-playing, and as his wife noted, "The only thing that we didn't talk about was baseball." The Marises and Mantles moved into Lowe's Midtown Hotel in Manhattan, while Bob Cerv recuperated from a knee operation in the hospital. The roommates gave up Big Julie's apartment as they pursued their separate lives. However, one gossip columnist alleged that a final eruption in the Mantle-Maris feud led Mickey to walk out and so terminate the living arrangements. Pat's presence seemed to reduce Roger's stress level, with observable results. In the opener, Roger reached Baltimore pitcher Jack Fisher for a line drive single to center in the first inning, setting the stage for the second at-bat in the third inning. With 2 out and the count 2-2, Roger sent the right-hander's high curve into the upper right field stands, about 3 feet fair. The ball slammed into the back of a seat and bounced back onto the field. Oriole right fielder Earl Robinson picked it up and tossed it to first base umpire Ed Hurley, who lobbed it to Wally Moses, the Yankee first base coach. Moses rolled it to the Yankee bench as Maris arrived there amid a tumultuous roar from the crowd. Joe Trimble called the blast the Golden Gopher in the New York Daily News. The Yanks applauded Roger and his historic homer. Over 19,000 fans stood in ovation, clapping wildly until Maris came out of the dugout and waved his cap to them. "The guys kept urging me out," Roger said. "I didn't know if it was the right thing to do or not. I thought I might feel silly. The crowd, was very nice." After the game, an ecstatic Roger confessed, "It's the greatest thing that has happened to me. Probably the greatest thing that will ever happen to me. Now that I've got it, I'd like to get one more. Just one more." On the post-game Red Barber show, Mrs. Ruth, gracious now that the 154-game limit had passed, told Roger, "The babe would have wished you well. If the babe were here, he'd be just as thrilled as I am. Congratulations on a great year, and good luck in the series." Kissing Mrs. Ruth, Roger shyly admitted to her, "I'm glad I didn't break Babe Ruth's record in 154 games. This record is enough for me." When Maris later recalled this statement in Roger Maris at Bat, he emphasized his sincerity. "I meant it then. I mean it now." In the after-game celebration, Roger complimented the Baltimore pitcher. "Fisher wasn't fishing around. He tried to get me out. He was moving the ball in and out. I think he was trying to hit the outside corner with that pitch, but it slipped." Baltimore catcher Gus Triandos remarked that Fisher's surrendered 18th homer of the season was a hell of a curve. It broke big. Just right for Roger. Pat, the other members of the Maris family, and all the citizens of Fargo shared in the joy of Roger's 60th home run. "He hit 60 for me," exulted Pat Maris. "I was just kind of hoping he would hit one, because I just arrived from Raytown, and he said he would hit one for me. When he did, I just thanked God, that's all." Roger's thrilled father reported, "I feel great. I hope he gets another one." Mrs. Corinne Maris revealed her emotional reaction to her son's feat. "Whenever he'd hit a homer, it brought tears to my eyes. I was overjoyed by the 60th. The Associated Press recorded the sentiments of some Fargoans. Monsignor L.J. Errol, pastor of St. Mary's, Roger's boyhood parish, thought it great that Roger could do it. Bill Ross, president of the Fargo Moorhead Twins and an avid Yankee fan, remarked, "I sure feel good about it. Why not? I'm glad a Fargo Yankee did it." Baseball Commissioner Frick watched the game in his Bronxville, New York home. He called the Maris Blast a marvelous thing, and added, "It will go into the books as a record for a 162-game season, while Ruth's record stands as the mark for 154 games. In a report on the Cincinnati Reds' clinching of the National League flag, the Associated Press reiterated Frick. Both the Reds and Maris had reached their goals, but Cincinnati made it in plenty of time, while Roger came in a little late. So, according to the Frick Edict, Roger's achievement will be listed in a separate category from Ruth's. Frick's adamant refusal to recognize Maris's accomplishment angered Fargoans. Roger's former coach, Sid Cichy, hoped the slugger would smack number 61, because of the curbs put on him by Frick. As Cichy observed, Roger could have hit 70 home runs if he had played only day games as Ruth did. Roger's dad still felt that the Frick ruling was fair, but it should have been made when the 162-game schedule was adopted, not in July when Roger was well in front. Ignoring the controversy, Fargo Mayor Lashkowitz proclaimed Roger Maris Day. The city's favorite son had put on the cloak of baseball immortality. By his actions, on and off the field, Maris has reflected great credit on his hometown of Fargo, and has become an inspiration to all generations. In anticipation of Rogers hitting one more home run, two attractive offers heightened the excitement surrounding Game 158. A Sacramento, California restaurateur had promised $5,000 and an expense-free trip out west to the fan who caught the record-breaking 61st homer. Officials of the 1962 Seattle World's Fair offered transportation to the fair in exchange for the historic baseball. Roger chose to take the next day off and avoided a confrontation with the tough pitcher Steve Barber. The Yankees had a free day after the Orioles series and before their final competition with the Red Sox. Maris figured taking 2 days off in a row would set me up for the final weekend and the World Series. Houck agreed. The slugger was completely bushed, mentally and physically. He had never a moment of peace in the last month. It's all new to him. He hasn't been trained for it. A reporter asked Houck, "Why is he bushed?" The skipper retorted, "You'd be bushed too, if you had 40 guys asking you questions every day." The press hounded him for taking a day off when he was only one homer away from the record. "I can't win for losing with you guys," Roger told them. "First, you say I've played too many games to break the record. Then I don't play, and you ask how I could miss a game when I'm going for the record." Even Skipper Houck's insistence that it was my decision, not his, did not satisfy the press. Disgruntled newspaperman Leonard Schechter of the New York Post called Roger stubborn because he had taken it into his head that he needed a day off and yesterday was it. The reporter cited an unnamed Yankee who had told him, "I don't think I would have done that. Seems to me if you got a chance at a record like that, you do everything you can to get it." According to Schechter, by taking a day off, Roger might have missed the opportunity to make the record a lot more elusive by hitting 62 or 63. Houck repeated his approval of Roger's action during the Oriole finale as Maris suited up for the Red Sox series opener. "He'll be a refreshed player as a result of his rest," the skipper remarked. "I think he did the right thing, passing up Wednesday's game. The pressure really was building up on him." Red Sox pitcher Mom Bouquet kept up the pressure on Roger in a tough, well-pitched 2-1 game. The home run king walked in the ninth, stole second, and came in on John Blanchard's single. Roger had only another walk from the right-hander that game. Leonard Schechter's strange report on the game focused on Roger's reply when questioned about his changed personality in the last few weeks of the season. "Which way can you go? Bad. You get irritated quickly. Let's face it, it gets a little tough." Schechter editorialized on Maris's answer. "Success makes people change, and money. Slowly, inevitably, Roger Maris has become less the charming grouch he used to be, and more the busy, harried, far less personable grouch. There's been less desire to sit around and chew the fat, less effort to explain himself, more eagerness to be off, to be someplace else, preferably where nobody knows him." On Saturday afternoon, more than 19,000 fans came to the stadium in the hope of seeing number 61 and perhaps being fortunate enough to catch the ball. Bo Sox rookie Don Schwall provided tough opposition by handling Roger with a low fastball. Maris walked in the first inning, grounded out in the third and fifth, and singled in the eighth. Schwall later commented on Roger's game 161. "My best pitch is my fastball, which can be kept low and away from these left-handed sluggers. I was lucky enough to do just this most of the day, and keep him from making me the guy who gave up his 61st homer. No one really wants to be the fellow to give up that record homer." Roger sounded enthusiastic as he prepared for game number 162 and his last chance at the record. "I've got 4 cracks at it," he told the press, "and I'm going to try to take advantage of every one of them. I'm going to start swinging the first moment I leave the dugout." Before the big game, Maris had a bologna and eggs breakfast at the Stage Deli. "Roger hardly said anything," Big Julie recalled. "He was nervous. He did not say anything about that 61st homer, but I had no doubt that he was thinking about it. In fact, we never ever discussed the homer race. We'd speak about our kids. But I thought I'd break the rule on the last day. It might break the pressure a little." Pat Maris spent the pregame hours with the other players' wives. "I also prayed to my favorite, St. Jude," she said, "as I had done all season. He is the patron saint for lost causes. I had felt all along that Roger's chances of beating the record were nearly hopeless. I prayed the hardest that Roger would be protected from injuries. He had had so many. Above all, I have always prayed for what Roger and I believe in most, to do your level best no matter what you do." The cool fall day of October 1st, 1961, drew only 23,154 people to the historic game. Fans packed the right field seats, hoping to catch the ball and win the prize money. Press consensus had Roger facing rookie pitcher Tracy Stallard, a 23-year-old 6'5" righty, with a 2-6 record and an ERA in the high 4s. "There was not much tension as far as I was concerned," said Stallard. "My mind was not preoccupied with the homer record. What I wanted was a win, so that the Red Sox would remember me on a positive note for 1962. I had faced Maris before, and he had not damaged me." Stallard won the battle in the first inning as a changeup produced a weak fly ball to left. In the fourth inning of a still scoreless game, the first pitch curved and sailed high. Home plate umpire Bill Kinnaman called Stallard's fastball ball 2. The crowd sensed a walk, and the stadium resounded with boos. Trying to ignore the crowd, Stallard threw a fastball that came in low, but directly across the plate. Roger was ready for it. He sent a towering drive 380 feet from home plate and into the lower right field seats, about 10 rows in, sailing over the head of Boston's Lou Clinton. Roger ran his typical homer, head down as he rounded the bases, with no showboating. He said later, "I saw it was a good fastball. I was ready, and I connected. As soon as I hit it, I knew it was number 61. It was the only time that the number of the homer ever flashed into my mind as I hit it. Then I heard the tremendous roar of the crowd. I could see them all standing. Then my mind went blank. I couldn't even think as I went around the bases. I couldn't tell you what crossed my mind. I don't think anything did. I was in a fog. I was all fogged out from a very, very hectic season, and an extremely difficult month." When Roger connected at 2:43 p.m. and the ball left the park, John Blanchard noticed that one of the spectators, Mrs. Babe Ruth, had tears in her eyes. Ironically, the Rogers' 61st home run landed near the spot where Ruth had hit his 60th on September 30th, 1927. The Yankees' Scooter Phil Rizzuto held the mic for the historic homer and announced a record number of "Holy cows!" The entire Yankee dugout shook Roger's hand and then pushed him out to take a bow. After he returned to the bench, Hector Lopez and Moose Skowron pushed him out for another bow. More cheers rang out as he trotted out to center field after the inning. As he stepped up to the plate again in the sixth, Roger told former Tribe teammate and current Red Sox catcher Russ Nixon, "It would be great to hit another homer." Roger did not get his wish. He fanned on a 3-2 pitch. When he faced lefty Chet Nichols in the eighth, he popped up to the second baseman. Roger Maris hit home run number 61 on his 588th official trip to the plate. His first homer had come in Game 11. In actuality, Roger made 61 homers in 152 games, counting the tie game. After the game, Roger paid tribute to Tracy Stallard, who was man enough to pitch to me to get me out. When he got behind me, he came in with the pitch to try to get me out. Stallard graciously applauded the new home run champion. "I knew he hit the stuff out of it," the pitcher said, "but I didn't think it was going to be a home run. I turned around and then saw the thing going way up. I give Roger all the credit in the world. I gave him what I feel was my best fastball, and he hit it." 25 years later, Stallard recalled his feelings as Roger rounded the bases after hitting his 61st. "I just stood there. I didn't want to interfere with any of the celebrating that was taking place. But no, I was not sad or depressed. I was happy for Roger. I gave it 100%, and so did he. He made it, and I didn't. I was happy he came through, because it was something he wanted." On the 25th anniversary of Maris's homer, Stallard appeared on the NBC Today show. Host Bryant Gumbel asked him if the Maris blast had been a source of embarrassment for the pitcher. Stallard replied that he took a measure of pride in the record-breaking hit that has kept the baseball world from forgetting me. From his strip mining company in Coburn, Virginia, Stallard admits that he lost contact with Roger in 1962 after meeting during spring training in 1962. "We never reminisced about that home run," Stallard said. But I did get to learn about Roger, and have always admired him as an individual who conducted himself admirably on the field and off. He was that type of family man that you have to think highly of." Sal Durante still speaks with pride about catching the lucky ball on October 1st, 1961. The 19-year-old truck driver and mechanic from Brooklyn's Coney Island section had chosen his seats carefully. During the first game, he and his fiancée, Rosemary, had noticed that all the hitters, including Maris, seemed to hit the practice balls in Section 33. For the second game, Rosemary and Sal had seats 3 and 4 in Box 163D, Section 33, 8 rows back of the right field wall and about 10 feet from the edge of the Yankee right field bullpen. Even the bullpen players stood gloved and ready. As reliever Hal Reniff said, "I don't know about the others. I just feel it would be a big thrill to say I caught the 61st homer. I'd be proud to present the ball to my teammate." Sal describes his impression of the homer. "I saw that ball coming, round, white, and beautiful. It wasn't flat or oval-shaped, like a ball that has a spin on it. That ball was hit clean and true." Many hands reached out to snatch a bit of glory and the $5,000 bounty. No one in the stands surrounding him intended to lose the prize without a fight, but Durante was ready. Sal jumped onto his seat and caught the ball one-handed. "I fell backward over my seat and landed in the one above me," Sal said. "Everybody charged me then. I could feel hands all over me. Somebody had me by the arm, another had me by the leg, and one guy grabbed me around the neck. My right elbow was bruised, but I never let go of that apple." Todd Wolkowicz of Flushing sat in Seat 5, Box 153D. He claims that he had made a clean catch of the ball, but someone had wrestled it away from him. He said, "I had my hands on the ball, and then suddenly I was on the ground. If you look at the film clips, you can see my brother, Tom, right near the ball." Stadium personnel helped Sal escape from the battling fans and escorted him toward the Yankee bullpen for interviews and pictures. To everyone's amazement, Sal seemed uninterested in the $5,000 promised for the ball. Durante exchanged congratulations with Maris, then astounded the home run king by announcing, "Raj, this is your ball. You hit it, and it belongs to you and every baseball fan. It's going to the Hall of Fame." Sal's generosity overwhelmed Roger. "What do you think of that kid?" Roger said to backstop Russ Nixon during the 8th. "The boy is planning to get married, and he can use the money, but he still wanted to give the ball back to me for nothing. It shows there's some good people left in this world after all." Roger insisted that Sal keep the ball, collect his $5,000, and then return the historic ball. "Get what you can," Maris told Sal in Houck's presence, "and then give it to me." "Roger's a real nice guy," said an ecstatic Sal. "I think God meant that ball for me. My family is in a financial hole at the moment, and part of this $5,000 is going to help square them away." In addition to the promised money, Yankee President Dan Topping offered Sal 2 season passes for the 1962 home games. Several days later, the instant celebrity and 11 of his relatives appeared on CBS TV's Calendar program. On camera, Sam and his brother Al Gordon staged a ceremony in which they presented Sal with his check. In reality, Sal would receive the check in Sacramento in November, when Sam Gordon promised a parade. The media spotlight gave Sal a sample of what Roger Maris had undergone. Sal reflected years later, "I had some day with the press after I caught the ball. They would jump in with a new question before I had fully answered the previous one. They can put words in your mouth. For example, one reporter said that Sal Durante would write about the World Series. That was something I never said." The press asked him if he would invite Roger Maris to his wedding. Sal remembers, "I said, sure, why not? Before I knew about it, the press told Roger he was invited to my wedding." 29 years later, the fame has meant little to Sal Durante, but October 1st will always have a special significance for him. "Every year we talk about the game and relive the excitement," he said. "After all, $5,000 was a fortune for a kid who was making $60 a week." While media attention apparently focused on Sal Durante, the press clamored for Roger Maris. The Yankee front office had issued a directive barring the press from contact with Roger until at least 20 minutes after the game. Big Julie describes the scene once the Yankees allowed the press to enter. "In all my days, I have never seen so many media people on one story. There were more writers after him than President Kennedy. It took almost 5 hours after the game before Pat Maris and I could see Roger. All the time, he was giving out interviews." Many of the interview questions dealt with the meaningfulness of Maris's record, since it had come after the 154-game limit. "Whether I beat Ruth's record or not is for others to say," Roger responded. "But it gives me a wonderful feeling to know that I'm the only man in history to hit 61 home runs. Nobody can take that away from me. Babe Ruth was a big man in baseball, maybe the biggest ever. I'm not saying I am of his caliber, but I'm glad to say I hit more than he did in a season." Roger did not challenge anyone to break his record, unlike Ruth, who reportedly announced, "Now let's see some son of a gun go out and match that," after he hit his 60th home run. Instead, Roger answered, "No comment," when a reporter asked, "Do you think you can break your own record?" Reporters also questioned Roger about the pressures he had endured on the way to his 61st home run. A relieved Roger confessed, "A thing like this can make a nervous wreck of you. The pressure was terrific, mentally much more than physically. You have no idea what it is to put up with something like this for 2 months. People are around you all the time. You can't eat, you can't sleep, you can't even think." The 5-hour media marathon ended when a reporter again asked Roger, "Hey, Raj, what did you hit?" Roger had heard and answered that question ad nauseum. He retorted, "A baseball. Yeah, I hit a baseball." Pat Maris had waited for Roger for what seemed an eternity. She remembers that, "Every last person had left the stadium before I got to see Roger." The Marises met Selma and Big Julie Isaacson. In Pat's words, "We are not very big on celebrations and whooping it up." So the couples had planned on having a quiet post-game dinner at Joe Marsh's Spindletop on West 47th Street. As they were leaving the stadium, Big Julie noticed New York Post writer Milton Gross, who had scheduled an interview with Roger during the Yankees' last trip to Baltimore in 1961. Maris never appeared for the session. Instead, he visited a hospitalized child who died from cancer 2 days later. Because Roger never wanted any publicity about his hospital visits, he never told Gross why he had stood him up. Furious, the journalist wrote a scathing article, tearing Roger apart. Big Julie eventually explained the situation to Gross. Now, to make amends, Big Julie invited him to join the party and offered him an exclusive on the evening's festivities. Gross's October 2nd article carried the headline, "With Roger Maris, Victory Dinner." The group stopped at St. Malachi's on West 49th Street before dinner. The Marises intended to hear evening mass, but came out about 2 minutes later. A surprised Big Julie asked about the quick service. Roger explained that a priest who had spotted Roger began talking about him to the congregation. "Roger had his fill of attention," said Big Julie, "and therefore the Marises made a quiet exit." At the restaurant, Roger explained that his tension had not fully subsided. Big Julie remembers Roger saying, "I haven't unwound yet. I'm just beginning to unwind. A lot of it is still hazy." The warm, relaxed dinner atmosphere and sumptuous spread helped Maris to relax. Milton Gross recorded the details of Roger's meal. "Shrimp cocktail, a steak medium, a mixed salad with French dressing, a baked potato, 2 glasses of wine, a sliver of cheesecake, 2 cups of coffee, and 3 cigarettes." Big Julie proposed a toast. "To many more healthy and successful happy years like this one." In thanking his friend, Roger alluded to the rigors of the season. "This was the greatest experience of my life. It had to be. But I wouldn't want to go through it again for anything." Roger even encountered harassment during his quiet and intimate celebration. Big Julie recalled that someone in the restaurant shouted, "Hey, Maris, I don't particularly care for you, but my son wants your autograph." Roger gave the man his autograph. Another autograph seeker, a shy teenage girl, approached Roger as the victory dinner party ended. She asked if, in addition, he would put the date on the autograph. "The date?" Roger asked. "What is today's date?" Big Julie reminded him. "The date is the one you did what nobody else ever did." Roger and Big Julie returned to the teammates' former apartment, where they leafed through the approximately 700 telegrams that had arrived. A congratulatory cable had come from Fargo Mayor Herschel Lashkowitz, on tour with the Conference of Mayors. The mayor received news of Roger's feat while in Berlin, on a visit to the Berlin Wall. Columnist and television host Ed Sullivan, also in Berlin, had chided the Fargo official. "Roger will never make it. No one will ever break Ruth's record." As Lashkowitz jubilantly remembers, "Roger proved Sullivan wrong." The mayor of America's largest city, New York City's Robert F. Wagner, wired, "Our city is indeed proud of you, and I am sure every fan in the country is equally so. We're particularly glad that a Yankee player was the first to hit 61 homers in a season." Mrs. Babe Ruth and Mrs. Lou Gehrig sent their congratulations. The old professor, Casey Stengel, heard the news before flying from Los Angeles for New York to take over the reins of the new New York Mets. "I'm happy for him," said Roger's former skipper. "He's a great player. He hit 39 for me last year in only half a season. He played more than that, but he was hurt a lot of the time and couldn't swing right." Big Julie handed Maris a distinctive-looking message that had come from President John F. Kennedy. Roger treasured the words the president had written. "The American people will always admire a man who overcomes great pressures to achieve an outstanding goal." New York newspaper editorials praised Roger for his accomplishment. In a piece entitled "Aggression in the Bronx," the New York Times tipped its editorial hat to Roger for topping the Babe. The article noted that the United Nations could enter the debate and decide the validity of the new record set. According to the Times, Maris's act of aggression has increased the urgency of assuring the efficient functioning of the United Nations. Since baseball is no longer the sole property of the United States, it is folly to believe that other nations will stay out of the debate. Obviously, the UN is the only appropriate forum if the rule of law is to prevail, and reason be substituted for brute strength. In the meantime, we salute Roger Maris. His has been a mighty performance, a great hitter on a great team. The Long Island Press ran its laudatory article under a headline proclaiming, "Roger Maris for President." The story noted with pleasure that both sides had won. Roger had set a new record, and Babe Ruth loyalists retained their 154-game mark. The newspaper staff wished Roger well and hoped, "He goes on to make $1 million, and that he saves some." Kubeck in '61 offers a final provocative observation on how a city and its fans assisted Roger in his record-breaking drive during the 1961 regular season. "I don't think he could have done it anywhere else but in New York. The more attention he received from the fans and media, the more stubborn he became. Not only was Roger determined to pass Ruth, he was going to prove himself to all the doubters." As the World Series opened, the press, often hostile to Roger in the past, warmed up to him. Ken Smith of the New York Daily Mirror wrote a 4-page section of an insert devoted to the slugger and his career. The New York World Telegram's Joe Williams remarked, "As the first man to hit 61 home runs in a major league season, Roger Maris's position in baseball history is secure. There can be only one first. Even more resplendent heroics may be in store for him." "What next for Maris?" asked a friendly Post column on the eve of the series. The Mirror's Dan Parker lavished praise on Roger while attempting to correct the popular image of the slugger. "The picture of Roger Eugene Maris is 100% untrue. If some wrong impressions of Maris were obtained by some baseball writers while he was attacking Babe Ruth's record of 60 homers, they can be traced to tremendous tensions under which he labored. Maris is a quiet, humble, soft-spoken family man, with 4 kids and a happy wife. Maris is a devout man religiously." The series started inauspiciously for Roger and the Yanks as they split the first 2 with the Reds. Puzzled by his series performance, Roger admitted, "I hadn't even hit one out of the park, either here or in New York, in practice since the series started." After going hitless in 10 at-bats, Roger made up his mind to go for the first pitch when I noticed Bob Perky had been getting most of them in, and furthermore, he wasn't throwing the knuckleball on the first pitch. Maris turned the slider into a tremendous 4-bagger in the 9th inning of Game 3, leading the Yanks to a 3-2 victory. The Yanks took the World Series in 5, but Roger had a paltry 105 batting average with only 2 hits. Despite Maris's poor standing, Cincinnati skipper Fred Hutchinson called Roger's third-game home run the pivotal point. The play unknotted the series tie on the Reds' own ball field. Roger had earned his first World Series ring, and, more importantly, a sense of the satisfaction and relief that the season was finally over. As Roger relates in Roger Maris at Bat, when the plane left Cincinnati, I felt all the pressures, tensions, and caged-up feelings dropping back to the ground. I knew it was all over. At long last, I had reached the end of it all. Definitely, completely, and surely it was over. I had been going in such a mad, crazy whirl for more than a month that I had just wanted to get away, as far as possible, to leave it all behind. Chapter 14. Pull down the curtains.